Good morning and welcome to Portugal. The European QS fires back to life on the shores of Portugal. Santa Cruz is the spot. And QS 3000 is our order of business here this week. Got things underway yesterday with a big day of competition. And we're expecting another cracker today. Really enjoying our time already here so far. Looking forward to what's to come. My name's Paul Evans. I'm going to talk to you about surfing. Guys, could you say your name and what you're here for, please, to the people at home?
My name is Ben Mundy, and I'm here to walk you through the Santa Cruz Pro for 2023.
And you?
My name is Francisco Alves, and I'm here to watch the top seeds enter the shed.
This sounds great. How are we feeling about what we saw yesterday? What are you thinking about what we might expect to see today and throughout the rest of the week?
More of the same, but better, I would say. We've had good waves. The waves today look fun again, and the big seeds are starting to arrive, as Chico just said. The Joanne Giroux, the Mark Lacamaz, the Kaoli Vast, the top rankings of the qualifying series are all turning up today, and the surf is pumping. So I think we're going to have another 20% what we had yesterday, Paul.
Well, the reason we're here, of course, is sending people from the QS to the Challenges. The QS season in Europe kicked off in Portugal back in Caparica in the spring, and it's been quite an eventful summer. Should we get caught up on what's gone down so far this year? Should we have a little look?
Let's have a trip down memory lane, Paul.
Ah, there we go. I mean, that just makes me feel all sorts of different things.
Sums it up, doesn't it? Yeah, plenty of swell. All the stops in each of the tour event had pretty good swell. This is the Boardmasters in Yuki. Massive festival on. The surf is, this is in August, mind you, absolutely pumping. So, yeah, another really strong start. Caparica had waves as well. And then you see the crowds flocking now up to France. Paul, your neck of the world?
Yeah, absolutely. Always sort of a hotly anticipated competition at Lacanau right in midsummer in August. You never know what you're going to get. Plenty of serviceable waves.
Yeah, a lot of history out there. It's such a pro surfing town since the 80s. And when the pro circus comes in, everyone absolutely loves it. And yeah, it was another big win. Marcel Perez is in this event.
Anglet, that happened just, 20-something of August, so just a couple of weeks ago. And again, we had some waves, had some smaller days, but still some punch and power in the water. And as ever, the big performers stepped up.
Yeah, we see Tiago Creek there, the current leader. He was on fire in there. Some airs, big crowds down there on Gledon, from the Choma de Moor. Kaoli Vast, well, he's one of the top seeds for a reason. A lot of big airs. I'm hoping to see some more airs today, Chico. We haven't seen a whole lot of some massive rotations. You reckon some are coming today, surely?
Yeah, I think so. With the top seeds coming up today and the wind like this, I think we're going to see it.
Pantene, you were there.
Yeah, in Pantene, what a great event. Amazing waves, big sections, and Iago Dominguez was one of the standouts, actually. So the Basque men doing some huge scores, and Kaoli Vast with the 10-point ride. The biggest score of the event. 10-4 wave.
European QS, the new Dream Tour. Look at the waves.
Amazing waves. And it was all about this man, Max, winning it all and with consistent surfing.
Yeah, Max Newsnow, he'll be on today as well, showing up in later heats of the round at 64. You can see real depth of talent in terms of the European scene. These guys, Max was on the CT this year, leading the charge. And he's just, how many event wins has he had in Europe?
I don't know if he's had a more important one. That loss of momentum that he had, he was pretty disappointed. It didn't go great for him on the CT, and he said afterwards how stoked he was to get this win and try and get back there, where he feels like now, with what he's learned, he could do even better. Let's see.
Yeah, it's a confidence game as ever, and he's spent so long to get on the CT through Challenger Series, like 10 years of trying, got on, and then immediately got kicked off. And not through, his surfing was right on point. He's been unlucky. So he's back and he's fired up. So it's good to see Max in form.
Well, it's time to go down and find out exactly what's happening today. Joanna Garnell's with our contest director, Marcelo Martins.
Good morning, guys. This means we're on, right? What do we have today?
So today we will finish the round of 96 and we will move through the round of 64.
And how are the conditions looking?
Really good, like yesterday, but a little bit smaller, which I think will be much better for this sandbank. So I think today we're going to have an amazing show of surfing.
And what are your thoughts on yesterday's day?
Yesterday was really nice. It was challenging because there was some size, but there was really good ones and really good scores.
Do you think we're going to get some better scores today?
I think so, yeah. Much more consistent today.
Well, that sounds great. Back to you guys.
I'm going 877, just for the volume and the body on top there. Just it looks healthy, looks shiny.
Oh, what I like about Martin, I mean, what I love about him is his hair, obviously, but he's sort of shortened it up a bit this year. He's sort of cropped it a little bit at the back, and it's still as strong and as lustrous as ever, but just a nice little variation on a theme.
So that's the hair forecast. Let's check the surf forecast right now and see what the Atlantic Ocean's sending us. Pretty confident about the way things are looking. As we mentioned, it was pumping yesterday. How's these numbers?
Pretty good. Chico, what do you reckon? 1 to 2 metre faces, 11-second period. So that little bit of a shorter period today might help, make it a bit more wedgy, not so straight. Offshore in the morning and then a bit of side shore in the afternoon. But even yesterday we saw that it wasn't too bad. It wasn't nice and clean faces even when that wind come up.
Yeah, I think with a smaller swell on top, I think when the tide goes out and the side shore kicks in, we're going to see some huge airs. Because yesterday we saw with the lower tide some really good right-handers, and I think today on the lower tide we're going to see some less, but mainly I think we're going to see some really good rides.
Let's check out Eduardo Papa, Elijah Shaw, João Roque Pino and Teva Bushka. That's our foursome tainted water this morning. We talked about the top seeds coming in. Chico, let's imagine you're a top seed. You watched yesterday go down. You saw some of the young bucks and some of the experienced old heads. They were ripping. You've been waiting for your heat. How are you feeling this morning? Ready to go?
Yeah, ready to go, but of course a bit nervous because it's your first heat. The first heat is always the most nervous one in any comp. You get a bit shaky. You only get one out of the way, and then afterwards I feel like the top seeds get the momentum and start posting some big scores. So let's see how Eduardo Papa can deal with that pressure.
There it goes, red Eduardo. He's got himself a nice section out the back, standing up. He's pretty patient as he clicks the first turn, and then that little wobble will go through it. It will provide him a lip to attack. And opening his account there with that long left. Meanwhile, here goes Teva with the drive. And up, flicks one into the lip line. You can see that midway point of the wave, there is that deep section. Surfers have to make a decision whether to try and bring it through the inside, whether to just do work out the back. Opening exchange, Ben, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, that first left of Eduardo Papa, obviously the best of the exchange, and pretty much shows you what we've got today. Sort of nice, punchy, wally waves, clean faces, plenty of opportunity for all sorts of variety of turns, so the surfers can really express themselves as in their own sort of way. And yeah, so really promising start. Within 4 or 5 seconds of the hooter going, we had a pretty solid wave, and then yeah, Teva came back, and I don't think he got much after these 2 turns. Made the final in Caparica, a bit of a sort of confidence booster for him back in the start of the qualifying series. So the end of the last year in April, and yeah, he's looking strong.
Nice carve there off the top. In transition, here he got a bit caught by the backwash, but then he was able to finish it off. So looks electric, as we see behind Teva again. Really stylish surfer, Teva, I think, and really powerful. So I think he has improved a lot, as you said, making his best result so far on the first stop. And this is João Roque Pino, live, bang, big front side. Off the top there, a bit under the lip, and we see Elijah short again. Nice carve, and just pops out. The wave gets really slow there. We know that the right-handers, when they go further to the channel, they tend to disappear with this tide, and the lefts are the ones to catch right now. So as we see some more lines kicking in, looks really clean today, a bit smaller, and a lot of waves coming in, so I think we're going to see some really good ones.
Well, let's cast our mind, or just an eye really, over this round. We talked about the big seeds coming in. Who are we most looking forward to seeing, guys? What are you excited about? When you woke up this morning, the alarm went off. Who's the first QS surfer that popped into your mind? You thought, can't wait to see surf?
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a classic sort of combo of the old Federico Moraes, obviously Kick-Ash, one of the best surfers in Europe, up against Patrick Langdon-Dark, the Welshman.
Nice.
Goofy versus Natural, underdog versus sort of established European Sky On. So I thought that's a nice little matchup coming up midway through the heat, midway through the round, I should say.
Yeah, I think it's a really good one. I think with conditions like today, I think guys like Tim Bisso are going to be guys to watch.
I saw him get a warm-up wave this morning. Bisso loves this joint.
I knew you saw something about him.
Yeah, I just really like the way he connects this wave up. It's all drive, isn't he?
Yeah, I think Tim is one of those surfers that once he has space to open up, he really opens up. He's not like afraid of putting some power in the face of the wave. And yeah, I think he did really well here. I think 2 or 3 years ago, I think he made the final with Vasco. So Tim is always a stand-up in Santa Cruz because he likes some power in the waves, and once he has space, he will open up for sure with some big hacks and laybacks, and he's electric.
And if you're Thiago Carrique, #1 on the QS ratings, if we had the yellow jersey from Euro QS, he'd be wearing it. He's surfed from the early round, so has he got an advantage coming into that third round, or?
Yeah, well, as long as you get through them, yeah. Well, I think it can't hurt surfing the Connes Bank twice in a row before you start getting the siege. The more time you spend on this bank, the more you get to know it. Especially only 4 people out, you can actually work it out rather than the free surf where there's 450 rabid packs. So I don't think it can hurt. They're fit. They're not going to get tired out from surfing 2 half-hour heats over 2 days. So I can't see it hurting at all. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. There's always the chance that something could go wrong, could interference, or the ocean could turn against you. So I don't think it's a recommended strategy, but I think it could be an advantage in this case. I thought also showmans. Who's your showmans? Marco Mignot. I like when he comes, shows a bit of flair, not afraid to play up to the crowd, doesn't mind going on the excellent range just because he can.
He's coming up in heat 60. Kicked off pretty well in Australia on the challenges. Went a little quiet since then. Didn't really get a result through that summer period. He'll be looking to fire back up on the QE.
Absolutely.
Because Zhao, soft wave, he knows that. Has a look out the back, realises nothing happened on the inside. Just kick out. No early numbers in for Eddie P. Eduardo Papa. No one really getting anything of particular note so far. Caulivast, Afonso Antunes coming up in heat 9. That looks like a great matchup. I like the look of 6 as well in that round. Mark Lacomar, Andy Criere.
Power, heavy hitters.
Powerful goofies going down there. Some big spray.
I love these sort of powerful conditions. The lefts and rights, both lethal on their backhand as well. So both big, sort of tall, athletic fellas. It's going to be huge.
4th heat coming up pretty soon. Really well early in the next round. Gassian Delay. Paul Cesar Distinguin. Of course, Gassian, who was flying on the QS last year, unfortunately got injured, didn't he? I think he was warming up to serve as a wildcard in the CT, and I think he hurt himself in the lead up to that. Got pretty unlucky.
Really, really unlucky. He worked so hard to get that opportunity, and then unfortunately couldn't grasp it. But he'll come back strong. He's, again, we talk about these type of conditions, but I mean, not only are they the best seeds and the best surfers in Europe, but they really love it when the bit of juice kicks in. It really shows that they can muscle big sections that some of their sort of less experienced or junior surfers can't. So in these type of conditions, Gatchan should be amazing.
To your point about showmen, entertainers, let's say two words for you. Let's gauge your reaction. Renan Convy. He's an entertainer, mate, isn't he?
Oh, mate.
He's all action. Fiery character. Always good to watch.
Always good to watch. He's coming out. Looks like he's been shot out of a cannon from the 80s, just blasted into the future, and he just doesn't mind some fist pumps, big turns. Always goes for it. Never holds back.
Live action. Here goes short, and absolutely flying down the line. That one ran away from him, and you will see a bit of that today, as there's still some solid ones in between. It's kind of a range really in the height of the swell. There's sort of 2 to 3 footers, and all of a sudden there's like a solid sort of 4 or 5 footer out the back. So all about that line-up management. Trying to do exactly that is the young Portuguese surfer Ropino. Here he goes, nice hit. Puts it up late, goes down.
You saw the sort of steepness of that wave, the sort of spat when he took off. Got a bit of compressed air from the tube right next to him. He had about a split second to try and get up and hit that lip, which fair play, he went for it, but it was just too much water movement. He's had a few of those now, a few sort of early morning head rattlers, and now he's got to deal with some solid Atlantic Ocean swells coming through the bank.
So nice, glassy, isn't it, out there? Just the surface of the water is absolutely delightful. Beautiful conditions for us throughout yesterday, really fun. And today as well, looking very similar sort of stuff. Chico, when we get this kind of flow, a little bit out of the south, generally things don't move that much. So we've got a slight haze. It just feels like everything's going to stay pretty settled throughout the day.
Yeah, I think so. Most likely, like today, like yesterday, we saw that happening, and I feel like today is going to be like one of those clean days.
It was a lovely temperature last night, wasn't it? Did anyone else
It
enjoy that
was.
temperature?
It was.
Even after the sunset, you sort of sit outside and maybe have a restorative
Was nice.
cold beverage, and it's lovely.
Perfect temperature, yeah. Bit of breeze, nice and warm, but still fresh. You know, a bit of air moving around.
I had octopus
Great
for
time of
dinner.
year.
Do you know what? I was just about to ask you actually, Chico.
I know. I had octopus for dinner,
Okay.
and really good place.
How many did you have?
I had one octopus.
Okay.
I know, I hate the old octopus. With how do you say, like some veggies?
Yeah.
And it was
Just
really nice.
garlic vegetables,
Yeah.
just sautéed.
Like carrot.
Okay.
And how do you say? I don't remember right now. That's why I didn't want to go through that part of the plate.
French fries?
Yeah,
the
but
word you're
not
looking
the
for?
French fries.
Mashed
the ones.
potatoes.
Yes, thanks. Thank you very much.
Octopus and mash. Classic. 13 to go in this. No big numbers really to come through. Eduardo Papa's got his tentacles on a bit of a score, but no one really able to find himself a wave that kind of runs down the bank properly thus far.
Yeah, we oh, there's, look at that. See, he's all business, isn't he? Joanne Giroux. He's got the shades on, steely eyes behind it. Also, you know, always a danger. Obviously, one of Europe's great sort of servers of his generation. Still fired up. Still loves competing.
So he's first heat of that next round. So we've still got 4 more heats, including this one to go to finish off what's essentially been our second round. And then we head into the round with the top seeds. Joanne Giroux, Frenchman, will be taking on Luis Perloiro of Portugal, as well as a couple of surfers from the early round. So that's why you see him just checking out conditions, is watching the ocean, seeing where his opportunities are going to come. I reckon he'll have a pretty good read on the spot.
Yeah, he's been to Santa Cruz many times before. He would have been sussing it out. Pretty good in yesterday. The surf up in his hometown of Oscar has been absolutely on fire. So he's been probably packing a few 6 to 8 foot barrels just to get him ready and drive down in the van and ready to roll. So Joanne, always exciting. Had some good results. Also on the Challengers Series too.
On the
yeah,
Challengers,
he's
yeah.
right in the mix for the CT still, for sure.
Sitting 11.
Especially 11, exactly. And especially coming into the van in Portugal. He knows that wave so well. Ribeiro de Ellis, his backhand is lethal. So yeah, it'd be an incredible story if he can fight back, get on that CT, because in those type of you know, world-class waves, you know, he's still a world-class athlete.
Let's talk about how hard is it to actually make the first cut, because most of them, like they really try to, they get a long road to get there, and the first the way they adapt on the first half is really hard. Like you got to be really good to make it happen, and we've seen guys like João Chumbinho not making the cut, then re-qualifying, and now he's in the finals.
Same with Molly Picklum as well. Same story.
Exactly.
Missed the cuts and then a shot at a world title. Under
yeah.
11 minutes remaining in this one. It's been a bit of just a sluggish one, really. Eduardo Papa's 4.83 is our only real bit of quality thus far, but we're underway here. It's to round of 96 at the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House. A big day of competition. Surf looks really fun. Stay tuned.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Welcome back to live action. The Pro Santa Cruz presented by Noah Surf House. Beautiful scenes as we fly past the town of Santa Cruz. If you're wondering where it is, we're real close, just up the coast slightly from Ericeira, in between Ericeira and Peniche really. So two of the great sort of epicenters of Portuguese and European surfing. And nestled between those, a long stretch of various beach breaks with some cliffs running down, and there's kind of town beaches like the one we're at right now. And then if you drive a little bit and have a look around, you've got an excellent chance of finding really fun ways with very few people out in the water. We're checking out live action from the heat leader right now. Eduardo Papa, the Italian, gives it a good hit outside, and he got the best of the opening exchange, and he's found a meteor wave here, and he's putting quite a lot of work in just to connect it. Meanwhile, out the back, Elijah Short hits it hard, and a nice combo for a second turn. Just dialed down a touch for the second one. Wanted to make sure he finished, and he did exactly thus.
Yeah, we was waiting for a bit of quality in this heat after that, so it was early start. It's gone pretty sluggish, and then, yeah, Elijah Short, just a two-turn combo, which got the heart racing. You heard Chico Alvarez groan with pleasure. See the spray, a lot of spray in that first turn, and then belts it twice. So you expect that's going to be easily his best score, but one of the best scores of the heat. And Papa, just you're right, Chico, those rights, they just go into that deep water and just get a bit sluggish, don't they?
Yeah, especially the ones towards the left side of our screen. As you see behind, there's another right, but they tend to just die off in the channel, and this was during the break. Nice snap there for João Roque Pinho, and nice carve off the top. Let's see if we can get around this section and get another turn in, and yes, he did. So nice way for João as well. Really nice in transition, and this was Teva. Nice snap off the top as well. How good are these lefts when they come? Nice carve off the top. Really composed surfing, not making any mistakes, and connecting all the dots towards the inside here. Let's see if we can get another bonus section at the end to have another little snap off the top. And yes, he did. So nice and long wave by Teva.
No skipping leg day.
He's not.
No, he's going to be feeling that. He's both got a long paddle, and those legs will be aching from all that hard work.
Chico's to pick you up our last. You had the octopus, you had the mash and the carrots. What about dessert, mate? What did you get for pudding?
Brownie.
Classic.
With vanilla.
Brownie,
with vanilla ice.
brownie, comma, with vanilla ice.
It's a story
Two
as
scoops,
old
mate.
as age itself,
Two
that one.
scoops or just one?
Never have I been less surprised about anything in my life than that last
Wow.
statement. Oh, they talk about being surprised. Elijah Short just out of the blocks again after that two-turn combo. He's come back with another wave. A lot of scores to drop in. They've come in just in that ad break. There's probably 4 or 5 waves ridden and then another. So, yeah, this man's starting to warm up.
I think he's going to go to the lead with these last two waves. This last turn was big and really technical off the top with speed. The face of the wave was beautiful, so it made our eyes pop out. So.
Did you get the little basket of breads as an appetizer? Garlic butter, olives, little olive. Yeah.
But I had another thing you missed out. The seafood soup.
Classic. Yeah, classic starter.
How good is it?
Bread,
Oh my God.
olives, seafood soup.
Seafood
Octopus
again.
with mashing carrots, brownie, comma, vanilla ice cream. And I bet she had a little coffee, little biscuit at the end.
Yeah, of course she did. And then after all this, you've got like a
Stopped at the petrol station on the way home, bought some crisps.
for a kinder.
Good stuff.
And then had a fight with a vending machine on the way home.
What do we got? 5 minutes to go in this Papa's number in. A 2.6 for the slopey right. Good enough. Well, it was good enough for first. And then check this. Roque Pinho jumps up. 5.07 is what he drops in. I think we went on 2 numbers for Elijah Short. Let's see where that puts him. We reckon he'll have a good shot. Certainly getting in a stronger position. We're all caught up with Teva Bushka. 3.57 for him. So there's the numbers. Well, we just wait on scores for our leader and our surfer in 4th at the moment. That'll give us a different situation. It goes Elijah, 6.5. He's got another number to come in too. So, he's got a real good chance of going to first when that drops. And he needs to be a 1.87 to do that. Judges will think on.
Yeah, it's going to be a good number, you think, for that one big turn. And suddenly the two seeds, effectively, of this round, Eduardo Papa and Teva Bushka, are in a bit of strife for trying to get the update so they know where they're at. They're both going to need to do some work as Short's score comes in. So 5, 6, 7, so he's rocketed out in the lead. What's that bird's that, Paul?
It's a cormorant, member of the shag family. And yeah, they one of the few seabirds that don't have oil on their feathers, which is why you see them drying their wings quite often on lampposts or even on masts of sailboats. You see them with the wings spread out. So yeah, they don't have oil. The reason for that is so they can get deeper. They dive down. They get fish quite deep down on the water column.
Less viscous.
And the oil, well, the oil just makes it float. So it's quite hard. It traps the air. It's quite harder to get down. So they can go deeper. No oil. Let's check out the heat recap and see how heat number 13, the round of 96, has gone down. And the young Portuguese surfer, Rob Pino, he's gone all right.
Yeah, this is a really well surfed wave. He just dragged that last turn around and he thought it may have dragged it too long, but got around and then just finished off that little exclamation mark at the end. So, but it's all about the kind of power. These two waves were caught really quick back to back. And with those two turns and then with this one, so 3 manoeuvres, basically that little check turn, Short has gone into the lead, and that was massive. Massive. Really solid, powerful surfing on his backside. He's got himself a fair bit of daylight, and as ever, those 3 surfers hunting down for second, and it's very, very tight. Small numbers needed, but time is against them.
Just over 2.5. There's your heat leader right now. Just turned up the pressure with 2 waves back to back. How often have we seen scores come? It's like a combination of punches. And you get a wave, you get a good one, you get a little kick of energy, extra paddle juice, and then back in the lineup, get another one really similar. So applying loads of pressure and leaving everyone else really to think about second at the moment. It is the young Portuguese Goofy who's paddling right now and up right on the back end at the moment in second spot. They'll swing and an opening turn, then get into the lip here. That was nice. A little release from the tail as well. And this one will get slopey. And will do well just to try and get into this little rip, maybe get a little steep pocket by that water head back out to sea. And still swinging, keeping the board loose. Bring it all the way down. Really nicely done to finish. So well surfed wave from him. A lot of those rights, they do stop suddenly. That one, he was able to juice through to the inside. We're picking up the end of a ride from surfer. Quite surprised possibly to see him in 4th place at the moment in this one, but finishing off the left. Let's see where that puts him in numbers. Not huge requirement. It was 4.81 prior to that wave of Zhao. Did he improve on the 3.3?
Absolutely, yeah. Zhao did improve on that 3.3, so those requirement you think is going to go north, and that's one turn that ain't going to really help his cause too much for Teva. But this one was well surfed, Chico. Sort of, you know, as you said, a bit fat, but he rinsed pretty much every juicy section. That one particularly, he maximised the potential that was on that wave.
Yeah, he's a tall kid. He's really lengthy the way he surfs, so I think he can really extend his lines to make this ride look better than actually it is. So he did a really good job on this wave, and I think he will improve, as you said, on the 3.5. And a really well surfed wave by João, as we see the replay of Blue as well. So another one from Blue. I feel like Elijah really found his rhythm out there on the second half of this heat, and really putting together some beautiful waves.
That was pretty sick.
Just in rhythm, isn't he? It's funny, those heats, you get into it, the more waves you catch, the more waves you catch. See him there, he's pretty much wrapped it up. It's a bit of a boil over. Elias Short has done exceptionally well. He's got, just keep building on his scores. You can see the disappointment from Teva. Yeah, your hands in his hands. He knows that that's a big loss. First heat of the event. He's been here for a while, training, thinking about a lot, and she's all over. She cries. That's the brutality of the sport. And he has to pack his bags, think about his next step in Morocco. But that's a hard loss to take. You can tell by the way it affected him that it was it's already hurting.
Elijah bringing it in here in a really commanding performance for him. He's got another number to drop, but just turning up the quality, the way he connected with that left. I just want to keep that sort of energy going, because you just find yourself a rhythm. You just want the heats to keep coming. So we'll look forward to seeing him coming up in the next round. Really good performance in an early heat, the first heat of the day, and it was a little sluggish to start in that one. Just stayed out of trouble. It's exactly what this guy did. Just consolidating. Didn't necessarily need to get that wave at the end, but he did get his highest score of 5.17. It was a softer one, and he was just relentless, really. Just sort of surfed up to the potential of that wave, kind of maximised the points he could get. That's why he's through to the next round. So Papa and Bushka will bow out of competition. It's well done to Short and Rock Pino. The first heat of the day wrapped up. Really fun waves out there we're looking forward to. Another fun day of competition on the QS here at the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House. More live action from beautiful Portugal right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Welcome back to Santa Cruz. We are at the second heat of the day here in the Praia do Norte. We are getting through the round of 96 here at the Pro Santa Cruz. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth. First heat of his day. Luke Jervis, mate, out there. It looks pretty fun. What's your scope of the conditions, mate? What's the vibe? Hold that thought as we see straight up into it. Yeah, Verstalus just coming down. This is a nice long left. It's got one section here. Just falls a little bit short, so that was a juicy section he hasn't maximised. But yeah, well, we can see what the waves look like. What's your take on it, Jervis?
Good morning, and good morning to everyone at home. It's so fun. Yeah, it's super clean. It's a little smaller than yesterday, but still, I think it's even better because the set waves are the best ones, and they're not closing out on anything. Just there's a few really good waves and a few really good opportunities out there. So it's gonna be a fun day to watch, and I think we're gonna have a lot of waves. As we see the replay of Jatir Berazalusi, he got a nice first turn. Unfortunately, kind of mistimed it, that one. But yeah, it could have been a good start for Jatir. Unfortunately, it went down. So yeah, it looks fun. It looks fun. I think it's going to be a really good day, a long day, but a really good day of surfing.
Yeah, as we see, Brega just can't get into that one. Yeah, we've got waves. The low tide will, probably help. So that's about 2 o'clock this afternoon at 2:30. So yeah, we've got waves. We've got good winds, and we've got the top seeds all piling in to the next round after we deal with this. But right now, Umana Atini just banging down the line, waits for the first section, can't get a little chip in. So 5 minutes gone, and no surfer able to put any serious kind of damage on the board. But here he goes. Whoa, that's a great first turn. Opens up his arms, comes around again, a nice little carve in the pocket. Steepens up a bit. It's a bit frothy and a bit foam, those right-handers. Goes a bit fat, but he's working with it. And then finishes off. So, yeah, Berazalusi, and then he's not done yet. One last shore break kind of whack. So, a lot of effort. And he's sort of staying busy. Not a bad approach early on in the heat.
No, not at all. There's a few right-handers that actually go all the way through the beach, all the way to the end of the beach, as we see here. Jatir, nice first carve. You like that one, Ben? And straight into the second. Yeah, this is the part of the wave that he needs to hold on and try to explode. But yeah, a little bit of a whitewash on that face. But he managed really well. He finished this one off with that nice snap. He manages to get on the inside with the backwash and everything. Unfortunately, it went down. But I think the major damage was done on the outside.
Yeah, that's right. It's a bit of a risk in terms of they do go that little bit sluggish for that middle part. But if you can connect out the back with one solid turn and then just get a bit of shampoo with the rest of it, it's a worthy strategy. You get an easy paddle out. There's a little rip boulder that takes you straight back out. So, yeah, I think especially if you don't have priority, and some of these lefts, as we've seen, are better, but they can close out. So the surfers will just sort of play it by ear. They'll know that the right's an option. It's more a case of just getting out the back and sort of travelling on instinct. I suppose that's the question, Philippe. Like, you set your plans. How much do you sort of start to trust your instincts in these situations? If you see a right, if you told yourself you're going to go left, but then you see a good right pop up, do you ignore your own plans, or do you follow your heart?
Like normally, I don't think you should ignore if a wave with a scoring potential comes your way. Even if you have a plan A, you need to be the plan A, B, C, and D, because everything is changing all the time on surfing, and you better have more than one plan. And if a good right-hander comes your way, why not? Even though you're looking for the lefts and you're looking for specifically the type of wave, very specific. But if it has scoring potential, you should go and not waste a single minute, because you know what? Sometimes you're looking for these certain types of waves, and it's 25 minutes and they might not show up. So might as well just take advantage of your opportunities.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, especially with 4 surfers out there. Waves,
definitely.
There's a lot of them, but there's 4 men scrapping for every individual sort of inside take on it. As we see that light offshore still just feathering the waves, the texture looks amazing. Some sets approaching. It looks like it's Nobrega on his backside. That's going to go too quick, and he can't get that one. He may not getting the rest potentially on the head as well. As we see, Arkin, Israeli, had a good year so far. Sort of little tag on that. Didn't show a lot of commitment there. If you've got a one-turn wave like that one, you've got to commit. Speaking of commitment, Hilmana Atini, well, he didn't hold back at all. He's checking that board as well as he might. But right now, someone who did use his surfboard to very, very good use in the first heat of the day, Elias Short, down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, boys, Joanna is looking good today. Yeah, it's me, Chico. So yeah, I have with me the last heat winner, Elijah. Really slow start, but then halfway through the heat, you start to gain confidence and building scores.
Yeah, I achieved to find good waves. Like, yeah, as you said, at the half of the heat. At the beginning, I started very bad with a poor right and a close out left. But yeah, so I managed to get 2 scores, so I'm stoked.
Was your goal to get one big turn off the top, or really try to connect the dots there and get long waves?
Yeah, try to aiming for a combo. Yeah.
You're always really confident here in Santa Cruz. You feel like home. I feel like every time you come here, you get those major true results you always get here.
Yeah, I like big waves, like powerful. So it's like this. So it's good, yeah.
Yeah, Santa Cruz fits your surfing well. Good luck for the next round, and congrats for this one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Elias Short. Sort of serious demeanour on him. He's all business, isn't he? I mean, that's when he's won a heat. I like to see him when he's lost one, but
when he said he was stoked, you could see it. You couldn't actually see it on his face. He was like, "Yeah, I'm so stoked." With a very serious face. Maybe he has he's on a mission. Maybe.
Yeah, he clearly is. One big section here. Versus the Lucé, he likes it. He tells the judges that they should like it as well. I like the Volvo sponsorship as well. As a proud owner of a V40 Volvo myself.
That's a good sponsorship.
It's great to see young surfers. Car brands getting behind these young surfers, and yeah, it's good stuff. As you see, this one turn wonder here. What were your thoughts on this, Jervis?
Yeah, it was. I think he was happy because that was because of the backwash. Halfway between the turn, he got attacked by a huge backwash and he almost fell. So it felt like that was pretty critical. Let's see what the judges thought of that, because he claimed it.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to be too swayed by that, but he liked it. And a 3.67. So
it might improve on that 1.67. That's for sure, but. It's not going to be something major, I think.
Yeah, exactly. You probably bang on. It's around that. So, yeah, it all adds up. As we see more lines approaching out of the northwest. We've got swell on tap for most of the week. Just that period's dropped down a little bit too, hasn't it, Philippe? So that just adds a little bit more peakiness to the thing, which is no bad thing for these beach breaks.
Yeah, you don't want to. We're not used to, Portugal is not used to those long period swells, but when they come, it's always kind of weird, especially because of that. It's that the whole line just takes over the beach breaks, and yeah, like this is sometimes it's a little bit peaky, and yeah, it looks super fun. Obviously, there's a few sets that still close out, but if you're on the right spot, you can get some really good waves. As we see this one approaching, Danielle is looking for it.
Yeah. As you say, this is just, I mean, today's date, what is it, the 7th of September? So still just gone out of high summer. We've still got, a month of sort of high quality Portuguese sunshine coming our way. These are the type of swells that just start to appear with more and more regularity as you go into the prime seasons of sort of October, November. So yeah, great start.
Yeah, I would definitely say we still have at least 2 months of good weather, because October right now it feels like the summer is pushed all the way through October. But the main thing is that's why it's the best time to surf in Portugal, September and October, because you still have the good weathers, but you already have light winds and a little bit of a swell. So it's definitely the best time, and the water gets warm. The north winds just this kind of winds. They kind of disappear from the summer, and yeah, I'm looking forward for the rest of these couple of months.
Yeah, well, the Challenger Series event obviously is in Ribeira de Ilhas, and that's start of October, and we've been lucky enough to go the last 5-6 years, and
sunny,
we've had swell every year, and it's like proper beach days, so yeah, incredible sort of perfect conditions really, like swell, warm weather. Sort of offshore in the morning, bit of wind in the afternoon. So yeah, good times in Portugal. Looks like that Bersalisa, he said he got a 3.33, so just added up to his score. He's out in the lead, but none of the other surfers managing to get any type of real scores on the board at the moment. As we see, those conditions just a little down. Still, sometimes those bigger sets still aren't quite the ones that last set, for example, is just a bit big. Still, just not by much, but just a little bit. Maybe when the tide starts to go out, they'll offer a bit more opportunity.
Oh, definitely, because you want that. The best size for Santa Cruz is like a little bit smaller than those big ones, because you want the sets to just be on the right spot of the banks, and sometimes these bigger ones just go a little wider or a little bit more out the back, and they kind of miss the banks. So you wanted those mid-sized ones, as we see Danielle looking at them. Not really. You don't want the smaller ones. You want the medium-sized ones. So it's going to be interesting to see what the tide will do to the waves, because obviously the bank is going to get a lot more shallow. But if the swell drops a little, which is supposed to throughout the day, it should be really fun.
As we see, surfer in white, Atini going the right-hander. Not a bad option with that channel there. Wow. 2-turn combo. And so Atini gets himself in the game at least. Nobrega on the inside, winds up. That's a big meaty section, and he just can't quite hang on. He got close, but not close enough. So Nobrega trying to get some type of toe hold in this heat. If he'd come out of that wave, it would have been a potential heat changer. But he didn't, so he's had to go back out, start again. Still with 11 minutes to go, plenty of time. What went wrong here? Okay, this is the right first.
Yeah, nice first turn, nice little snap layback, but this finishing turn really strong on the critical section. So I think it's going to be Huamana best wave, as we see Daniel Nóbrega's first proper wave. Nice first snap, straight into a nice foam climb, waiting for the wave to stand up. This could have been a really good score if he landed this one. It felt like he had it, but he went off balance right at the end. So it's going to be a bit of a bummer for Nóbrega, but he still has time to recompose and get another good score, because look at this. This one, he needed to land that one to get the score. Unfortunately, yeah, he went off balance. It felt like the foam just got the
There was a bit of water moving around, wasn't there? Like,
Yeah.
not backwash, but still a bit of lump, and it's a sort of meaty section. Unfortunately, because of all that turbulence, you didn't get a clean exit. Still got a 2.83 for the turns out the back, but need to finish it back out there in the hunt. As we see, Surfer in red, eyeing off left. Can't quite get it.
That could have been a good one.
Yeah, that looks fun, doesn't it? It's got to try and get those corners where you can. And he goes again, pulls the trigger with priorities. Arkin, nice. It's almost double overhead right hand, and there's a big backhand turn. The lip came over.
That was
almost
so
got
weird.
barreled on the way out. Sort of front ways barreled, and rode out with style. So really interesting to get the breakdown on this replay, because it's a really strange manoeuvre, but super exciting.
And critical.
It was a big wave, huh?
Yeah, it was a big wave. It just holds that bottom turn for as long as possible. He kind of went a bit late, but when he turned the board upside down, yeah, it just got barreled. Look at that. The lip, I don't know how he managed to land that, because sometimes that lip hits you in the head, and look at this. See, it was kind of late. He didn't actually properly hit the lip, but he managed to do really well, because it's a lot of power in there, and he was happy with that one. It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, difficult way to score that one. Hard to put it exactly on then, but it was, yeah, it just had enough wow factor to.
Yeah, it's a critical turn, but at the same time, it was kind of mistimed it. So it's going to be very interesting, because it was really critical.
Okay, so live action again. Attini sticking to the right. Big, long lip line floater with a bit of a tail drop. Comes around the corner. The roundhouse cut back now. Trying to finish off with one turn. Oh, and a lovely drop wallet. So a bit of variety. Big turns. Good wave from Attini.
Yeah, very well served, that one. I really like the finishing turn, because you see that the rip ball right-hander, it feels like it's offering a lot of scoring potential. So the guys should be looking at this. Look at this. He went over that one. Nice floater with a little bit of air, as he said, and then just setting up for this finishing turn. Look at this. Drop wallet layback. Really strong on that back foot. Changing direction. Very good surfing by Huamana. I think he's going to improve on that. 2.5.
Yeah, he looks good. A 5.33 is his first wave. He's about to improve his heat total. Gets back out there at the right, starting to work out for Attini. Just getting over that little hump. Sort of came down here this morning. Start till 9 because of the high tide. Was a bit later on this morning. You see there that high was at 8:39 a.m. And so we just waited till 9 just to deal with the bulge of the swell, and it goes down to low, as you see there, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and a little bit the coefficient or the depth between the two heights is getting smaller.
Yeah, the range
is getting smaller, so the coefficient's dropping, so it'll be less and less sort of an impact as the week goes on. But yeah, low tide at 3, and this bank doesn't mind that. You see Nóbrega, there's a section. Oh, nice little tag off the top. Can he get another one in? More of a foam climb because he was late to the party. He got booted out by the bouncers, and didn't make that end section.
Sorry, look at the score for Ido. So the judges went as high as a 6.33. What do you reckon?
Yeah, as I said, it was a really difficult one to kind of put a number on. I didn't think it'd go that high, if I'm being honest. But I think the size of the wave and the fact that he just sort of managed to come down with the lip and got covered up just added a bit of extra sort of spice. So I think that's where he got his 6.5 points from. So launches up into the lead with that, and now just backing up a small score. 6 minutes on the clock. Still waiting on Ateni's last wave, the two-turn combo. That will improve. So it's going to leave Nebrega and Bersaluse with some work to do. And you can see that man Arkin there, just a one-turn combo, gets a 6.33. So shoots to the lead. Going to start to expect to see some bigger numbers. We haven't seen a whole lot of sort of scores in the excellent range, but as these big seeds start to pop up in the next round,
yeah, I think we're
gonna,
with conditions like this, we're definitely going to see some higher scores.
There's loads of opportunity against some of the best servers in Europe, if not the world, are going to be out there. So expect that little ratio just to improve by 10 or 15% perhaps. But Arkin's got his number, and now just desperately trying to back it up. So it's a 6.33 for one turn. You can see the difference there, 5.8 up to 7. That sort of...
Not even the judges were like... Normally the range in between highest and the lowest is not as high as this. So even the judges were like, how should we score that turn?
Yeah, we said it was difficult, a weird one.
Definitely.
It was a sort of a unusual manoeuvre. So it made it a little bit more difficult to try and pin down. But as you said, come up with a solid number. He won't be worrying about that. He's got the bank numbers on the board. Nebrega now, they're needing a 6.18. So that last wave also for Atuni came in at a 5.2. So he's got a pair of 5s. He's got a bit of leeway now. So Surfer in green needing a 5.3. 4, and now the surfer in blue, the man on your screen there, needing a 6.18. I wonder if those guys now, they'll know that those two surfers got their waves, those scores on those right-handers, won't they? So then they'll be like, and maybe just push a bit further over. Bersaluse's got priority. He can sort of go wherever he wants.
How is that paddling just that close from Jatir? You think it's like mind games? Because you have a huge open space and you still go by very close to your opponent. So it's, I think people like to get into those mind games.
Yeah, even when you've got like priority, someone paddles up on the inside of you, even though you've got priority, it's still it's something as a surfer.
It kind of messes with you.
If you're a surfer, you're like, that's just not cool, mate. I've got priority.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still something, just anything to unsettle your opponent. As we see the recap here, Philippe, and he's been pretty consistent. Ateni.
Yeah, the French surfer just getting those two-turn combos on those right-handers and definitely paying off. And this is the turn that we've been talking about, like kind of late, but at the same time it was really critical. He came upside down, the hit. The leap went over his head, and this is the French surfer backup, a 5.2, nice little floater, but I think all the points come from this turn, honestly. This layback turn, really strong. So very well served by Juan Ateni. Was in the first place, just trying to control the heat, and with 2 minutes and a half remaining, I think he's in a pretty good position.
Yeah, Ateni out in the lead. Arkin just trying to back up that real low score, so he's looking pretty good too if he can catch a wave. Bit of work to be done from their opponents. And 2 minutes on the clock. They're probably only going to get one opportunity each potentially, so they've got to make it count. It's a little bit of that backwash just filtering through the lineup there. Looks like Ateni's going to sit on Bersaluse just to make sure that...
Why? He's in the first place. He doesn't need to do that.
But if Arkin were to get a better wave, then he's the danger man, isn't he? He goes Arkin, tube, just can't quite get in and can't get the section. So nice looking wave, but gave no scoring opportunity.
I think Arkin should be the one sitting on top of Jadir, as we see Daniel Nobrega with a nice turn.
Yeah, we just saw the end there. So got his backhand, a nice finish. See if there was anything else. I think that was just that one turn, so probably not going to be enough, considering he needs a 6.18. I said he might only get one opportunity, and this might be it.
Yeah, nice bottom turn. Yeah, just that one big turn. Unfortunately, the wave wasn't that big as well, so it won't be a high score, but with 1 minute remaining, it's going to be a little hard to Daniel to get around.
Yeah,
2.73. So
he hasn't had a good heat, has he? Sort of had that one big section where he went for it and didn't make it. If he'd made that, it could have been a whole different sort of sliding doors moment, but he hasn't. At the back, that's Martini just going for it with 45 seconds on the clock. A poor wave choice. And the guys, here we go. So Arkin, that's another one-turn combo. He could well improve on that. His low score of a 2.67. He's coming in. He thinks his job is done. 30 seconds on the clock. Just going to sort of hope that he's looking around to see if either Saluse or Nobrega can catch a wave. Look, he's looking at the back. Just hoping that no one else is going to stand up on their surfboard. As it stands, he's through. And
look
10 seconds on the clock. You'll be watching. You can see him in the far right of your screen there. And meanwhile, this is the last throw of the dice. 5 seconds on the clock. Saluse, it's a bit foamy and he gets a little bit caught up. He's hoping for one last section. He gets it, but unfortunately, too frothy, too foamy, and no scoring potential. That won't be enough, so he's going to have to bid farewell, unfortunately. Arkin and Attini, pretty convincing winners in the end. And they march on through to the round of 64. They'll hopefully get to see them surf. Well, we will get to see them surf in the round of 64. We're going to complete the round today is the plan. So those two guys will be back. You'll see him later on today with that one sort of really radical but a bit weird backhand turn. But, you know, we like weird. Weird's good. And he's through. He'll take it any way he can on that purple peril. And he marching up the soft sand of Santa Cruz. Have a debrief with his coaches and get ready for the next heat. All fired up. So we've done two. We've got two more heats of the round of 96 to complete, and we march on to where the big seeds are. While we take a short break, we're going to come back with more live action. The Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House, right after this.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Welcome back to Santa Cruz. We'll check out Heat 15, round of 96. Vicente Romero, Francisco Ordóñez, Gabriel Ribeiro, Ian Fontaine. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Philip Jervis. And mate, another tough heat to get through. You look at these sort of almost bunch in the ratings, that same sort of area. They're a long way back at the moment from getting up into a spot to challenge for the challengers. But I tell you what, you get out of this round and get on a roll here, can really light up your campaign.
Oh, definitely. You just needed that one big result just to put you right there, up there in the mix on the ranking. So it's going to be really interesting to see as we see Vicente Romero, a nice looking wave ball.
Yeah, great entry from him. Love what he does on a rail. Always carving in the pocket with speed and aggression. Nice and smooth as he just opens up. Cleans up those rails, a little snap in the pocket. Gets combo energies, he'll get another little tag as well. And that's the sort of stuff you can expect from Vicente. It's just smooth, powerful, always.
And very consistent.
Yeah, he's always seems to be in the sweet spot of the wave as well. Really good read on
Never
conditions.
Falls. I remember it was probably one of the guys that I compete the most against on my junior careers, and I absolutely hated to surf against him. As we see, just a combination of nice, smooth transitions, and he's so consistent. He usually always make the right choice on choosing the turn, choosing the waves. As we see Ian's Fontaine, first wave of 5.5. he was also one very difficult
Whoa.
surfer. One very difficult to surf to compete against as well, and because of that, he can actually manage to get some big turns in big sections, and he always gets some nice scores on these heats. So very consistent. Both of these two surfers very consistent, and this is Francisco Ordonez, the new generation of Portugal.
Nice left here, stands up for him. He'll go a layback. Just almost ran out of speed. Does actually pretty well to cling on to that, and it's just breathless, this one. Ribeiro out the back here. Just wrap him on in the pocket. Some of these rights go a little softer. Some of them do stand up. This one's got a little bit of steepness in front of him, and he'll bring it through, opening up again, using that rail, using the speed generated through the midsection of the wave. So a nice exchange there. 21 on the clock. Ian Fontaine paddling hard here. Look at this thing, just so glassy on the face. That one will run away from him. So Ian already with the score on the board of the 5-5, able to really unleash in terms of turns right there. This one blistering, mate, from the beginning. It's all action.
Yeah, definitely. There's so many waves.
And while we wait for scores to come in, let's go down here from the winner of the last heat, standing by with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Congratulations on that win. You got lucky that Ido didn't get a backup score. How are the conditions outside?
Conditions are really tricky, a lot of backwash. Yeah, it's hard to get a good waves.
And did you manage to get a free surf before the competition started?
Yeah, I do a little free surf, but just like 20 minutes, just for know how the waves are.
And how are you preparing for this competition?
I'm preparing with my coach, Romain Lollet. We come like 3 days before the contest for know the waves and surf the waves.
And have you been just surfing here at this beach or any other spots?
Here and a little surfing in France, like Anglet or Osgore.
Are you excited about the next round?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great stuff there. And he's all stoked to get through to the next round. Shout out to Romain Lollet in the coaching role with a lot of the strong deep talent pool out of France. We'll have a look at Ian Fontaine in the lead in this one with that 5-5, just the marginal backup number for that right. We just saw him catch before we crossed to the interview. What numbers to come in for this guy, Ribeiro?
Yeah, with one of those right-handers that go all the way through the rip ball, and sometimes they get a bit mushy and a bit fat, but here he did really well. Nice snap to finish that one off. So, yeah, it's a clash between two different generations. Both Gabriel and Francisco Ordonez are from the new generation of Portuguese surfers, and Ian Fontaine and Vicente Romero a little bit more of old, not an old school, but I'll call it veterans.
Experience.
Yeah, experience. That's the word, experienced surfer. So it's going to be interesting. Francisco has been one of the standouts in Portugal as a surfer. He's improving a lot. He's very consistent, but this guy, talk about consistency, Paul.
Just belting it on the backhand, beautiful looking wave. Look at this thing stand up for him, and he'll bash the lip. He just got this a touch late on the last turn, but nevertheless, did some good snaps before that, and just really linking up with these running lefts that do seem to be the better direction to surf. Here goes Romero on a great looking opening bowl, really nice. Right in the pocket where you need to be, that's it. And doesn't do too much there, crucially. See, a lot of people take on too much of that finishing section and go down. And Vicente Romero knows at this stage of a heat with just a 3 on the board, you want to make sure he finishes. What's Ian Fontaine doing? Is this equipment? Is this a run up the beach?
I think he's going to go for the lap around.
So Ian back on the sand right now. 25-minute heats don't afford you loads of time, whether it's getting caught inside or caught in a rip and wasting valuable time on the insides. So he's decided, you know what, let's not fight the ocean, let's go with the way the water's moving. So he's running south down the beach here, and he'll look to jump in that rip on the other side of that right-hander where the rights go a little soft, and that'll just pull him out the back. So how do you like that decision to come in?
Yeah, if you finish the wave right on the sand, it might as well do that, because these west swells, almost south swells, just push you all the way to the north side of the beach, and you can get caught up in between sets and paddling a lot, and might as well just come around and just be on the rip ball. As you see here, if you see a nice first turn, as you said, he could have gone a little stronger on that one, but we have been seeing a lot of people falling on that finishing turn. So smart decision, as you see Ian on a nice little left-hander again. Nice first snap, straight into a nice backside carving. This was definitely a difficult one to do because it was like there was a wave coming from behind and kind of a bit of a backwash, but he managed to do really well on that. And you can see his best score, 5.83.
Yeah, good number for Ian. So solid overall, 11.33 for him. We're waiting on number 4, Romero, to come through. It'll certainly get him up at least into second place. Well, it will be second place for him. It'll be an improvement. His high score goes to second. Here is Ordóñez. Nice looking steep section, and again hits it hard, nice and late with the speed. Crucially, completes it.
Yeah, I don't think today, unless it's a huge turn, I don't think today the judges will want to see just that one turn wave, unless it's something huge. Because there are opportunities. We already saw both Ian and Vincent getting some nice little left-handers. So
yeah, it's a great point. The obvious contrast is there's running lefts and linking them up, and just what that looks like, just compared to one quick kind of basically a closeout turn.
It's not unless you do something huge on one finishing turn. Judges know and the surfers know there are some walls to work with. And they want to see those combination of turns, even though it's a good turn, obviously. But you see, it just hits it kind of late. It's nothing major. It's nothing super special. Obviously, it's a good turn, but not enough to go on the mid-range scores. It's gonna be a little bit under those. It's gonna they need to find some walls to work with, I think.
So clean on the face out there, just looks delightful as they paddle in. Ordóñez on the inside, dealing with some on the head. You see the power there as that thing gets hold of him. That's the reason why Ian Fontaine decided to do that run around. And if you're doing a run around, a reposition is always nice when you hear your high score, high score of the heat being read out as well. Give you a little extra kick in the arms to get out of the back. Good number coming in for Ordóñez though, for that one turn. And he's looking for 5.9 at the moment for second. It's not going to be quite that, but he's going to put himself in a much, much better position to attack Vicente Romero, the Spaniard. At the moment, it sits in second. It's going to be a mid-range number for Ordóñez as he makes his way. He doesn't seem too hurried, just kind of plodding back out the back. Look for another opportunity. He's on the peak. He'll pick up 4th priority. First prior with whites, Gabriel Ribeiro. Looking for numbers here. Okay, so it drops in 4.93 for Francisco. Decent. Now he only needs a 3.47. So the judges rewarding the risk that he took. Vicente Romero here. We'll have a look. Just fades into the initial bolt. A sort of face snap for a first turn. Another one a bit similar. Just keeping that board loose and on a rail. And then deals with a slopier section before he gets into the lip. And it's smooth and it's controlled. I like it.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, let's just see Francisco's nice first turn. We'll see the replay on that one. Maybe that was the last turn, not the first. But you know what? I think Vicente can risk it a little more because this wave had a lot of wall, and it feels like he's running away from the critical part of the wave and doing cutbacks instead of hitting the lip. But even though he finished really well.
He's doing a run around on the beach right now. Meanwhile, out the back, Ribeiro, a bigger wave for him. Not what he wanted. As soon as you saw him do that kind of mid-face pump in that section, just kind of tumble next to him, you knew he wasn't going to make it around. So unable to add to his total right there. Under that 13-minute mark, Vicente Ribeiro, second place in the heat prior to his last number to come in, is on the beach. Ian Fontaine, your leader, who's just done the runarounds. He's at the top of the peak right now, and his low score of 5.5, so good numbers for him with a couple of solid 5s locked in. He's found runners, a good read on conditions after a decent free serve he had this morning. Looks like he's enjoying himself, loves competing. It's Ian Fontaine. Vicente Romero, he's not sprinting around the beach. We'll call that a canter, just a sort of a light jog for him. Let's have a look at his wave.
Yeah, even though he fades C, that was almost a leap on that first turn, and he ended up going for a cutback here. Obviously, the wave was a bit more mellow, and he needs to do a cutback, but I think that first one, he could have gone a lot more vertical, like this one. See here, wham! He hits the lip, change direction. That's got to be a good score for him. That's got to be feeling really good, as we see. Also, Francisco, it was just that one big turn. It paid off for him on the last one. Let's see what the judges thought of this one. So a bit more stronger, smaller wave.
That sun just pokes through and it all goes blue. Big expanse of sand here at Santa Cruz. Several kilometers of beach. The peaks all up and down. We're pretty much bang in front of the Noah Surf House right now. Most consistent peak in town. Is where we held the event last year. We do have the option to obviously set up where the waves are best at this main peak, providing us consistency throughout the tide, which is quite crucial as well. We will see a bit of a swing throughout the day today. You guys had the tide graphic up in the last seat, didn't you? So it will change things, but just the way the numbers are on the forecast and the information we have, particularly with the winds as well, it looks like being a really fun day, really whatever the tide's doing. This is free surfing down the beach. It gives you an idea of the scale of the sand at this place. So
non-stop finish. You can surf by yourself if you want.
It's Long Beach running. We're going north right now through the lineup, so that's that next peak up is where a lot of the free surf is going on during the heats. And as you continue, just multiple peaks up and down. If you want to surf with some of the best qualifiers from around Europe, well, that's there. But if you want to be, find a bit of alone time, that's easily done as well. As you see, just beautiful peaks all up and down. Kane Souza is stoked. He's coming up in the next heat. It's going to be a pretty tough one. Kane Souza's been enjoying competing in Portugal the last few years. Always got a smile on his dial.
Yeah, it's always on the good mood, and he's competing on the nationals as well. So he's been around. He's a good surfer as well. So it's going to be good to see him. I think he went through yesterday on a heat. So it's good to see him on the round of 96. So.
Romero's numbers in. It's just under his previous 4.67. So just consolidating in second place. So things have settled down a bit now, but tell you what, Adonis is not far back. 4.47 is all he needs. Third priority. Things settle down in the lineup there, inside the 10-minute mark. So the two more experienced surfers, as these guys, they're in control, so to speak. Ian Fontaine, notably, with some good numbers. St. Romero has built himself a platform, but he's certainly not got this locked up at all. I think if Francisco gets another opportunity, 4.47 is very gettable.
Oh, very, and I think that Francisco just needs a proper wave, because I know his potential. I know how good he can surf, and he's very technical with his surfing. And I want him getting a good wave and just show the judges what he's actually made of, because I think he's more than enough to make that score.
Beautiful lines marching in here at Santa Cruz. Priorities with the heat leader, Ian Fontaine. He's got himself a left-hander here. A hard paddle. It doesn't want to let him in, though. And he was just a little bit out the back. And sometimes it will soften up on the outside bar. See everyone just come in a bit, basically, as a result of what we just saw. Ian miss that wave. So I guess the fourth priority. So something of a mistake from him. He's still got a pretty decent cushion, though.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable, and that's gotta be the best way to make a mistake like that if you're in first place with a nice, comfortable lead. But you never want that to happen. Anytime, anywhere. Like, you don't want to lose the first priority and not getting on the wave. I know he's gonna be pissed off. I know he's gonna be mad at himself. So because that's I'm gonna call it the rookie mistake, and he's an experienced surfer. So, but honestly, looking at the ocean and looking from the footage, it felt like he could actually go in, but out of nowhere, it felt like the wave just didn't allow him just to get in the wave. And sometimes it happens. It happens to it happens to every surfer on the planet. So he's still comfortable though.
Here's Ribeiro driving nice, looking left for him. Pushes really hard, which I think it's the right call. It's what he needs to do, but doesn't get the finish there. Goes incomplete, won't add to his numbers, and he'll take some waves on the head here as we see these beautiful looking lines wrapping in. Here goes Fontaine from deep. Look at this thing set up. Look at that section. It just ran away from him. And he was deep because he basically paddled a little south after a mistake, losing priority. And he put himself just behind the corner on that one. Great looking energy from the ocean, providing us consistent. I just quickly caught up Fred Moraes, and his kind of takeaway from this one is how many waves they are when they come as well. You know, quite often you see some of these long period swells with really big lulls between, but I think throughout yesterday and throughout what we've seen this morning, pretty consistent. The sets coming every few minutes here, Philly.
Yeah, there's plenty of opportunities out there. The surfers just need to be on the right spot because, you don't see too many lulls, which is really good, especially for a 4-man heat contest. At least for now, we're eventually going to go on man, but when you have 4 guys on the water, if it's not consistent and if there's not opportunities for everyone, it kind of bothers me and bothers every surfer, but not like this. He has been super consistent. There's plenty of sets every 5 minutes, maybe a little less. So, yeah, the surfers just need to find their opportunities out there.
6 minutes to go in this. It's still Fontaine with that lead. Couple of lefts for him early on in this heat. And the second one with his scores was his high at running left, multiple hits, snapping in the pocket, did the run around on the beach. Since then, not loads has happened on the scoreboard other than a little bit of a fight back from Ordóñez with the one turn on a left-hander. He's put himself within striking distance of Vicente Romero. The other point, of course, is priority with Ordóñez. And you would be thinking if it is consistent as we're talking it up, that there will be a set coming in the next 5.5 minutes or so. Vicente Romero with second priority will also look to certainly build on his total as well. Ribeiro is some way back at the moment. That's 6.73. There's Vicente Romero. So far, so good for him. He's not pushed himself super hard. I feel like he's got loads more in the tank. Let's check out the recap. See how this one's gone down, the penultimate heat of the round. This is what it's looked like.
Yeah, it started off really well for Ian. This is the money turn of this heat so far. That's a really good, strong turn. That push on that back foot just made a lot of spray coming out, and then he ended up backing up. He's not backing up, he ended up improving his score of 5.83 on this one. Nice little clean left. Look at those colors, it's so good. Yeah, this finishing turn was hard, but he managed to do really well. So Ian Fontaine with a nice little lead. And also, Vicente Romero, just a couple of really nice and calm and collected turns, and that's put him on the second position. He just needs to push a little harder to make sure that those scores improve a little. As we see here, Gabriel Ribeiro probably finish off a wave, so we're gonna wait and see. So yeah, another set with 4 minutes remaining.
Fontaine, look, is that the tubing next to him? Is that barrel there, mate?
It looked like it. Yeah, I don't think he believed it, but it looked like he could have gone through the barrel. Maybe, I don't know, just at least risk it. But
that looked a lot like a tube to me.
Yeah, I did.
So Ian Fontaine with the heat lead in this one. Maybe a little bit of tube avoiding there. It won't add to his number significantly. He's got a couple of 5s. Let's get another look.
He could have grabbed the rail and just pump on that first turn, on the first section, and just kept on going. Look at that. We cannot actually see if the wave clamps in the end or not, but at least at first.
It looked like it stayed open. He could have backdoored that section. I mean, it's easy from up here.
No, obviously.
He looked like he was getting ready to pull in.
But then, he second guessed, and he came around the section instead of going under, which is a bit of a bummer because I think he could have gotten barreled in there. So. I think he's gonna be mad at himself when he look at the footage and see, oh my god, I could have gone. It's every surfer's dream to get barreled, so it doesn't matter if it's on a heat. Especially if you're in the first place with a comfortable lead, just might as well just try it.
Ribeiro has brought his number down a bit. He got a 3.73 for his last effort, which means his requirement now. He's back in the 5s. Ordóñez said this guy's a priority for a while now. 3 minutes to go. That's not a big number. What he needs to do, the first job, get a wave, ask a question of the panel. See how close you can get to that 4.47, or obviously, if you get something of real quality, much better. He needs to find something at the moment. Just still waiting patiently for a legitimate set. At some stage, he'll just try and go anything, as we'll tick down towards 2.5 minutes, and there's a little bit of a gap, and then we can see bit of lines from way out the back here. So surfers can see the sets actually from quite a long way away, just the way the swell fills in at this spot. Do take a while to get there when you see them from way out the back. It's quite a big playing field here. Fontaine still with the lead. And Ordóñez can threaten Vicente Romero if he finds himself something. Vicente just went short throwaways. Priority went from second to third. Not sure if that'll be all that significant. towards the dying moments of this, as he'll look to find himself a bit of room, but he certainly won't be comfortable with the lead that he's got at the moment. It's not much of a cushion.
Oh yeah, definitely, and he's already paddling towards Francisco, so he's gonna make sure he has a tight gap between them, and maybe tactically just make sure he try and pushes off him on a bad wave, because you can do that. That for me, it was definitely what I would do if I was in position. I would stick myself to. He's not going there though. Yeah, he's running away from Francisco, so he's letting. It's a bit risky move, but maybe he's trying to find something to improve himself on the score, and you can see Francisco repositioning himself as well. So it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, Vicente Romero keeps on running away from him. I would definitely not do that with 1 minute remaining. I would be sitting on top of the surfer in blue and make sure he catches the worst wave in the world, because he has the priority, obviously, but at least you can trick him on going on a bad wave.
Final minute now for the youngster Ordóñez to try and get that 4.47. He's already battered that score. It was his last wave, his previous to last actually, that did that, and it was just one turn. Re-entry on the forehand on a closeout section, got him a high 4. Let's see if he can find another. He wants to use this priority. I think we got some waves coming through. Final 30 seconds now. Let's see if we can pick him up. There he is. And just frantically now. He's going to have to scratch something right now. So Bob's waiting for a bomb. You have to wipe that off and just go up wave. You need a 4.47. Final 20 seconds. Is he going to get a chance?
I was about to say this is the first lull in a very long time, and it's on the worst timing possible for Francisco. So he needs to go on something. 8 seconds remaining. Will he go on this one? It feels like he's going.
Not sure it's going to let him on. It's going to go soft, and you see the frustration from him because of 4. He can get that pretty much on an in-between wave here, but it won't be an opportunity that he's able to paddle into, and he'll be annoyed with himself there because he was close to attacking Vicente Romero. He'll be pretty relieved really to get through with a couple of 4s, but you got to say this guy Fontaine showed us a bit of quality just with his lineup read, really, the way he chose those running lefts. Got the bombs basically. He's probably on probably the 4 best ways you'd say, particularly that one that we thought we had a barrel on it too. He really unlocked the good energy out there, and he'll stay alive and look to take on the big seeds in the next round. Fontaine and Vicente Romero will get it done over the young Portuguese surfers, and that'll wrap things up for heat number 15 of this round. Fontaine's ripping. I'm looking forward to seeing him surf again. There's plenty of quality waves out in the water. Conditions look great too. Stay tuned.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
Is right. I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Welcome back to the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House. We'll check out Renan Convie of France, Uri Uziel from Israel, Stefan Nordenen from the Netherlands, Kena Souza of Brazil. I'm Paul Evans. You're Chico by Chico Alves.
How are you,
That's
Paul?
who you are.
Yeah, I'm so stoked to be with Paul.
today again on another amazing day of action. What a heat we have on our hands.
What are you expecting from Renan Granville?
Wow, fireworks. We know we can throw some big turns, and he's one of those surfers you never can quite predict what he's going to do. So, yeah, Renan Granville for sure. One of the surfers to watch on this event. And Kainan Souza had a really good performance yesterday with the woodboard.
We'll wrap up the round here and go straight into our next round. In the meantime, let's get some insights from the lineup. A man fresh from ripping his last heat, Ian Fontaine, is with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, absolutely ripping. You decided to distance yourself from the other competitors. Was that part of the strategy the whole time? Take us through that thought.
Yeah, so I read the lineup a long time before my heat, and I saw that there was a good left with like a good starting ball, which allows us to get a bit in advance. Get a bit in advance on the first turn, which really helps in those heavier sections. And when you have a bit of time to do a good bottom turn and stuff, it's easier to hit the lip after. So I tried to stay over there, and I got 2 good waves over there. So I think it worked. So I'm happy.
Was there no scoring potential on the rights, or do you think you're just stronger on your backhand?
I think there was maybe, but maybe less, something around the 4 and 5s. And maybe I think I tried to go on the rights after my first left, but the tide was a bit too high, I think, and it was a bit bumpy. Maybe with the lower tide, the right's going to be a bit better. I don't know, I guess.
Well, you'll be surfing today again, so are you excited about that?
For sure, there's waves. I'm on, for sure.
Well, we'll see you there. Congratulations.
Thank you. Salut tout le monde à la famille. Coucou.
Great stuff, Jan Fontaine. We'll pick it up live here. We'll check out Uri Uziel on the inside, the Israeli. Having a go at these lefts.
I love the cuckoo at the end. The cuckoo?
Yeah, cuckoo.
At the end?
Yeah.
Of the interview?
Shout out to fans, friends and family back home.
Loved it.
Everyone watching in France, supporting Ian Fontaine again, putting in a solid campaign at Santa Cruz. Here's Van Noordenen on the forehand. Look at this running left-hander. Gets a little late to the last section, but gets it a good tag nevertheless. And this one will just keep provided for him in here. What's he got on the inside? He'll tag this. Bang. Nicely done. That's a long wave.
It was. After the turn there, I thought he was going to get caught behind a bit. But then he had quite a bit of a bonus section. How do you spell his name? Stef Van
Noordenen.
Noordenen, exactly.
I mean, that's how I say it. It's probably not necessarily the best pronunciation, but that's as close as I'm going to get.
But you're always so good that I thought, wow, he's got it. So I wanted to hear from you. So the next time I spell it, I'm close to it. So Steph here with a long wave, as you said. And let's see how the judges scored that. I think it came in as...
well, this is his first wave. This was during the break, actually. This was his 3-1 early on.
Really nice turn off the top there. Well and truly inverted. And this was Uri Uziel. Kind of a foam climb there. And bang! Straight hit off the top. The first of... So this one was at 2.33. And this is Kainan Souza with a bit of a snap off the top and a carve. So Kainan Souza making history on this event, being the first surfer to surf with a wood surfboard.
I like it. I like it a lot.
All wood.
I think the dreads with the wood as well, it's a nice ensemble. It goes really well together.
It is. It's a 2-for-1 factor in his favor, I feel like. And Kainan, I spoke with him about the board yesterday. I asked him, how is it feeling? And he told me no one believed in me, only myself, in terms of riding this type of boards.
Yeah.
And I'm really stoked that I can prove everyone that it's really surfable. So a wood surfboard under his feet, the first one. So Kainan, what a character to have around. Always really polite and really positive, as we saw there's one Duru getting ready.
Have you ever thought about going the dreads, Chico?
I don't.
You thought about it at some stage.
No, the dreads, no, but the mullet, yeah. I thought about it.
What about just one? Just the one dread? No?
Well, that's not bad. The only one dread, it's nice. But yeah, as we see the replay, nice stylish surfer, nice cut off the top.
This is sick.
And couldn't fit another one, but 373 for this one.
How big was that wave? What size are you calling it?
I would say, I don't know, like 3 foot.
Okay, I'm going to say it's a bit bigger than that. All right, having a look here. Kane Souza.
Wow.
On the wooden equipment. What's he got for us? What's that? Off the top. And just styles out of it. Bashes again. Buries it.
He makes it.
Yeah, he'll hang on to that. Classic Souza.
What a wave. I think he had a lot of speed down the line, and the wave was great. The face of the wave was green. He had the speed. On the last turn, he quite got caught up there, but the first one, he had a lot of speed down the line. So I think he even got a bit like surprised, though. He projected that turn off, and he was a bit like, whoa, I'm going really fast. So with 16 minutes to go, Kainan Souza with this last one, putting another score on the board. For sure, as we see, winds up off the bottom. Bang! He almost falls there, but he was able to stick to his feet. And this one, I thought he digged a bit the rail there, as we see behind him. Wow! Nice! 2-for-1 combo for Renan Granville. What a wave for Renan. I think it's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. And we just saw an in and out for blue. And the last of Renan Granville, a 5-point ride. And Kainan Souza with a 197 on that last one. Maybe mostly because of that last turn there. He got a bit caught in that carving. So judges being a bit biased on that one. But Renan Granville, not much space and quick off the top.
Yeah, violent, wasn't he, in a good way.
Violent.
Just aggressive, imposing himself. Didn't have loads of room to swing. Pushed that board hard in the lip twice. And we talked about the energy. He is a firecracker, this dude. He's all action, all entertainment, all intensity. Love the way he competes. What's he got here? Backhand. Nice looking section. Tags it straight into a coiled bottom turn. Pushing as a setup. Will stand on the tail and look for some steepness, and he'll find it. He'll tag it again. Not pushing overly hard, and that'll be it for him. Turn out the back was nice. He's got a 393 as a backup. Let's see if he challenges that. 5 is his high score. Granville looking good.
He's looking really good, actually. I feel like he has improved since last year. It feels a bit more loose on the top of his board and surfing with even more technique.
I like him when he's angry. I like him when he's in a corner. I like him when he needs a score. I think that's when we see his best, when his back's against the wall.
Yeah, Renan loves pressure. He's one of those competitors that performs better when he's under pressure. And this turn looked beautiful. Bang, off the top. Right in the pocket. Nice carve here. Here I thought he was going to have a bonus section, and he actually did, but it was quite soft. So let's see how this one pans out for him. But 3.53, so it's not on his top 2, unfortunately. He needs to improve on the 3.93, which was his first one. So Renan here trying to improve on that 3. We have been seeing a lot of low scores, don't you reckon?
Whoa, here goes Van Noordenen. Big left wall to work with. Hooking in the pocket. Look at this section.
Wow.
The lip line. And he'll try and get out on the face again here. A little pin drop to finish. Lining up the section sweetly, surfing with the speed. And maintaining his position in the pocket, the critical part where the best scores are going to come. So Van Noordenen looking to get out 3rd right now. Doesn't need a big number to attack the Israeli, Uri Uziel. Only looking for 2.97. Is that what we saw here?
Well, this wave was beautiful. Big snap off the top there. And here, I thought he had it with the float. I thought he was going to manage to fit one more turn in there, but he got caught behind. But the first turn was all about a really good section off the top. Nice snap there. And it winds up again. And he gets the float there. Maybe this second turn he should have finished it off the wave instead of trying to get down the line with it. But afterwards, there was some potential. So
got the number 303. So moves up to second. Uziel will drop down, only looking for a 2-4 himself though. Halfway point, 12.5 minutes remaining in this Granville's number. It's just a throwaway, his last one, 3.53. The judges deciding that one backhand turn, and then the sort of less linked up stuff on the softer inside. Not as good as his previous 3.93. He'll remain where he is scoreboard wise. Checking out the strong French contingent, Marc Lacomar, another vet who's been getting barreled at home in France, but it's been really fun up there. Back down to compete here, and he likes powerful beaches, he likes running lefts, it's pretty good in the rights as well. Let's see how he goes.
Yeah, Marc is always a standout here in Santa Cruz. I feel Marc, his potential pops up even more when there's some juice in the ocean. So with waves like today, he's going to be for sure one of the guys to watch, because he loves a big section and he's not afraid to throw a huge turn. And on the first heat of the next round, we have a banger, Paul. We have
who's in it, mate?
Joan Duru, the veteran, who's sitting on the challenges 11 on the rankings. Luis Perlouro. We have Thiago Carric and Maximilian. I don't know how to spell the second name, but Maximilian, I think he's training with Didier Pictet. Michalovsky, yeah. Maximilian Michalovsky.
Do you know where Marc Lacamar's coming on the challenges? Do you know? I know. 34th.
34th.
Yep.
He's got a chance with 2 stops to go.
Mate, he got 5th in Sydney, so just the way it works. You get one good result, build yourself a big platform, it can go again. Ribeira Dillas, that's coming up in a couple of weeks' time. Let's get live action here. Van Noordenen snapping on the inside, throwing out some shapes. He's in second place at the Mo in this one. Let's see where that puts him, down towards the 10-minute mark. The young Dutchman hasn't been a flying Dutchman so far in this one, but he's surfed pretty good. He's got himself crucially in second place behind Renan Granville. Uri Uziel has got priority. He's shown us flashes of brilliance. What he can do on the backhand, he just needs a more lined up way. He's been patient waiting for that, Azudi. Kind of Souza back and forth. It's not a long way back though. 4 is his requirement. Here's another look at Steph.
Yeah, racing down the line, and was able to do like a quick snap there. And here extended kind of like carve layback, but just a really hard wave to surf overall. He was already a bit behind it, so he was playing a bit of catch up with this one. And this extended carve was nice, but I don't think he will improve on the situation right now. And he needs, he should be looking to catch a better wave with a bit more wall on it, I feel like. So we have 9 minutes to go, and Renan Granville still in the lead with that 5 point and the 3.93. In second, we have Van Noordenen. Third, Uri Uziel, which is a surfer that from Israel that has been improving a lot over the last 2 years. His name has popped up a few times, and I feel like from what I've seen on clips on Instagram, I've seen him
probably the standout of that next generation of Israeli crew, would you say?
Yeah, it feels like he's the one now leading the charge, but we never know. Sometimes there's one that everyone looks for, and then it's the other that really makes the jump in terms of results. So there's a big crew of Israelis. So I feel like they've been improving a lot, and they're more and more every year. So based on having some probably references, some guys they can look up to in free surfs, maybe that's why they are.
Who's the highest ranked Portuguese surfer on the challenges? In fact, the highest ranked European on the challenges, mate. You should know this.
Leo.
Frederico Moraes, bro.
I know Frederico is 5th.
Yeah, well, why didn't you
but I thought
that?
Leo was second or third.
No, he got second in Belito. Did Fred. final against Cole Hausman. Absolutely blazed it.
You don't get me. I knew Federico was in 5th, but as I know that, I thought you were just trying to trick me to say that. So there's like Leo, European surfer, bang, huge layback off the top by.
Leo's done the challenges this year, mate.
Yeah, it was probably.
He's going really well on the CT, isn't he?
Yeah.
Doesn't need to. So he's had a year just.
I just feel like we've seen a lot of Leo in the challenges over the course of the last few years.
Yeah.
And I always have him in my mind when I think about the challenge. What a wave!
Absolute bomb. What? Kane Souza floats the wooden board, and the wooden board has other ideas. He goes down heavy. And that was just a lined-up runner. Looked delightful, that thing. Imagine Chico Alves on that. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. That left all sorts of emotions on it. Big stretch wall. And what a wave to put a big score on the board. Look at this thing. Wow. Comes off the bottom. Gets up there. Just a bit of a float with off the top. This turn was massive.
Oh, Granville. Wow. Love it. Mate, I know you like predictions. So we just checked this replay with UZL. That was nice.
Yep.
So that's all happening. Scores flooding in. 4-8 for UZL for that. Gets him back into 2nd. Van Nordenen drops down. We're waiting on a number for Souza. It's in. It's not a big one. Just a throwaway. So the significant stuff, Granville improves, 5-4, high score of the heat, consolidates his lead. Uziel gets into 2nd. Predictions, who's making it from Europe onto the CT via the challenges this year? I know you're going to say first, Fred. I'll say that one for you.
Yeah, Kikas.
Yep. Who else, mate? Who else is going with him?
And Joan.
And Joanne. Is Max going to get back? Is Marco Migno going to step up? He's not a long way back. He had a strong start. What are you saying?
Where is he sitting now? Marco.
Marco's in 18th right now. Calivas in 22nd. Jorgen Cousinet 24th. They're all, one big result really just turns the whole thing around.
I feel like Marco Mignon can have a brilliant event in Ericeira. I feel like we've seen Samuel Pupo done that and qualifying there, and I can compare a bit the style of surfing of Samuel and Marco. Light-footed, really strong on their forehand.
Really good in the air.
Intensely
competitive.
So I can see that happen in Ericeira. And Saquarema, the last one, I just feel like all of them are really good in that type of waves. Saquarema is a wave that European surfers stand out. I would like to see Joan surf there, Mark, Kikas. All of them are good when it's like powerful, and we've seen it for example, Kikas done really well in the city there. So I know all of them can do really well in punchy beach breaks because all of them are used to it. So Ribeira, I found it a bit more hard for the goofies to stand out, mainly because if it's small and not like big, and it's just it's soft. It's soft there, and you've got to work hard to put some variation of maneuvers.
Here goes Granville, the heat leader, trying to come behind a crumble, which she won't do. Won't affect the situation in the heat. Still winning it. 4 on the clock at the moment. The Israeli Uziel, 2nd place for him. The 4-8, just applying that pressure. Let's check the recap, see how this one's gone down under the 4-minute mark remaining in it. But Renan Granville, we talked about his energy, really, the spark that he's got, and that's what he's shown us.
Yeah, Renan has been all about big turns. Yuri Uziel too. That was a really, really big turn. Jumps into 2nd with a 4-8, and the best wave of Renan Granville. Bang! Nice layback snap. I like the flick of the tail at the end there. So 5-4 for him, and on a beautiful wall.
How good was that wave, mate?
I'd love to surf one of those. What a great wave for Renan Granville with 3 minutes to go, and a lot of waves today. They said it's smaller, but I don't think it's smaller. I feel like it's the same size as yesterday, and it's a bit different. I feel like the direction maybe changed a bit, because we can tell it's a bit more opening up a bit, the waves.
Wow, really nice. Another one-turn section from him, but look how sharp he is. Pushing hard, surfing with aggression and power, explosive. and realising it was just the one turn, might as well go for it, put it up where it was nice and steep. Just got a 4.8 for a one turn wave. Let's see where this one goes. If he gets at 5.6 or better, he will attack Granville's first place. Here's another look.
Big turn off the top, flicks the tail there at the end. I think he will improve again, so 4.4 on this one. So two big backside snaps, and he has a pair of 4s, 4.8, 4.4. So a really good improvement by Uziel to put himself in an advancing spot.
Whoa, look at this thing. Granville will have to give way because it's Van Noordenen with Pryor, and he needs this score. 6-1 the requirement, opens up on the rail. Look at this section. And it just runs a bit quick and straight for him in terms of the ability to do a second turn. Nice looking wave when he paddled into it. How'd you like the first turn?
I really enjoyed, but I felt like he could have tried to cut it short and tried to do a big blast there at the end to try to get the score. Because there's not much time left. So here he extended the carve, and well, I think he did really well. It was really fast, the wave. Just the 2-4-1 sometimes can get you in the wrong spot, and I think he did well, 3.77. So now he's needing a 5.93, a bit less than before, but really stylish surfer, Steph, and you can tell if he gets one of those long lefts, he can really put something epic on the board.
So it was a late takeoff from him and won't get around the section. That was a dreamy looking wall, just ran away. Meanwhile, out the back, Granville having a look, doesn't like it. Uziel, he sort of prods himself wide on the left, realizes that that one's going to be a quick one, a straight one. Not much ground potential there. He also knows he's got second priority, and at the moment he's in a decent position in the heat in second. So Van Noordenen's requirement, 5.93. Sousa's a bit further back, 7.2 he needs. Under 30 seconds.
Under 20 seconds, Granville still in the lead with a pair of 5s. Was all about that man. And I feel like he can do a great event here, surfing like this. He looked really on point, and as I said before, I feel like he has improved a lot. And Granville, yeah, last year I feel like he had a great event, as we see a beautiful right-hander for Granville.
Here he goes on the backhand, tags it hard and late, incomplete, won't change a thing. He won the heat, he won it pretty well. A couple of 5s, surf fast, surf hard. And that's how you get yourself through into the next round with the win. We'll hear from him shortly. Also advancing with him is the Israeli surfer Uri Uziel. Looked good out there. I like the venom that he's surfing with. He looks sharp. He's putting it up in the pocket. And 4s were good enough to do it in second place. And that'll wrap up the round. So this is exciting. We're going to see our top seeds coming in soon. That's the official results of the last heat. Granville, Uziel getting it done. It's time to say hello again to Ben Mundy shortly, because he's going to come back into the booth and talk you through the next heat alongside Chico Alves. I'm going to duck out and enjoy the scenes of Santa Cruz. More live action from the QS in Europe right after the break. Fun till it down.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visite Torres Vedras.
Welcome back to Praia de Norte. We're just talking up this town. I've been for a surf. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth. Chico Alvarez stayed on. We booted out Paul Evans after that 2 heats of rapid fire excitement, and straight up into the next one. And that's that man, Thiago Carrique, the current ratings leader on the qualifying series in Europe. Just waiting that back forward. Here he goes. Starts to put the foot down now. First gear, second gear, get to the third. And there he goes. Just can't quite hang on. My idea, well, I actually think it's a good one. Chico run it past you, having like the equivalent of the yellow jersey for the rankings leader on QS.
Yeah, we should do it.
Thiago, he would be wearing the. It could be anything. It could be brown. Or
yeah, exactly.
It doesn't have to be yellow. You know, WSL's got the yellow jersey, obviously for the CT, but we can make a qualifying series version. And if we did have one, this man would be wearing it.
Yeah, I feel like it's a good option. He deserves it. He has been reaping all year, and it would be nice to have a different one for the surfer in the lead to see how can they deal with pressure, because you can feel it when you're. I never had one actually. No. I can probably tell it's a bit of more pressure wise, but
yeah, well, it's unlike Thiago to actually make a mistake on that last turn. Sort of waited a long while. And then out the back, Joanne Giroux. Sort of a foam climb. Starting to see the big seeds. Starting to turn up now.
How warm is it? It's getting really warm.
It's warm out there.
Wow.
Yep, she's warm. So it's heating up. Speaking of heating up, Joanna Garnell's down there on the beach for the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Congratulations, unstoppable as usual. Where'd you get all that energy from?
I don't know. This morning, yesterday night, I slept more than 8 hours. It was like since the 1 month I didn't sleep 8 hours straight. So I was kind of like really energizing, and I got a good warm-up session this morning. It was pretty fun, and I don't know, like the feeling like when you know.
Do you think these conditions fit your style?
Kind of, because it's like one big maneuver on a set wave, and I pretty like this because like I'm often surfing beach breaks, so it's kind of closing out really often, so kind of managed to have the habit to like make one turn, and that's it.
What can we expect from you in the next round?
More big turns and better surfing, I hope.
Well, we'll see you there. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Joanna. He's an entertainer. He's RNN. We love that guy. You know when you know, mate.
You know when you know.
When you wake up, don't you? Go. You know when you just open your eyes and go, 8 hours sleep in the hopper. 8 hours well rested. Goes to the early morning surf. Feels good.
You know when you know.
You just know when you know, mate.
I just love that one.
That's Granville. That's his. That'll be on his epitaph on his gravestone.
Wow.
Big first turn from Perlo, comes around, swoop and cut back, kicks the fins out a bit, and unfortunately no end turn, but looking good, looking smooth, as we saw. Yeah.
I like the energy.
Louis, yeah.
On that wave. Felt like he was on another gear. I felt like 3.33 for that one. So a lot of threes this event, I feel like. And this one. Bang! I love how much water he threw out the back, and I cut back. 3.33.
Yeah, such a nice looking wave.
Wow.
It was a nice turn. He had to sort of pull it a bit short to fang down the line for that next section. So well surfed, but just wave didn't quite cooperate for any type of really good score. But he's off the board. We can hear the whistles from the outside.
Yep,
signifying some sets approaching.
Wow.
Joanne Giroux looks like he's in some type of position for the second one, potentially. Michalowski has got priority, so he can block any attempt if Joanne does get off to a start. Looks like he's well out of his grasp. And here goes Duru on a nice looking left. This is more like you're going to see a little bit caught up from Joanne, but here's a section coming his way. Whoa. And he hangs on. Doesn't seem to have quite there's Maxim Husno and his dad. Max just rocked in. I just had a quick chat to Max. He looked like he just walked off the Lisbon catwalk. He's like cream jeans, nice pastel jumper, all immaculately pressed. Looks sharp. Oh, and there's a nice turn from Karik. You can see why this man has been on a tear throughout the Europe leg. Surfing like this, nice, smooth. Doesn't make too many transitions in between his turns. And although he didn't quite connect to that third one, he's still going. Picking the right waves, and there's a finish. Didn't get that last time. He's got one now, and a nice little whack off the end. So really smooth. He's so languid. Doesn't seem to, in between his turns, Chico, there's no like bumps and jitters. He just seems pretty set on his board. Looking good.
Yeah, the stance is really composed. He doesn't move his body a lot. He knows when he has to move it, and he moves it with intention. It's not like he's always like trying to put more intent on a turn or trying to sell anything. He's just surfing towards with the motion of the wave and putting the effort in the technique on his turns. So I feel like he's really relaxed. Oh, look, bang, off the top, winds up again. Arms on the place, everything in place. In here, another one. But he doesn't try to rush anything. You see, even here, he had a bit of a mistake. His body language is intact. It's not like frustrated on anything. And here he goes again, bang, reset, I'm going to smash it again. So it feels like a bit of a machine in terms of putting waves together, I feel like.
Yeah, we've seen Joanne do this before. Big closeout section, almost comes unstuck, hangs on, and then goes in to get the paddle back around in the channel. So Joanne Giroux, pretty hefty section, and he dealt with it. Didn't go absolutely ham. Look at these lines marching in. There's four like corduroy. It's like my dad's closet from the 70s. It is just lined up, and you see Joanne Giroux getting after a 4.83. So yeah, didn't go mad, but did enough to get the score. Pacing himself with all his experience. No need to go absolutely crazy at this early stage. And a 4.43 for Tiago, which the judges, I think, mate, well, we thought it was such a long wave, but a small, relatively small score. Why do you think that is, Chico?
I don't know, mate. I felt like that wave was really well served. All the dots connected. Joan was all about the end section, and as we see, green up riding.
Okay, Michalowski had priority and he used it. That's why Surf and Blue pulled out. They both didn't get a scoring wave, so 10 minutes holding on to that priority, and he hasn't used it wisely. I think maybe Tiago's wave was a little bit safe, perhaps. The judges saw it. There was a couple of turns where if he'd really opened up, he could have put more rail in or showed maybe a bit of flair or a bit of risk.
The first turn was good. Right?
Yeah, but then the middle ones, I'm just trying to explain why they might have went just for that lower fall range.
No, we are debating.
But yeah, I mean, he put all his turns together well, but I think he may have just been able to add a bit more risk, but perhaps is why the judges sort of marked it down. Still a scorer, but he's going to need to improve on that. See the sand starting to churn. Oh, Mundy's left, just up there.
Wow.
In the distance.
Is that?
I can put a word. I can't tell you, mate, but yeah, it's just up there.
But it's the one after the rock, right?
After the rock, mate. Yeah.
Well, how do you saw that?
How do I see it?
Yeah.
I just feel it, mate. You know when you know.
You know, I didn't know. Granville. But yeah, how was it out there?
Good. Yeah, just like this.
Just tell everyone how was it out there.
It was good. Oh no, it's my break. I keep it pretty under, low key. If people want to surf it,
was like this.
Come
like
and have a chat.
Was like in front.
I saw Zay Ciabra. I said he could go out there if he wants. I gave him. I said, look, mate.
Yeah.
I said, look, you're on the list.
Who do you saw?
You're on the list, huh?
Who do you saw?
Jose Ciabra.
Jose Ciabra?
Yeah.
Yeah, what a legend.
Yeah.
He loves a good left.
He's on the list. Yeah, he does. Okay, speaking of lefts, Perlo, wham! Big spray.
Wow!
No! Just went too much.
Oh my God.
The cat that had the cream, he warmed up that first turn and it just Talking about Joanne holding back a little bit.
Oh my God.
And that was his experience, but Lewis just pushed it. And the first turn was great, and then the second was on a big score as well. But fair play. We're just saying how Tiago got marked down for showing a lack of risk and not putting on the line. Now, and that's exactly what this surfer's done here, but unfortunately didn't pay off.
Wham! Off the top, nice snap off the top. I love this drift of the fins, and he just lost it at the end, as we see Michel Bourret and Jocelyn Poulot watching the action there. And thinking what just happened in the water.
Yeah.
They feel emotional about this stuff.
I didn't look it. I think they were sort of cool, calm and collected, didn't they? Didn't even rise an eyebrow. Oh. Yeah, the Tahitians are pretty cool under most normal conditions. But yeah, it's a shame there because he was on the way to a really good score if he just, hadn't pushed it so hard on that second turn. Easy to say, but a mistake. Still got a pretty good score just for that first sort of karate chop of 3.5. So a missed opportunity. He'll try and rectify with 12 minutes to go. Yeah, Zebra, he loves the big left, didn't he? Surfed that wave in the Azores for 10 years, pretty much on his own, from like 6 to 15 foot. Out there, just, winter's day, surfing massive waves all alone.
Who was there?
No one. He was pretty much on his own for a long time, I think. I mean, surfers have come from Portugal, and he obviously had his mates, but he spent a lot of time out there just sort of like finding waves and surfing waves on his own. Yeah, real pioneer spirit. And big waves as well. Bit of a legend. Well, not a legend of Portuguese
a bit
surfing.
Of a legend.
Yeah, just a legend.
You know when you know.
Yeah, you know when you know.
Yeah. 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, she's getting out of the money end. Still pretty tight. Joanne Giroux, just the 8-point heat total out in front. He won't be relaxed knowing that that's a relatively low score at this stage, especially in this round of 64 now we're moved into with the bigger seas and better surfers. Here's the drone angle as we fly, sort of heading south, pass over the group. Look at that texture, so clean and green. Beautiful to see. Great to see good, powerful, contestable waves on the QS. And Santa Cruz is delivering yet again. And just waiting now for a bit of a flurry. We've got fireworks in this heat, Chico, but we just need Giroux, maybe Carrick, just to, step it up somewhat.
Of course, I think once we see a bigger set coming in, I think we'll see fireworks. I just feel like neither of them got a bomb like we saw on the last seat, like Renan Greville got a huge wall on his left. Joanne needs that. It's the type of surfer that once he gets the meaty and aggressive section, he's going to go excellent. And Tiago too. So,
what was your favourite fireworks?
Type. My life?
Yeah, type. You used to buy them. You got the Catherine wheels that spin around.
I
you
like
got
the
the
ones,
6 shooters.
Yeah, I like the ones you grab on the end. You just go like this and start like, and you just stay still like this.
Yeah, and then lose an eye. Lose an eye. Worth it though.
I love those ones that you just leave them and they start like fireworking everywhere.
Lose a hand, lose an eye, but it's worth it. It's always worth it.
But those ones are great. I had them in Brazil.
Oh yeah,
it's nice. I love the sound when you go with the
fuse. You light the fuse,
and he goes like,
it's
and
exciting.
Whoa.
Just waiting for the gun. Just waiting for the gunpowder to catch. Speaking of fireworks, we've got Maxime Husneau down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Well, we're not on the beach. We're in the athlete area.
Oh, okay.
I was bothering here, Maxime. He was dealing with some emails and just relaxing before your heat. What are your expectations for this competition?
Yeah, the wave looked really fun. Yesterday was some awesome action and everyone was ripping, so I was just looking forward to just go out there because it looks really cool and looks like we're gonna have great waves whole week, so it's just exciting. Might surf later today with the lower tide. Hopefully the wave will improve, but right now it looks really fun.
And this beach is kind of special to you. You were made a European champion right here. How does that feel to be back here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's weird because last year I won in Caparica and after that win, I was champ, but I think we didn't know there. So it's once I get here in Santa Cruz that they told me about it. But at the end, I just didn't surf here. I just already moved to the next camp in Australia. So I just want to do a good event here. So it definitely feels good to be back. I've been coming here for years in Santa Cruz and in Portugal in general. I think it's my favorite country so far. So I'm happy to be here.
And traveling with your dad as usual?
Yeah, as usual. The team is here, the coach is here, we're ready.
We can't wait to see you. Good luck in your round.
Thanks, thank you guys.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks Joanna, great stuff. And yeah, cool Max, cool as ever. What a legend. Looks like he sort of stepped off more like Monte Carlo, just sort of dropped his Ferrari off at the penthouse in Monte Carlo, got the private jet down, and there's a nice top turn from Juru.
Wow.
Oh, there's combination. That's what the step up in class can do for you. So timing and power, patience, and it looked good from the start.
What a surfing from Joan. Really 2 for 1, but not a basic 2 for 1. The way he actually came from that carve, inside rail to outside rail to actually making there in time was really technical. So I think it's going to be his best score by far.
Yeah, again, like he didn't over push it, didn't add, a risk. It was already a difficult maneuver to perform. He just did it very efficiently, and yeah, that'll be another good score to lock in and improve his heat total. Yeah, Maxime Husneau, you'd sort of back him in these type of conditions. His backhand is absolutely lethal. So going left, he's got a really good air game on his backhand as well. Get down the red carpet here, down through the beach to the lifeguards.
I'd love to see like a bit of a catwalk before the heat.
Yeah. Yeah, you should get bonus points
for doing the catwalk.
Yeah, you get 1 point on your
You
heat
pass
total.
there, there's a bit of a music, and
you got to do like 30 seconds
of
catwalking, and then the judges, i.e. us, give an extra 2 points to the heat total to the surfer team to be
the best
on the
catwalk. Wow, that would be so much emotion about the catwalk.
I've got so many innovations for this sport. Got that. I've got the catwalk. We've got the whoa, Luke Dillon. I know those steely blue eyes anywhere. Let's go, mate. Let's go. You know when you know. Let's go. Could be his last heat of his WQS career. He's retiring after this event to focus on his coaching. So you never know. And at the back, another big left. There's a nice little first turn. He's had those first turns on Lockbluish, but now he needs to finish it off.
Nice.
That's better. That's nice. A bit more in the Joanne Druin school, and a massive wave for Michalowski. He just can't get around to find a corner. Hasn't found any open face. Maximilian, unfortunately.
583 for Joanne.
Yeah,
so
583.
His best wave by far.
Best wave. He moves up into first. Got a fair bit of daylight between him and his opponents, but we just think Luesh in the blue is going to maybe just get back in the game. He was in second already, so making hard, and that means potentially 5 minutes on the clock. It's this man, Thiago Carrique, who has pro. I'm not sure if that counts as a paddle. The judges will make a decision about that. But Carrique, yeah, it swapped over. So, but this one, talk us through it, Chico.
Big snap there, and then he winds up again and blows the fins out. Bang! I like the way he drifted over the white water instead of just putting himself in front. This first snap was hard because the wave was quite flat, but this one, I thought he did a really good job to actually put something in there because the section wasn't really there, and he actually made it look really cool. So, Luis Perlouro, I think he will improve.
Yeah, he's going to definitely improve. Well, not definitely. He's got to improve on a 3.5, 3.33. So you'd expect him to do that. After a couple of mistakes, he just toned it down, just dialed the notch down a little bit to make sure he completed that wave. That's going to pay off, and that could mean that the current qualifying series rankings leader, Thiago Carrique, is going to need a score with 4 minutes on the clock. And he's had that one wave, that long 4.43 that we thought maybe could have been worth a little bit more, but apart from that, he hasn't had any waves whatsoever. So he's under the pump. This is where he starts to find out when you're the hunted. You got a target on your back, and it changes things.
And I feel like it's going to be pressure moments until the end now. Because we've got only 3 minutes to go, right?
Yeah, 3 minutes, but I think we're going to start look at where we came and how we got here. And it was Joanne Drew has been just consistent and good.
Yeah, this was a 4.83 right off the gates with a bit of a big turn there at the end on a really hard section to make. And this was Luis Perloro. It was on a good way to a huge score. I love that snap, and this one even better. Whoa. He blows the fins out and he couldn't make it, but I love that wave. And this was the best one of Joan. 5.83, really well surfed wave. I love the combination of maneuvers. And this one is the 4.67 of Perloro, his best wave so far. Snap off the top, and then the last one, even better, blowing the fins out. So really good wave by Perloro, and he's in second. So Thiago Carrick only needing a 3.75, and now Maximilian Mikulovski needing 4.87. So pressure time for everyone in the water, and 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go on the clock. Not big numbers needed. Sets approaching. We're looking forward to a pretty good end here. Carrick is looking at this one. He's paddling and he's up. So Thiago fanging down the line. He's got speed. Big section here. What can he do? Oh, nice layback slide. Added a bit of wrist, a bit of flair. He's managed to get these long waves. He's waiting for a section. Now it steeps up again. Look at this wave. Oh, there's a nice crack. And then another. So there you go.
Wow.
We talked about performing under pressure. Talked about delivering when you've got a number on your back. Well, that number is 1 on his back, and he's absolutely really put that, like, he only needed a 3.75, so he didn't surf to that. He actually went for it. That first turn was risky, wasn't it? And he hung on, and then as that wave just bent down the line, had a sickest little wedge, and the bonus section, he absolutely pole drive. So incredible surfing from Creek. He's improving event to event. I reckon you can really see, when someone just goes through one of those little spurts in their career where they've found their groove and they've found their confidence, and he looks like he's one of those at the moment. Meanwhile, Joanne Giroux, that's quality, that's the class of the French surfer.
What a turn, mate.
And that's why he's hunting for the CT. Maximilian's had a poor heat, never really got anywhere near getting into it. Joanne Giroux surfing really well. We're just going to wait for that score of Carrick, because that's potentially going to upend the whole heat, and we'll see. So this was a bit of a nothing wave, wasn't it, Chico? We couldn't get around it. What we're really interested in is the one of Thiago. This is Joanne's.
Wow, I think Joanne is going to improve again. This last turn was his best turn so far. Wow.
Yeah, that was better than his other 2 closeout re-entries.
Yeah, that last turn was huge. Look at this. Bang.
Oh.
Really nice.
Brilliant surfing, mistake-free.
And this one, look at this layback. Needing a 3 points, he goes for this. Look, bang. That's really, really risky. Here we thought, well, a bit of a downtime. There he goes. Gets a bit stuck there, but I like this last one. Bang.
Yeah.
So the layback there was all about making this single maneuver, because it was really risky.
Yeah, and if he'd fallen off there, then that was the heat. He was out of the event. It all came to that one turn, and he put it on the line, and he made it work. And he needed a small score, and you'd think he's going to get that. And so official. We'll wait for those official scores. Joanne Giroux's happy. There's the Brain Trust, Lacamar, Minmay Bray, Freddie Robin, real solid crew, a lot of years of experience. It looks like there's something going on down the beach, but Joanne is happy. 5.53 for Thiago on that last wave, so he moves up into second. So the 2 French surfers, the 2 form surfers are through, and they'll go up to the next round, the round of 32. So great surfing from those 2. Has a brains trust meeting with Fred, just goes through what went right, what went wrong. Well, not much went wrong at all. So as we see Joanne going through the actions, we're going to go for a short commercial break and come back with more incredible surfing like that right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Welcome back to the stunning cliffs of Santa Cruz, Praia do Norte. We're here in a beautiful part of the Portuguese coast, Torres Vedras, and we've got some big names coming up in this heat. We've got some big names in the booth. Ben Mundy and Philippe Jervis, welcome back, mate. And look at these guys. We've got the young gun from Basque Country, Corey Odrizola, currently 6th on the rankings, one of the great young hopes of European surfing, I would say. We've got Luke Dillon at the other end of the scale, the UK veteran who is surfing his last event and before moving on to a coaching role with Team GB. So he's at the other end expected, and kind of in the middle, Diego Dominguez. He's been really good. He had a good event last week in Pantin. And Enrique Pirate, well, we know about him. He's been on the rounds for a while. Real consistent performer. Speaking of consistent performers, Chico Alves, he's down on the beach with the winner of the last heat, Joan Juru.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Joan Juru, one of the best surfers in Europe. It's really good to have you back here. I was out there.
Yeah, it was good. It's pumping. There was some crazy left, a bit backwash, but if you find the good one, it's really good and powerful. So it's good to compete finally with good waves.
Is Santa Cruz a place you always look for? We know there's always power in the ocean and there's some big open faces, and I feel like every time you come here, you put some excellent scores on the board.
Yeah, I really like this place, but I was thinking I never make a good result here. So I hope it's this year. It looks like France, fun beach break, punchy, so hope it's a good year.
Yeah, you look really good out here. Good luck for the next round, and it's always great to have you back here, Joan.
Thanks so much. See you soon.
Back to you, boys.
Straight into Luke Dillon, absolutely smashing this left. Oh my God, 3 really strong turns. You know what? I actually think Joan just arrived from France like this AM.
Got in.
Yeah.
Well, first it's been 8 foot and pumping.
Yeah, I know, but it's pretty sick to see. Like he came straight from pumping La Gravière into an heat in the morning, and he absolutely ripped that heat off. So
yeah, it shows it works. He's so experienced, though, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It's like the Kelly Slater school, turning up late. It's this way from Dillon.
Nice first snap, straight into a nice off the top. Just tons of spray coming out of that one, and a bit of a foam climb with a lot of power. He's just such a powerful surfer. And set for Luke, I've been competing with him for my whole life, and it's nice to see him going for that last contest, but obviously changing directions as his surfing career goes by. And it's really interesting to see the outcomes of everyone from my generation, like where everyone is and what they're doing with their lives. So it's pretty impressive. I'm here. I'm at the booth. It's my go-to, and I'm doing also a little bit of coaching. So it's fun to see. There's a lot of guys that they still compete, and I was talking with someone. Maybe how they keep having the psych to go out there and do this.
Yeah, well, these waves like these type of held. Dominguez, Diego's been so powerful. There's a really drawn out carve. Just these big days, been riding some big waves. over the last few winters, so he really knows how to deal with the section. But just seems to be improving each time I see him surf.
Oh, look at this wave. Nice bottom turn, really compressed, straight into a first huge turn, but I really like that one. He held the rail for so long, and the wave was kind of white-washy, and he managed it really, really well.
Really difficult section to make look good, you know, to actually make look kind of cool, and somehow with that drawn-out rail and the timing, he managed to do that. And it's a subjective thing, looking cool, but see if the judges reward it. But yeah, 2 solid turns and racing down line. It's always a good sign, isn't it, these surfers, when you see the fins drawing off on the bottom end turn. That's, you know, when someone's on point.
That just shows how much rail he's digging into it. And you know what? I thought he was making a bit of a mistake with the maneuver choice, because he could have gone for the finishing turn. Instead, he went for the carving. But you know what? I liked it. The judges loved it. It's a 6 point. That's the best wave to start off a heat.
Yeah, really strong. Really strong. Kai, bass surfer, as you see, and going again, so he's in rhythm. Might be one big section. Flies over. Now he's got 2. Oh, almost gets stuck, but comes out. That board looks really good. He just looks like he can feel it. You see Kai just riding out of that one. Bass surfers.
Big explosion behind him. That means
him and his brother Hans have been training under Jose Seabra and working with the EDP Surf Tomorrow team. And see, he's just a little guy, but he's got so much power. We saw him last year do really well here, as you know, a year ago. He's grown up since then, but for a young kid, he really knows how to pack a massive section.
But this guy, look at this, also surfing really well. And as you said, the board just looks so spicy and so he can hold on that rail for so long, and that just gives you that extra power and extra speed. So very well. It's gonna be curious to see Kai Odriozol's single turn score, because that was really critical.
It was. I mean, there was only one spot he could have potentially got away with it, and he's absolutely placed his board in that perfect spot. Really, really technical and brave. And exciting. So yeah, we'll see where Kai goes with that. There's a nice turn from Dylan, Englishman. So much. He always generates so much spray. Got sort of closed stance, even though his feet are quite close together. He somehow pivots and then generates, and because he's so strong.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Strong legs and timing. He just throws so much spray. Really consistent. Sort of rarely makes mistakes. He never gets flustered, and look what he's got here.
Yeah, his timing is so good. Like, look, he just put that board vertical straight into a nice cut back, but that first turn was really impressive. Just, as you said, the torque on the upper body, even though he has his legs really close to each other, he has that torque and timing. It just gives him the extra space to go huge on those turns, as we see Enrique Pire up and riding on a nice little left.
And Neko took 10 minutes to get that wave, and he's not going to be happy with the end result. Sort of didn't really have a big section. Really dangerous on his backhand traditionally. But that section, he sort of caught between 2 minds, whether to hit it or sort of carve it. And he kind of did neither. As you see, the young bass surfer up and riding, comes round, first turn, nice slice. You can tell his technique is really good, always on rail. But unfortunately, that wave so far not giving him much. Can he finish it off here? Looks a bit steeper. Bang! And comes out. And so, nice bit of consolidation, really. He's got 2 waves now. He'll go back to the right-hander and do the run around. Obviously talked with his coach about that as they plan. He's a good kid, really smart, really works hard on his schooling. His parents, obviously, great second turn there. His parents here have, invented the wave garden technology. So a really rare sort of upbringing in terms of growing up a bit with sort of wave park and technology, but also in one of the great surfing spots of Europe. So the combination, and he really committed to the sport, and looking good so far. Running around that mayhem. Pukas collaboration that those guys have been working for a long time. Matt Biolis and Pukas have been working together for years and years, and they come up with some really, really good sort of homegrown models. there's his coach there, just giving him some tips. Jose going, okay, you're doing right. Probably giving an update on the score. So it was a 6.67 for that first
turn,
big
yeah.
turn. And then Smarts just to back it up pretty quickly with 14 minutes left to go.
Yeah, it's impressive how both Kai and Hans, they're so perfectly technical. And that's, for me, I think it's mainly because their parents have the wave garden. And when you grow up surfing a wave pool, you can actually just get so critical on the technical aspects of surfing, and that's why I think they're so good technically. Their timing is perfect, their arms positioning, their body positioning is so good. So it's really interesting to see how they surf and they adapt on the ocean, because the technical part is definitely there.
Yeah, and he's, as you say, he's so young, and he's already knocking on the rankings. There's 7 events on the European qualifying series, and this is the 5th out of the 7th. And the top 7 surfers will go through to the Challenger Series to surf, which starts next year in April, with a chance to go on the CT. So he's right in the mix. He's in 6th at the moment, and for a surfer, he's to be so young and be in that position is pretty incredible. Can't really think of a surfer that young qualifying
for the
Europe.
challenges.
Probably had Matrain was pretty young.
Yeah.
So another surfer from the Basque Country, but yeah, so real talent, and we'll see what he's got. He's already got some good numbers on the board. There's some big waves coming out the back. These lines keep marching in. That south wind just starting to ruffle it a little bit more, but direction is absolutely fine. Aids these left-handers, and we see Jago, a big wave and a big section. Oh, and he nails it again. So really critical, really big, meaty, a lot of water moving around, and it didn't have quite the sort of explosiveness of Kai's wave, but still really well dealt with.
Yeah, it was really smart on that finishing turn, because he came off of that first turn. It was supposed to be a speed turn, but there was so much water moving that he actually kind of disconnected, as we can see here. There's so much water moving. He comes here, but somehow he just lost his speed on the way up. But he did really well, and that would make him not explode on that finishing turn. See here, he's going up, but he's losing speed instead of gaining it to explode on the leap. And he was really smart, because he knew he needed to land that one, and then. Look, Dylan. Oh my God.
Dylan. So his wave, a 4.3 he got for that first vertical turn. He felt that one was a little bit more dramatic and bigger wave as well. So Luke needing a 5.68. You know what? He's got that in his locker. He's got the ability to do one massive turn, such as his strength and his power. So
he needs one of those waves that allow him to go big on those 2 turns, because he's going big at least at 1 turn in each wave. As you see here, it's just a single one again. Wow, that's really good. If he can back that up with another finishing turn, that's where the scores will be. Otherwise, I think it will be always around these 4 points, and maybe going up as high as a 5, because I think comparing to Kai's wave, Odriozola's wave, the 6.67, it's also just that 1 turn, but it's a really critical section. So.
Yeah, it was a bit steep, wasn't it? A bit more sort of heft, so it had a bit more wow factor. But Dylan's, it was right up in the pocket. It was really sharp. So, as you say, if he just had the opportunity to do a couple more, he would have been on fire. But they're taking the time on it. I think they have to see exactly where it matches. As you say, against Kai's, and whether it's a point lower or 2 points, that's the job. But there's so much more ways. I think this low tide's starting to break up this bank a little bit more.
It looks so fun. Look at his left.
Wedging down the line. So we're on 9.5 minutes to go.
That's more like it. This looks best wave of the heat so far for the last turn of Luke. So judges really enjoy that.
I like that.
Yeah, me too, honestly.
It was really technical. Okay, so Jago fights back. He now needs a 5.01 at this stage. There's a nice forehand wrap, trademark.
Another one. He's just getting those waves are just a bit similar, and although he looks so sharp, they're just not giving him the opportunity like he had. No real open face, a bit of foam on them, and so Dylan has just snuck up into that second spot. But it wasn't as a hefty section, but technically it was better
so good,
and it was bigger, wasn't it? It had more amplitude of the turn, a bit more verticality, and the judges have rewarded it. So yeah, fair play, and the fight goes on. So Dylan, every heat, effectively, he gets through, delays his retirement, and that's a top turn. But as you say, just that little foamy, not much you can do with that.
Yeah, it's so hard because that finishing turn, the foam comes your way, and if you push it too hard, there's a big possibility of losing control and balance. So they have to kind of be safe on the finishing turn. So you really need a big first turn to make sure those two combinations of turns just bring those high scores up. So but yeah, Luke's turn was really good. We're saying that, imagine if he gets two turns like that on the wave, that's got to be a 9, but he just got one and got a 6.7, so I can only imagine if he gets one really good wave, because there are waves like that out there, as you see, Guy.
It sure is. And there's another one. Just the timing again. He made the decision to pull that one short rather than attack that lip, just for completion's sake, and a little bit safe but smart, I would say. He's already got the lead, trying to improve on a 4.37, so it's playing the numbers game, which is what you have to do.
I think he actually wanted to go for the third one, because the way he looked after the finishing turn, he felt like he wanted to go for a foam climb, but he knew he didn't have the momentum or the speed to do that, so he ended up cutting short and do it just that second turn. So we're gonna see the replay. I think he's gonna improve because it's a really good strong combination of two turns. As you see here, drops of weights for the right time, bam, straight into the lip, and then hits it there. See here?
Yeah,
it felt like he wanted to go for the finishing turn. This one is really, this first one is really good, and here also it's really good turn.
Yeah,
it felt like he wanted to go for that third one, but I think he made the right call. But he can play on the factor on the scoring potential, because the judges like to see that finishing turn on the lip. Yeah,
but the advantage of doing that carve, there was a lot of spray, wasn't there? So he engaged his rail, and there's a big spray, so that you get that, but you lose that kind of sort of hitting the lip and free fall factor. But yeah, really well surfed. That first turn was great. Okay, Nico going on his backhand, which is, I reckon, his strong point, and he can do stuff like that. Another big turn, but just not getting the waves he needs. At least improving, showing what he's got. Okay, so Dominguez, he only needs a 5.01, and there's another one. Kind of a little bit more spice on Pirate's sort of version, and a really
very
strong
similar
finish.
but yeah, very similar, but I think Iago went a little bit more vertical, but very similar turns. Yeah, and we already have the wave of the score of the guy's last wave, 5.77, so he improved. Look at this, just waiting for the right time, put the board vertically right there, just push that really strong back foot.
Really well surfed, wasn't it? It's funny though, those rights, it's right in the left. It's a good turn. Where the left's, it's sort of a left. When you're going left, the right hand close, that's sort of coming towards you. But with the right, they're sort of moving away a bit, so you don't quite have that for some reason. Just the way the wave breaks, you don't have that real power. You can, so that's just deducts some of the points opportunities. I mean, that was really well surfed.
It was, definitely.
But Iago needing
improved his score.
Well, he needed a 5. He needed a 5. He got a 5.17. So suddenly we see Luke Dillon now needing a 4.47 with 5 minutes to go, and Enrique needing a 7.17. So that was enough. That backhand blast just got him, it was always going to be thereabouts on the money, and it was just above the score he needed. And that means Luke Dillon, as we've talked about, career this phase of his career winding down this week in Santa Cruz, but he's now got 4.5 minutes to prolong his run.
He has
no one Luke though, you'd think, okay, I've got 4 minutes to keep my career, ongoing. So you see Pirate out the back. A lot of people, that would be weighing on your mind, or it would be just a big thing. not Luke Dillon. He's so cool, calm. So cool, calm and collected. He would just play it as he's done in all his other heats of his career. I just need a 4.47.
He's just waiting for the moment, yeah.
So he'll play it cool. He'll have priority. As long as he doesn't wait too long, he's well within in the hunt. Look at this.
He's so technical. There, the fins kind of drift, and he lost the connection with the board. With the wave, and ended up losing all the speed to attack that leap. I know he was pissed off because he was like, "Nah, I really wanted," because it was a critical section. He really wanted to go up there, but as soon as he was doing the bottom turn, you can see the fins kind of drifting, and they disconnected from the wave, and that just puts you off momentum, and you can actually get injured. Like that.
So he made the right decision to pull out before,
he did,
just trying to go for the 5% chance for something incredible, especially when he's in the heat lead. So right decision.
Yeah, he didn't
back
need
out
that.
there and break your board, obviously, as well.
And he looks like a good one.
So, sure, a heat recap. Probably one of the first heats we've had 3 surfers all getting in 6s. You can see the difference, and this was a really strong start from Yago.
Yeah, this 6.0 by Yago. I really like this car. Whoa, it just holds the rail for so long. That's so hard, especially on a white wave full of white water. And this guy, this one, 6.67, sorry. And he backed it up with this 2-turn combo with a nice first snap here and straight into another one. Here, wow. Just a lot of spray. His timing is really good. That's why they have so much spray. It's not even about the power. It's about the speed that you carry and the timing and the placement of the board. So very well served by Kai so far, and also by Iago and from Luke. Enrique a little bit behind the seat, but still it's 7.17. He did a 7.5 yesterday, so it's doable.
It's doable. Way more possible for Luke Dillon now, needing a 4.47. 2 minutes to go, and it's going to get down to that time where 2 minutes, you don't press the panic button, but by a minute you've just got to go whatever comes your way and not try and hope for the good ones. It looks relatively flat. Pirate though, sticking these right-handers, you could tell he had that air, just adjusted his feet. Because that air wind is perfect for those things. He needs a big score, so right approach, just couldn't quite get the execution.
But it looked like it was pretty close. He hit it kind of late, but it was on balance with the board, so I don't know what happened there. Maybe because he hit the lip a little late, but very well done by Enrique. I know he's gonna look for another one. With 1 minute and a half, just might as well go for a Hail Mary.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing to lose. Whereas Dillon, he can be a little bit more circumspect, but he's got to go soon. Looks at that one. Yago's all over him. It's not, it's wise. He doesn't have priority, but he can at least make some of his decisions. He's sitting on him now. He doesn't care if it's the end of his career or not. He's fighting for his own career, and rightfully so. And just on a minute to go. So this could be one of those anticlimaxes for Luke, such is the cruel nature of the sport. No matter what you've achieved, no matter what you've done, the ocean will always call the day. Here he goes, Pirate again. You can tell what he's going to do. And this time, again, you see him holding onto his foot with the leg rope. Couldn't make that one. And that will be his last wave, you'd think. Couldn't connect. And so we know his game plan.
He almost got it. I don't know. I just see that his foot upside down. But as we see, the time is running out for Luke. Maybe he waited for too long.
Well, Pirates, if you're chasing a 4, they were, potentially scoring opportunities on that. But it looks like with 5 seconds, that's it. You can see Luke and his head down. That's the end of what's been a really incredible and career from Luke Dillon, flying the Union Jack higher than most. And you can see him there just taking it all in. Big moment in his life. But the wave didn't come through. Surfed really well as well. 2 really solid backhand turns. But
he held that first priority for so long. You would think that he was going to go on something.
I know. It's probably a fair summation of his career. A 6.7. So one really incredible wave, but just wanting to back it up. I've seen Luke do that a lot in his time, and
Anyway, what a remarkable career he's had. He's on to bigger and better things, so we'll say fair play to him. Hopefully get a chat with him after the break. Even though he lost, it'd be good to get his take on it. But as you see, more live action. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House, right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras,
I feel
a
like
land
here in
made out
Santa
of
Cruz, they're really nice to me in the water and outside. So there is a lot of variety of waves, a lot of sandbars, left, rights, outside waves, inside waves, and it's really powerful waves. So you can actually do good surfing, a mix of different conditions, and I think that's the advantage of surfing in Santa Cruz.
Temos várias praias, temos uma costa enorme e então temos vários tipos de ondas, como umas mais compridas, umas muito rápidas, e eu acho que isso é bom para aprender. Acho que as ondas aqui também são fortes e temos uma corrente forte, o que é bom para quando formos para o outro lado já ser mais fácil de continuar a surfar. Quando estou dentro de água, estamos todos lá à conversa, a incentivar uns aos outros. Claro que tenho que na mesma remar e dar o meu máximo para apanhar as ondas, mas sinto-me incentivada.
The waves are really powerful. There is always a lot of swell, especially in the winter. Sometimes it's hard to paddle out. We can catch like really good waves here without crowd. My biggest dream in the moment, my biggest goal now is to qualify for the Olympics. I have this opportunity. I love competition, but I'm way more open now to the free surf and the lifestyle of surfing. That is amazing.
O meu maior sonho, a minha ambição na minha carreira é chegar ao Campeonato Mundial. Mais cedo ou mais tarde é chegar lá.
And very well, welcome back to the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House. We're here and there from Guillaume Fonseca at the Noah Surf House. We're checking him out in live action right now in the water in a tough heat. A couple of Frenchmen, Saint-Peter, the youngster, Thomas Dibier, also featuring Guillaume Fonseca and Matias Canhoto, an up-and-coming young ripper of a Portuguese surfer. I love this matchup.
Yeah, two French, two Portuguese. It's pretty amazing. All the surfers surf really good, and Matias being the youngest with a little less experience. But here we see Guy right at home with a nice first snap off the top, and then he's going to finish this one off really strong on the finishing turn as well. So he was happy with that. That's a 4.33. That's a good way to start.
Realising he's on the inside, he's got the local knowledge, and just knows how tough it is to punch through. Doing the run around, just picking up the backhand work from him, just really quick and able to whip that. Sometimes you get these fast little steep sections, they don't stand up for long. You got to match the speed. That's what Guillaume was able to do there.
Yeah, because he's a small guy, but really strong. But his center of gravity is so slow. He can actually generate so small. It generates speeds from every single turn because he's super close to the board, and everything he does it's on the front foot. So he gets that extra speed coming out of every turn.
Sammy Peter from deep here, the goofy. Deal with a little crumble on the lip in front of him, and then open up nice. Puts one up into the lip with a spring in his step with the recovery. Was hoping to get another turn in. Doesn't do it on that occasion. He'll dip under and punch through. Peter opening up his account with Small score there. Judges wasted a lot of time and giving him a 2 for that. But if you tell you what, if he lines up one of these lefts with multiple sections, I'm also really looking forward to see what Thomas Dubier does out there. He's amazing on the backhand. Well, here he is. Here he goes, slicing in a nice steep section into the lip there. That's a turn he does really well, and he's so strong to hang on and does exactly that.
Yeah, he's going to be really dangerous throughout this whole contest because his backhand is lethal, absolutely lethal. Coming from, I'm not sure, is he from Martinique or Reunion Island? Guadeloupe, all right. So there's plenty of lefts, and we heard it from someone the other day that they have the full rotation team with Gatia and all that. But yeah, Thomas just is really good. Look, he just waits for the right moment to attack that leap. That's a really critical section. Justice will love that, and I think he loved that as well. So it's going to be really good to see him just approaching these lefts with that powerful approach, as we see Matias Canhoto.
Have action here. Canhoto. Bang! Wow, really smooth. How about that technical turn from him? Lovely release of the tail. Does well to gather it with speed. And the style was really nice too. Be interesting to see where this goes point-wise. While we just wait for that score to come in from the judges, should we go down and hear from Luke Dillon? Let's have a chat with Luke. He's with Chico. Well, we'll just come to that in a sec while we pick up the replay here and have another look at this turn, Philippe.
I'm biased because I'm a really, really big fan of Matias and his surfing, but that turn was one of the best turns we've seen so far. So fast, just releasing that tail with a lot of control. Unfortunately, it didn't go around the section, but I think the judges will like that one. At least I did.
Judges will have a think about where that turn goes. Let's go and hear from Luke Dillon.
Yeah, boys, I have with me, what a legend, Luke Dillon. Luke Dillon, this is going to be, as you said, probably your last QS ever. A bit of an emotion coming up now, a lot of years here, and you've been one of the standout soloists from Great Britain. So how are you feeling right now? A lot of events done, eh?
Yeah, it feels like a proper end of an era. I obviously sat there with the last 8 minutes with Pryor, and I thought, definitely going to get one chance, but Mother Nature didn't provide. And then when I got out, I was just sort of laying on the board, turned around, looked at the ocean, and just kind of just said, like, thank you for the last few years. And yeah, the next chapter is going to start soon.
And what's next for you?
I'm the coach of the GB surfing team, and yeah, working with them back home, and it's really exciting for all the young kids at home, something to aspire to. There's a bit of some money there, hopefully, and yeah, just putting together a program to make sure that they go, you know, better and higher than I have. But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure.
It was a pleasure for us to watch you surf for this many years, and what a great role model they have right now to inspire them in the next few years.
Yeah, thanks, mate. You're gonna make me cry.
Thanks, boys. Back to you.
We're chopping onions up here in the booth, mate. This is emotional. What a cool.
It is.
What a great way to sign off. And I just think everything Luke's done, he's done it with a touch of class. You know, he's ripped. He's been the sort of the spearhead of that British group. But
yeah, he has been the focal point at some time of his career. He's the focal point of the GP surfing. You know, like it's.
And obviously the results are big, and it's all about, you know, ultimately it's about where you are in the rankings, that sort of thing. But it's also about enjoying your time when you do it. There's only a certain number of people that are going to get the championship tour, win world titles. So think about everyone else. It's about living a good life, surfing, traveling, exploring new ways, making friends on tour. He's a really popular guy around the surfers area. Luke always has a smile on his face, whatever he's doing. He doesn't seem to be someone that, when it takes a loss super hard, and just great to be around, good energy. I think he'd be awesome at Team GB coaching.
Yeah, he'll do a good job, that's for sure. But he has a lot of miles on this, and a lot of hours, and a lot of places, he knows what he's doing, and it's been a pleasure to see him compete and just put the Great Britain flag out there, because there's not too many, and hopefully there will be more and more for the next years.
Other thing as well, just to say on that, as we check out replay here, this is Sam Peter, found himself a big left here, Philippe.
Yeah. Whoa, that was, oh my God. Did he get injured? Hopefully not. But that could have been the highest score of the heat. Now it looks fine, but that could have been the highest score of the heat. That's for sure. Unfortunately, he went down just just right at the end. So unfortunately for Sam, a little bit of a, not a mistake because it happens, but that would be a nice score.
And Peter going down hard there out the back, having a paddle. Thomas de Bier going on the right, on the forehand. A big layback, pushes hard. Just not able to sort of disengage the rail, really. It just stuck in there. As a result, we couldn't recover that turn on the inside, but just finished up on Luke. Also, leaving on his own time. It's quite hard to actually leave the QS or know when your final heat is, and just be able to kind of draw a line under it and say, you know what, I'm moving on there. It's quite a cool thing to be able to do, as opposed to just kind of fizzle and fade out.
Yeah, it's better just to make that statement. Like, this is the last contest that I'm ever gonna do in my life. Otherwise, it's just, you're gonna keep showing up and popping up. Yeah, maybe I'll do that one, and then, because I think for me it was like that. Like, I need to stop, and I have to stop, and I know when it's gonna be my last contest, and it's good.
Some good sections out there, some good scores going down. Someone that found good scores in the last seats was the Basque Kai Odriozola. He's standing by for a chat with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Kai Odriozola, one of the highest scores of today. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really good about this heat. Happy to make it through. It was a tough one. With Luke and Jago and Echo. And yeah, I want to congratulate Luke for his career. He's an incredible surfer.
And talk me through that board. That board looks really magic, yellow board. You look really good on it.
It's a Pukas Mayhem. It's a really good board for me. It's with the board I won in Yuki, my first QS. So yeah, I love this board. It's a magic one.
Do you feel like this is a special event for you? Last year you got your breakthrough result on the QS here. You were even more young than you're now. You're still really young, but yeah, this is a special place for you, right?
Yeah, it's a special place. Last summer here I was the under-18 European champion, and then I also did the good result in my first QS 3000. Also, this March I injured myself, and the first waves I got was here at this beach, so it's a special place for me.
A lot of emotions thinking about Santa Cruz. You're looking really good. Hopefully you have an amazing event again, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who is supporting, and let's go.
Let's go, and back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. Yeah, great connection from Kai with this beach. How's that? Under 18 European champion.
I was here.
A result in his first QS. Just won an event in Nuki. He's flying.
Yeah, there's something magical about Santa Cruz, especially for some people, and Kai is one of them because he has been ripping. He finds his balance here, and he finds his rhythm on these kind of beaches, and yeah, they absolutely smashed that last year.
So 12 to go in this, the best of it. Well, it's Thomas de Bier, the 6.33 early on, the backhand work, and then chasing him down at the moment. Matthias Cagnota got a 4.57. That one turn really smooth and controlled and technical. Guy Fonseca, we saw him really early on get that 4.33. Where's he been since then?
Yeah, he's holding on the priority, just waiting for that big one, and he knows what kind of waves he needs, and he knows he needs going big and on bigger waves. So even sometimes being a short person, it doesn't help you with the scores. I know that because there's a few examples here in Portugal, and sometimes when the waves get bigger, it feels like they're not being able, as you see, St. Peter up and riding.
Yeah, it's got some bigger one. Yeah, some meat here, and he goes at it hard. This time, he gets it done. So, one turn waves. Let's see where that goes. Meanwhile, full flow, de Bier, beautiful carve on a rail, holds that rail in the steep part of the wave and finishes it up really nice as well. So, comboing the carve in the pocket. And sometimes those kind of turns, if they're done out on the face, they're a bit safe. That one, I feel, really in the critical part of the wave, the steep bit.
Yeah, it just came from behind the section, as you see here. He waited for the right moment to carve just right on the corner of that lip, and then straight into a nice finishing turn. Nothing too major, but two-turn combo and a bigger wave. Just really like that, that's for sure. And this is Sam's wave. Again, a bigger one. He hits it really well, and he manages to hold on that turn. So, yeah, both French surfers just putting themselves on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's going to be a good number for the heat leader. He will extend that margin for sure. He was sitting on a 1 prior to that. Let's see where it goes in comparison with the 6.33. See where it puts the chasing pack. Of course, 2 surfers advanced in second right now. Kenyoto, Peter only looking for 2.58 though to nab that spot. Just a wave apiece for Portuguese surfers, Fonseca and Kenyoto at the moment. A little bit quiet one, this one, just in terms of waves ridden.
Yeah, comparing from what we've been watching, and sorry, there's some heats that has been non-stop action. This one, we'll see Guy Fonseca up and riding on this right hand.
All right, here he goes. What's he got here? As he puts it up, really nice, great control from him, and he's been patient, and it's paid off right there, Philippe.
Yeah, it did. Just that one single major turn, and we know the judges loved that, and Guy also loved it. It felt like he screamed after that turn. Let's see here. I felt like he could have gone for a 2-turn combo, but he did really well there, just holding on that critical part of the turn. As you see here, just see how much he's compressed there. That allows him to hold on that turn, because it was a critical one, and very nicely done by Guy.
Yeah, it was a powerful section as well, really top to bottom, not easy to do. We've seen so many of the best from around Europe go down on the inside section, basically just sort of biting off more than they can chew, really. And on that occasion, Fonseca, he had the read of it, he had the measure, crucially he had the leg strength. Big number in for Dubier. 7.83 for him, massive total now. He's streets ahead, 14.16 out of 20 for Thomas Dubier. And he's ripping out there right now, full control. A number in for Peter, 4.63, enough for second right now. Has a paddle here, realizes that's not the opportunity. Yes, Kenyoto drops to fourth now. And this is a close heat. Fonseca will move up because he's got the 5.33 for his right-hander. And this one, from being a little sluggish, that last exchange has come alive. The next number of Kenyoto will be crucial because it'll be a second score for him. I reckon we've got a really interesting heat on our hands. It looks like the classic battle for second.
Yeah, exactly. All the 3 surfers have a score around the 4 points, and the only one that could actually back it up was Guy now with the 5.33. So all the other 2 surfers, Matthias and Sam got a 4.63 and Matthias a 4.57. So they both need something around the 5 range to make it to second, because Thomas Dubier is absolutely smashing that hit. I don't think anyone is going to steal his first place for now.
Yeah, the judges fully paying off that carve. It was super critical. As we watched it live, you could tell where he put that turn. It was not a safety turn. And he pushed it in and crucially held it a long time as well. And just looking so dramatic when he could do that and really commit to your turns in the pocket. Thomas Dubier, thinking about his season and rankings and all that sort of thing. Of course, the job here is getting yourself into challenges, qualification. You do that by doing well on the QS. And he's looking to essentially move up and put himself in a position to get on the challenges. The way you do that is by getting scores from the judges. And this is the scale, essentially. So this is what we're looking at. So his last wave, 7.83, according to my readings of the scale, the judges said that was very good.
Very good, yeah. We only had one excellent score throughout the whole contest yet. It was yesterday's Ali Batista right-hander. So we're looking forward to see all the top seeds just trying to get those. Oh, Matthias just absolutely ruined that. That was a bit of a mistake. A little bit of not much of experience playing to play there, as we see Thomas.
Yeah, hitting it hard again. So he was patient for that inside. The first time was a setup. He knew what was coming. He knew there was going to be an inside. And he looks really sharp and powerful. And again, able to really just juice out the steepest part of the section. Let's see how he sets this up here.
Nice first carve. He just waits for the right moment to attack that lip. Gets a little bit of a board slide on that finishing turn, which makes it a lot harder and a lot critical. So Thomas is just showing why he's one of the best guys right now.
Yeah, looking really, really strong out there. Just prior to that, you mentioned that mistake from Kenyoto. A mistake as well prior to that from Sam Pito. So he gave up priority paddle for wave. He didn't get. He had to sit down the order. He had to sit wide. He's avoided really anything bad coming from that because he's back in priority now. Particularly Matheus Canhete has been unable to add to the score. So Fonseca's still in second. Peter is not a long way back though, 5.04. That requirement, it's got priority, it's got 5 minutes. Number in for Thomas de Beer. Guess what? It's another good one. It's another very good one, according to our criteria. 7.43. And his total, 15.26. That's pretty massive.
Yeah, that's probably the highest total score of the event so far. So, but Thomas we knew how dangerous he's going to be on these kind of conditions, and his best wave was a right-hander and the second best left-hander. So just showing how much he has improved on his forehand. Because in a couple of years ago, you could see definitely that was a big difference between his backhand and his forehand. And right now, just showing us, not anymore, guys. I know how to serve to the rights, and I know how to get scores on the rights as well. So very good surfing by Thomas, and that second place still a bit open.
Yeah, really, really commanding performance from him. And as you would expect in this round, really, we were talking it up, seeing the top seeds come through, and just a level ramp up. That's exactly what's happened here. De Beer showing us why he's been a standout on this circuit for the last, I would say 3 years, 2-3 years.
Yeah,
he's been really, really good. He's strong, he's always competitive, finds himself opportunities, surfing critically in the pocket with the speed and the power. He's run away with this. He's miles ahead of, at the moment, Fonseca. Peter not a long way back. Let's check the recap. See how our third heat of this round has gone down. But yeah, this was the right. And how's this car?
Oh, that car was really good. And then he finished it off on a really strong turn as well. And yeah, that's the best wave of the heat so far. We also had this wave by Guy, a 5.33, this huge finishing turn. He loved that. I loved it. It's 5.33. I thought the judges could have got a little bit higher on that one, but I'm not the judge. And this one, second best wave of Thomas de Beer. It's a nice setup turn, waiting, and hits really strong. Just drift the fins on the lip of that wave, and yeah, it's just showing how consistent and how powerful he is.
Yeah, just able to pivot on the backhand, isn't he? Push with the back foot. You mentioned on live just the slide that he got out of the board as well. He just really, any tiny bit of potential from that section, he just absolutely maximizing what you can get in terms of a score. That's how you surf a heat.
Yeah, because you want to drift it, but you don't want to drift it too hard, otherwise you're going to lose connection with the board. And as we see, Matthias on a nice looking left-hander, just running away from it. He's going to go up. His strong turn. Is he going to go around the section? Unfortunately not. And also Saint-Peter with a nice little looking left-hander. Oh, that was a lot better from him. Big wave, big layback, big climb.
Yeah, let's see where this goes. That was a great finishing turn. Well, the score's in. 6.67 for Peter. So crucially turns it. Jumps to second. Fonseca drops down in white. Left of your shot. Now looking for 5.98. 2 minutes on the clock. And what a clutch moment for Peter. We talked about that priority that he got 3 or 4 minutes ago, having surrendered it earlier than that. And he was, asked a question. He was a touch rattled when he surrendered that priority, but what a way to reply. Great number, 6.7.
That's got to make him feel happy. That's his dad.
That's Didier.
Didier, yeah. One
alongside Dylan Groen. And Pops is watching on. Pops is watching this. Here he goes. Pushing a touch hard there. And unable to really connect at all with that particular maneuver. But with 1:20 on the clock, great time to put yourself in, the highest score of the chasing pack, essentially, and just really add extra pressure. And surfer like Fonseca will need to go, well, over half a point higher than his high score so far. So anything that he's seen come through in the last 23 minutes or so, 24 minutes, he needs to go quite a lot better than that, which is a tall order in the final minute.
Yeah, he needs something big. We've been watching throughout the whole contest. It's pretty hard to get above that 6 points. So he's gonna need something big. Yeah, second priority, Thomas de Beer, holding on that first priority with 40 seconds remaining. But Guy is more than capable of doing that 5.98. Let's call it a 6 points. He is more than capable. He just needs the wave. And Matthias a little far behind. He needs a 6.73. That's even harder. But with 25 seconds remaining, it looks like there's not much going on the ocean right now.
Yeah, it looks all quite calm right there. I'm sure it won't be calm in the minds of Fonseca or Canhete. It will be just ruining perhaps some decisions that they've made or some potentially missed opportunities? I think Fonseca's surfed well. He's just surfed 2 waves. He's surfed them both pretty well. He couldn't have done much more, but with hindsight, he needed to be a bit busier, particularly when Peter picked up the quality, dropped the 667 on a bomb. I'd say Sam's done well to identify the big lefts. I mean, some of his waves have been sort of double the size of some of the inside ones, and he gets it done. So it's a French 1-2 at the expense of Portugal. And we will look forward to see Thomas Dibier come back ripping in later rounds. He looked really, really good out there. I tell you, he's got loads more in the tank as well than that. And he'll just keep looking to push harder and harder. The power surf up from the French Caribbean. So Peter as well will be delighted, having been asked the question, to respond in the best possible way, getting the 667. And the heats will come thick and fast here. The big seeds entering the fray. We're going to check out Gatien Delay coming up in the next heat. This is Thomas Dibier absolutely ripping at Santa Cruz. More live action right after the break.
That was so good.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Welcome back to live action from the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House. And yet more quality out in the water. We'll see a clash of 2 Frenchmen, 2 Israelis. Gatien Delay, Paul César Distinguin taking on Ido Agag and Ile Beauchamp. So that strong Israeli push, part of the story the last few years on the QS in Europe. They continue to improve, put on performances across places like Portugal. Let's see how this pair go in a tough heat against Gatien Delay. Has been outstanding the last couple of competitive seasons, had a couple of injury mishaps, and he's back to full fighting fitness right now. Also Paul César, who's brilliant goofy foot surfer, ever entertaining, competitive. Here goes Ile right now. So opening up early on in this heat, just slashing out first turn on a meaty inside section, combos it up, pretty well done. We got a reasonable number for that. Drops in 4.33. Good way to build a bit of a cushion in a heat. A pretty decent mid-range number really to start from there and look to kick on. I think he'll be happy with the way that one started. His compatriot Hagag's got a couple of numbers in already. It's 21.5 to go in this one. We're yet for significant numbers from Delay or Distinguin. In the meantime, let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat. He absolutely tore the place apart. He's standing by with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Paul, he absolutely did. One of the highest scores totals of this event so far. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling good. I like Santa Cruz. I always liked it. There's always some good waves, and it's pretty much all the time consistent and like not big, but there's some waves, and I like this kind of surf. So yeah, I'm happy to make the first round. It's always a little bit nervous, you know, on the first, and happy to get my surfing going and got 2 good scores. Yeah.
And we were chatting a bit before about your goals here. Can you explain what your goal is here at Santa Cruz?
It's the last contest of the year, not of the season, but we're not gonna have any contest before a while. So I really want to do, yeah, be in the final, you know, getting those points to make the challenger next year.
And this score just gives you a confidence boost, right?
Yeah, exactly. I lost the last 2 comps like pretty early, and I was feeling a little bit lack of confidence. But this hit like gives me a little boost that I need for the rest of the comp. Yeah.
And how have you been preparing?
Sorry.
How have you been preparing for the event?
Surfing a lot with my coach Jason. He came in France like before the events in Lacanau, and we've been surfing a lot, training boards, and yeah, just trying to be consistent on every hit. And yeah, I'm hoping it will work on this comp.
Well, keep it up. You're on the good road. Congratulations.
Thank you, Joanna.
Great job from Thomas. Live action. Here goes a gag, taking on a section. Whoa, he just gets absolutely bounced in this one. There's some heavy inside and some size out there right now. Here's Gatien. What's he good for us? On the backhand, cupped out, steep wall, and a sharp hit. Gets it nice and vert. So he gets out of there before the conclusion. And that white water on the inside. Here goes Beauchamp. Nicely done from him. The speed hit. And stylish too. Really smooth and controlled. Precision surfing. High into the lip. And crucially gets it done. The recovery. So let's see where that goes score-wise. We also had vision of a long wave from Paul César. Didn't get the finish on it, but did some nice turns before that. Here's another look at Ile. Just pushing. And that one really nice. Great timing, really. Oh, and there's a bit of power in the lip. You could use that to your advantage. Generate tons of spray. That's exactly what he does here. So Ile, after that good start, the 4.33, not hanging around, looking to build on it. This was Gatien's effort. It was a little slopey out the back, so he just swung around, and he got this section come to him. Knew exactly what to do. He got a 4.47 for that. We'll have another look from above here. And just see, without really having to push overly hard, able to be right in the sweet spot, tight in the pocket. So 18 minutes, 15 seconds at the moment. And it's Beauchamp, one of our Israelis, just applied a bit of pressure. 5.5 from him. 5.5, add to his early work of a 4.43. At the moment, good enough for first place in this one. We are still waiting for a number of Paul César. Let's see where that puts him. It will be a second score for him. And then that'll be everyone with at least 2 scoring rides to give us our first kind of legit situation. (17 minutes and 20 to go in this, and we're still waiting on that score of Paul César to come through. Nope, it's disappeared from the score screen. I think we're all caught up, so that's our situation right now. It's just that one wave he's ridden. It's the 2.83. So we're still waiting for a second wave from him. But the early work in this, the early running, finding some lefts, the Israeli Beauchamp. 5.5 will feel great for him, particularly to do it at the start of the heat as well. Get those numbers in early, really, rather than, you know, sitting there, seeing sets go by, listening to your competitors build up scores. A little paddle battle there, some distance apart from them, which feels like on the intensity doesn't quite match up to when they're going elbow to elbow, but looks like Distenga and Hagag just disputed 3rd and 4th prio. Looks like 3rd went to the Frenchman, Paul César. Top of the priorities, Gatien Delay. Second position right now, 5.37, his requirement for first. Beautiful blue sea out the back here at Santa Cruz, just north of Ericeira on the Portuguese coast. A great time of year to be surfing in Europe, really, enjoying the autumn swells as they fire up. The water's still nice and warm, weather's great. And the QS absolutely delivering for us here. It's been pumping, really. Absolutely. The before the event. The free surf was incredible. And then throughout yesterday and today, really, really fun conditions. And it looks set to continue as well throughout the rest of the week. Winds look favourable. It's time to say hi to Ben Mundy. Hello, mate.
Hi,
Thanks.
Paul.
It's really nice of you to join us.
Oh yeah, I had to.
Are we not disturbing you here? Or?
Well, I stepped in the breach.
Did you have something else on? Did you?
Well, who was missing? This was me. Sure, it wasn't me. Yeah, I've been doing some important stuff, Paul. Networking, sussing out the conditions, reading the lie of the land, seeing which way the wind's blowing,
What did
all
you
that
think
type of stuff.
of the Thomas de Bier rippery in the last stick?
Yeah,
Placed it,
good,
mate.
you know
High
what?
score of the event. Absolutely ripped.
I was way at the top and I just looked down. I saw these two massive arcs. And I was like, that's de Bier. Yeah, de Bier written all
That's
over.
TDB.
That's TDB. To be decided. And yeah, he looks strong. I like his way of surfing. I like his act, actually. I like a lot of things about him. I like his consistency. You know what you get with TDB, and he always delivers.
Yeah.
Like a postman, mate.
He looked really, really good. Can't wait to see him later on in the rounds. Right now, Gatien Delay, his island buddy, he's going all right in this one, but it's the Israeli Boshan with the early running, and he's nailed a couple of sweet less early on as Ilay. 5.5, pretty decent for his last effort.
Strong Bouchon. Yeah, up against some pretty heavy hitters. He's going to have to keep that up if he's going to have any sort of hang on to that lead. A lot of time halfway at the stage, but yeah, he's showing what he's got. Gatien Delay, obviously, really explosive surfer. Geez, we've watched some heats. I mean, he always kind of delivers pretty much. Well, what's your top sort of Delay moment in your career? Something that really stands out? Something that you remember fondly, Paul?
There's been quite a few highlights, haven't there? I mean, the season where he really put it together, coming on the challenges last year, he surfed really, really well. He did great in Belito. Quite small conditions over there, the 2022 event. Yeah, he's looked really good value, and I think he's really close to making that ultimate step up. A big hit there, and a quite authoritative dismount as well from Hagag. I like that.
Yeah, strong surfing, and really out. Just in and out, and just went out. So yeah, for me, Delay, I remember the Azores one of those years when it was absolutely pumping, when it was 6 to 8 foot and perfect. I think he made the final, maybe the semis, and it was incredible surfing. So that's a highlight. Hopefully, he can string some of that together, and we'll see. Okay, so here we go. Bit of a issue out there. Probably changed here. Delay on his backhand, really strong on that left hand, is growing up on that left hand point break. So 2 solid turns there. This is the replay that got him 4.47. And then the young Israeli, nice turn, hangs out the tail, rides out. Went a nice dismount as well, which, if I had my way, should be worth a few extra points. So not let's be honest, not a whole lot going on. A couple of 5s, a couple of 4s. No sprinkling of stardust as yet. We want a bit of excitement, Paul. We need some high octane energy to bring us home.
Tell you what, the Israelis will be enjoying this right now. They're surfers in 1 and 2 at the moment. Hagag will certainly look to work on the 1.5 and improve on that. But even with that in his score, at the moment he's got the better of a couple of absolute rippers out of France. Gatien Delay, Paul César Distinguin. Paul César has rallied a bit, just trying to improve on that early 2. Hasn't been able to. Got a lower 2 and then just a very short, quick throwaway number. Well, here goes Delay's number in, and he's back up to the top. Guess what? 6.33 for that work. We're expecting a good number to come through, and it does. So Hagag will drop down, but he's not a long way back. He's going to steal second. It'll be from his compatriot. And there's Gatien, and that'll feel a lot more like a resumption of pretty regular service with that 6.33, Ben.
Yeah, it's starting a bit of class, bit of authority. Didn't oversurf it. 2 sort of nice clicks, and yeah, that's why he's one of the top seeds. Really, really good surfing, and just starts to put a bit of distance between him and his less distinguished opponents. PCD, well, we followed his career a lot too, and just down there, these are the type of conditions you think he would normally like. Big sort of open-faced left so he can carve. Timothy Bissau, we know that blonde shock of hair, don't we? He's also one of the favourites. He'll be busy. Looking forward to his board speed. Just seems to go faster on a surfboard than most people, which I'd imagine is quite a helpful sort of trick when you're making your life out of it.
He's got a lot of drive as well. Sometimes it's actually quite hard to thought. What actually is drive, Ben? What does it even mean? What's drive if it's not speed? Going forward on your board?
Going forward.
Going forward a lot.
But with control.
Okay.
Yeah, there's an element of sort of grip and control in drive.
Right.
Not just pure, flat line speed.
There's Gatien Delay. He's got some speed. He's got a section. Oh, that was really nice. And he just slightly overdoes the rotation. Meanwhile, Hagag hits it hard. And look at the speed from him. He's busy trying to get onto the open face, which he's unable to do. But a lovely drifty air reverse attempt from Delay, which is ultimately unsuccessful. Be a throwaway number. Hagag just trying to hit it hard. He's just trying to get rid of that 1.5 at the moment, really. His requirement is a 5.76. Desperately wanted to get on the open face, couldn't quite do it. So priority is with Delay Bouchan, who was the early leader in this. He's had Gatien come past him, and Paul Cesar, who's been a bit quiet, needs to get going now. He's got second priority, needs a 7 at the moment.
Yeah, it's a big number for Paul, capable. A lot of spray on this one turn. See it just flinging down the line, but after that he's huffing and puffing, bouncing and trouncing, but couldn't get anywhere, and this was so close to a make. The projection forward was the thing about this, and then just swing it around. I reckon 7 times out of 10 he makes that. Unfortunately, just those fins caught. But again, showing what he's capable of. The wind is good for those type of manoeuvres on the right-handers.
I like those air reverses or just airs that come from a bottom turn rather than pumping down the line when you kind of know what's coming. I mean, that's cool too. But we've seen a couple of them. I'm thinking about the Haile Batista 8 that he got as well, where literally just off the bottom turn and just pop the fins out the top. Looks really cool. Here goes Bouchan. Look at the size of this section. He's got really nice carve. Steep in the pocket. Wow, there's another one. Great wave from Ile, and he loves it.
He loves it.
All right behind him, Delay up in the lip, covers so much ground, and really nice snap in the pocket as it just rains spray. Gets a touch bogged on that one as the wave goes soft, but the damage is already done. What a cool exchange, Ben. Who got the better of it?
Interesting. It's going to be tight.
I need a name. I know it's interesting. Who got the better of it,
Well,
Ben?
it's interesting because they're very different sort of approaches.
So who got the better of it?
I reckon Bouchan got the better of that.
Okay.
I think he just had that bit more radical edge, and I think
he bought himself a bit of time.
Yeah, well, it's a big call. I mean, this was the float. It was nice. I mean, this turn was rakish and nice. Don't get me wrong, but if he made this sweet, but he didn't. He got a little bit bogged. If he just made that a little, it would have been close. So yeah, but excellent surfing, Bouchan. This was a nice, just loads more steeper. So he cracked in the pocket. Nice rail turn, and then you can see the fins driving off the bottom. Yeah, he surfed that really, really well, and
that was cool.
In case no one noticed it, he made sure. I don't know if that was to the judges, to his coaches, to one of his nemesis.
He got hold of that. I love the way just pushing the fins through the top, and the spray looked great in that midday sunshine here at Santa Cruz. Here's his buddy Hagag on the backhand, a little flicky from him, nicely done. Just lacking a little bit relatively, think about the sort of Timothy kind of spray and impact and explosivity, just a smaller wave really, just lower energy. Meanwhile, big energy, Delay, big punt. Oh, and again, he'll throw that one away. So getting the quick spin in. And just somewhere around the landing, it goes wrong for him. He won't add to his total significantly right there. Significant number for Bouchan to come through. If it's 5.43 or better, he's overtaking Gatien Delay. We fancy his chances of doing that at the moment. Paul Cesar, he's got priority. He's been really quiet.
DCD, he's just out there thinking about his next case. And he's got to get busy. 6 minutes, he needs 2 waves.
Bouchan's number 617. It's the second high score of the heat. It's his high score. Puts him in first place with 6 on the clock. Really enjoyable one, this. And let's see what Paul Cesar's got with his priority. Great looking wave. Late drop from him. Off the bottom, there he'll jam one, and he just arrives late and sits down. Not what he was after.
No, he just got caught on takeoff. He was winding up the windows, wasn't he? Which is never a good sign. It means you're out of balance, you're going the wrong way. By the time he managed to get on his front edge,
That was
it
a
was
great
too late.
wave, Ben. That was a big missed opportunity.
That was one section there. He's waited a long time. He was in position. They're not quite right, sort of. They're obviously not in the Paul CD camp. They're in a very different.
It's the Israeli crew right there, mate.
Yeah, they're loving Beauchamp. So it was a missed opportunity. Especially, he perhaps brushed it off if he hadn't waited sort of 10 or 12 minutes for it, or a long time. The priority is so far down. Disappointing. He'll get back out there. He had one big section he could have absolutely hammered, which he has got incredible that front wrap, but he missed it.
All right, here goes Ido on the forehand this time. Not a great looking wave from him. He needs a bit more quality is what he needs. He needs to find better waves right now. Just looking at the numbers from Delay and where Hagag needs to go. He needs a 7 or better. That's assuming Gassian doesn't improve in the next just under 5 minutes in this. So he needs to find a bomb, really. The inside waves have not paid off for him. Change his strat in the last 4.5 minutes or so for him. Absolute bombs unloading out the back. Huey delivering again from the Atlantic here at Santa Cruz. It's just been cooking the last couple of days. Really fun to watch. You're watching the young Israeli Ile Beauchamp at the moment in the lead right now from Gassian Delay, who's going great in his career. Going well on the challenges, not a long way back. I think he's in the late teens, around about 20th, something like that, maybe 18. Somewhere around that mark is Gassian right now. I'll tidy that up for you when I get the info. Here he goes though, big looking wave. What's he got here? Puts it up super critical, and a sort of turn that you'd be backing him to make. Unable to do much there, Ben.
Yeah, he just ejected. I think, at different stages of the event, or if it was more on the line, he might have elected to really go for that, but he saw that the chances of completion was pretty low, the chances of knee buckling quite high. Did the quick maths arithmetic in his head and went, nah, I'm out of this, and went back out to go again. It's a big wave though, and yeah, we've seen him pull off some of those really big closeout wrenches before.
That's just slightly off there. I thought that might need fact checking. He's actually sitting 78.
Right, yeah. So yeah,
he's missed a lot from an injury.
So that's very different to 7/8. Yeah, that injury really that got him, didn't it? Before
got the 7.
yeah. So hardly knocking on the door, but he has for a long time been really close to that CT, sort of right on the bubble with the QS. He's a really experienced competitor, and trying to make his way back. Doing a pretty good fist of it so far. You're not sure where that injury is a factor in that last turn in pulling out. You never know. Sometimes he can just affect you in different ways. But he's currently in second spot, and his 2 other surface needs some big numbers.
That's Beauchamp's heat going. He's got first priority. He's got a lead. He'll watch his mate Ido Hagag have a crack here, and again, not the wave. He just needs to find himself a bomb. You're going to get a 7. Probably not going to do it on an insider, particularly when there's these roping left-handers. Here goes Gassian again. Look at this grower section. Wow, that was really nice.
There you go. That was his 4th attempt. He had botched the last 3. It was inevitable that if he got another one, he was going to make it. And that just had that little bit softer landing. And he hung it right up there. That was a big turn. It's going to be a big score. It's a 5.34 to go into first. I think he's going to get that. And these front 2 are starting to run away with this. You can see him straight away. Boom! He clicked the fins out as well. That was massive. Really, really solid. You can see these competitors out the side. They would have seen the fins pop out the back. He just rides out. Just no claim. Just, I don't need to tell anybody what I've just done. You've just seen it.
Just the extra energy from him, catching waves, being busy, doing it well. Here goes your heat leader, uses priority. Look at the speed he's got. Beauchamp, that was a great hit. That one, he missed it a bit. Well, I say heat leader, we are getting a score for Delay to come through, and if it's 5-3-4 or better, he will go into the lead in this. I've got a strong suspicion it will be that number quite easily. Drops in 7 for Delay. Beauchamp goes back to second. Gassian Delay once again, just kind of steadying the ship really in this one. And his numbers, 6.33 and that 7, they're pretty solid. 13.33 for the surfer out of Guadeloupe. He leads one of 2 Israelis, Ile Beauchamp at the moment. Looking for a 7 now for first. This guy, Hagag, looking for a 7.6 to go up to second. Where's Paul Cesar? A minute to go. He needs 8.84, Ben. What's happened? Nightmare.
He's had an absolute shocker. Yeah, just whatever, out of the rhythm early on. Had one opportunity to perhaps get back in. Lost it with that late takeoff that went wrong. And yeah, just one of those heats where nothing's gone right at all. And, you know, it's hard to sort of find a reason why. He's experienced, he's a great surfer. The conditions, you know, they're not particularly tricky or hard to read. You know, just
this is his kind of stuff, these long lefts.
Left-handers breaking off a bank. It's what, you know, it's his bread and butter. So, yeah, he was disappointed. Not that man. Last throw of the dice here for Hagag.
Yeah, he goes, looking for a 7.6. Goes to the air. Might as well give it a whirl. That's exactly what he did. Goal going complete. And I think that'll leave us more or less where we were. That's a busy heat from him. That's his 9th wave. I love the effort from him. I love the way he's bringing it. And he's been searching for a score. He's been intense. But we got to say also well done to Ile Beauchamp, who surfed really well out there. By contrast, just rode 4 waves. But the crucial point is the 2 of them are good enough for a 2nd place position. Nice moment for the 2 Israelis right there. This will be a big result here for Beauchamp. This is a great round to get out of with all of the top-seeded surfers that come through. And what a cool moment in his young career. And
yeah,
you can see how much it means to him right there, mate.
You can see it means a lot. You see the smile on his dial. And these Israeli surfers, there's a real push. We've been watching them come through the ranks. Used to be a lot of first sort of round casualties probably 4 or 5 years ago. They've sort of grown up together, and there's some real talent coming through, and he's one of them. And Ile Beauchamp, he looks like he belongs at this level. And as you say, it's a big, big win, and look how much it means to him. He's stoked.
Great scenes here at Santa Cruz. We're seeing highly entertaining professional surfing on the QS in Europe. That was Heat 4, the round of 64. All wrapped up. Some great looking surfers by the names of Tim Bisser, Ruben Vittoria, Gaspar Larsson, Kylian Guérin. Taken to the water soon. More live action from the Pro Santa Cruz real soon. Yeah.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Pro Santa Cruz. I got the winner of the last heat, Gatien De La Haye. You're no stranger from this beach right here because you made the final last year. Do you feel comfortable? Do you feel that you know how to maneuver everything here?
I always liked Santa Cruz because we've always been super lucky to get waves every year. So I like that. I like this type of waves, big closeouts, big turns. Putting big scores on the board, I love it. So yeah, I love Santa Cruz.
And last year you had an amazing result. One of your lowest scores was a 3rd place. So that must be very interesting to get back here and try and do that again.
Yeah, it is. It is. We always put so much pressure on ourselves when we do a result somewhere. We next year we want to come back and do the same or even better. So. Yeah, I'm not going to put any pressure on myself because competing is like so many ups and downs. So I'll just take it heat by heat and try and put the best surfing I can out there.
And how has the Challenger life been treating you?
Well, I've been having a tough one because I injured myself before the before the CT in Peniche because I had the wild card. So yeah, I was training in Carcavelos and I hurt my knee. So I pretty much just came back like a few months ago. So yeah, I missed a couple Challenger Series at the beginning of the year, and then I came back. I wasn't ready 100%. So yeah, it's been a tough one, but focusing on 2024, that's for sure.
And you look like you're 100% right now and ready for the next round, right?
Yeah, I can say I'm finally back 100%. I'd say it's all in the mind. It's all inside. Just got to connect with everything once again, and everything will get back in place for sure.
Sounds amazing. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, guys.
And welcome back to live action. There's the beautiful rocky formations of the Santa Cruz coastline. We've got round of 64 progressing. Some of the big names in surfing are starting to turn up and starting to make their absolute presence felt. Big surfing there in that last heat. Here's Kylian Guérin, a Frenchman, known for his sort of really attacking style on big waves. Out the back, Timothy Bissot. He's won here before. He's won in Portugal loads. He's a super dangerous competitor. He's so fast and drivey, and he's looking pretty good. Getting an open face wave there, but off to a start. Board waxing the feet. Also Gaspard Lassner, slowly sort of improving year on year. It's been like a bit of a slow build, but getting up the rankings, getting some wins. So yeah, real French sort of connection. And then Ruben Vittoria, the Basque surfer, he's won a few QS events in his time. Lethal on his backhand, and here he goes. Gets
Big
it up.
turn. Ruben there with the big turn off the top. He's really aggressive and quick in transition. Ruben winning the Caparica Surf Fest last year, I think, or 2 years before. So this guy means danger, and everyone knows that Ruben Vittoria is really powerful and quick in transitions, as we have 19 minutes to go. And live action, White Gaspard with a big snap off the top, making sure he makes it. Really consistent surfer and really smart surfer from La Bretagne. And we've got a really good hit on our ends. All four surfers, really consistent surfers, really smart. So that's what we were waiting for. Round of 64. The high seat surfers come into play. So let's rewatch a replay of Gaspard, and bang off the top. A lot of water coming out of that DHG surfboard as we watch Ruben Vittoria with a two-turn combo and a bit of a lull there in the wave, and another bang to finish this wave off. So Ruben Vittoria doing an amazing job on this one. As we watch again, Kylian a bit late on that last section, and this was White's first wave. Big snap off the top, winds up again, and another one. Let's see how he finished this wave off. Just a quick snap there, and was he able to do another one? Yes, he was. So a 3-point ride for Gaspard. A lot of maneuvers for a 3-point ride, but nonetheless a 3.93 for his second effort, that single maneuver. So once again, the judges being a bit biased about the number of maneuvers you do, but the quality of them. So Gaspard with a single maneuver getting a 3.93, and with a longer wave, but probably smaller and not as effective as the second one, with a 3. So the message from the judges is there, and there's some big names coming up next as well. We've got a really good afternoon of surfing coming up. We've got names like Marc Lacomar, Guilherme Ribeiro, Frederico Moraes, and Marco Mignon. So it's going to be an amazing afternoon of surfing. We've got the Portuguese wildcard Afonso Antunes coming up too. So with Kaoli Vast, the next generation of surfers. So it's always great to see a mixing between the new up-and-coming generation and the old veterans. Not the old veterans, we cannot call a 30-year-old a old veteran.
Let's call him old, mate.
Okay.
It's a young man's game, this.
It's a young man's game.
Tell you what, there's a young man with a bit of edge, Kylian Guérin. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty epic kind of event. Pretty fun times ahead.
Yeah. We saw in other sports like guys like Djokovic
Yeah.
37 years old. And
Still
playing
on fire.
playing like he's 20. I feel like regarding sports and wealth, I think it has improved so much over the last 30 years that I think your career can get much longer if you treat yourself well, eat well.
For sure.
There's a lot of information to keep your body in the right place.
Yeah, it's moved on massively. Sports science, people looking after themselves a lot better. I mean, well, you know.
Look at you.
Look at me. I'm better looking than I look. Yeah, that's what they say.
Just like wine.
You know, well, I mean, surfing has got the greatest example of all time, hasn't it? In me. I mean, Kelly Slater out the back, we see a white Larsson drives off the bottom a little bit short in that first turn, then gets a second one, hangs that up, finishes it off. Yeah, a certain Kelly Slater, obviously, is the poster boy for no other sport has someone of his age still operating at the very elite level. So, yeah, if you look after yourself, train, you can have a really long career. Just saw some surfing of Mick Fanning warming up at Trestles.
You saw
See that? Yeah.
Come on.
He's like,
he could be there. Give him the 5th spot, and I think I'm going to bet on him. I just saw a wave of him. Impressive.
Yeah, incredible surfer. So
exactly the same.
Yeah.
As he was on tour.
Yeah, it's fast, crisp.
Wow.
A bit like that last night. Yeah, and that's again late 30s. Saw Parko at the Maldives event.
Saw that one.
Ripping.
He won 12 heats in a row. 12, as we see live action.
Bissar, there we go. First time this fight, he gets so much speed. I know we go on about it, and there's a massive lip line kind of floater. Meanwhile, Victoria. What? Someone pressed the fast forward button on this screen. It's just going. He just missed that third one, but this waves are offering so much down the line speed. It's almost hard to control it, Chico. That's the issue. It's not going. Not going fast enough. You're going too fast.
Yeah, the wave has power as we watch. Wow. What a turn. And another one. He's got a double up. Let's do it. Bang, another one. So, what a heat, Ben.
Yeah, incredible surfing. And that was probably the best of the whole exchange, perhaps, from Gillian. Wow. Awesome waves, awesome surfing. Top seeds starting to show. The heat score starting to go through the roof. Yeah, it's been super, super exciting.
Yes, it is. Well, on paper, we could tell this heat was going to be a banger. And that's why the level gets a bit higher. I think they know they have to perform to make it. And when you come to these later rounds, it always happens as we rewatch this turn. That turn was beautiful. That turn was well placed, technical. And he had everything. So really well served by Kilian. Look at the judges, sell it. But this turn was sick. Blows the fins out.
Yes.
Was beautiful and really well placed. So right in the face of Team Bisso. So Team Bisso might be with a bit of a pressure on his side because he's having a shocker. And this one from Ruben Vittorio. Bang! Off the top, off the bottom again. So 2 big turns off the top for the Basque country machine, Ruben Vittoria. So great surfing by Ruben, and what a banger of the heat we have on our hands. A lot of great heats still to come, but this one, I tell you what a heat with 12 minutes to go. I just had a beautiful coffee. I'm feeling energized and ready to see 5 more hours of the best European surfers surfing as we watch live action. Bang! Huge turn off the top. Oh!
Wow. Really, really close. Out the back. It's a non-stop action. Wow. Oh, and there's a big hit as well from last night. Everyone's just turning it on. There's boards flying. There's bodies flying. There's waves crashing. And looks like those two seem okay. So yeah, exciting times, and still more action out the back. Bisso on his backhand this time. Drives off the bottom, a little bit short in that first turn. Does manage to climb over the foam on the second. So all 4 surfers finding their groove. Judges got a lot of work to do with just on 11 minutes to go.
And 11 minutes to go. Team with a bit of a safe snap to start that wave off. But then the last turn was the nice one. A bit of a float over the section. So Team Bisso with a bit of a comeback wave. As we watch this one, he lost a bit the drive there of the fins, but this one a lot better over the lip and making it. And this one, Ruben, bang off the top, amazing turn. And this one, he almost killed Kilian Garin on that one. I'm wondering if they actually touched each other on this one, because that was so close.
Right. It looks like the board was at least sort of stayed.
Oh, look at them.
Oh my God. It must have touched him.
Yeah, I think so.
What's the interference? Sort of, if it was an accident, there's no interference kind of angle there, is there? Because that can happen. The judges have to think about that. I suppose he couldn't get out of the way.
I think Ruben didn't make the turn because he was afraid of actually killing Kilian. Bang! And Gaspar with a really nice wave too. So what a heat. A lot of scores to come our way. And a lot of surfing to unpack. And yeah, as we see some more lines approaching, surfing doesn't want to stop, neither do what we. So we want to see some more action. And as we see Green bang off the top and a huge turn by Kilian, but with a bit of a fall there. With 9 minutes to go, we have Gaspar in the lead. And we have a lot of scores still yet to drop for Ruben, Vitoria, Kilian and Tim. And this one a bit late and a bit of foot slip off, the front foot just slipped off. So Ruben here on a good ride and nice jam in the pocket and another one. So Ruben with a consistent waves, back-to-back waves. I feel like he's going to put some really good scores on the board. He just had two really good lefts and now this right. So nice bottom turn and wow, nice gouging snap. A bit late into that one. So, well, I don't think it's going to be a score that will factor into his top two. But nonetheless, I think we're going to see a shifting situation because Ruben Vitoria just had a huge backside snap off the top on the outside on the previous wave. So 5.2. Ruben Vitoria jumps into the lead with 8 minutes to go. Ruben, he needed that wave and the wave presented to himself. So what a heat.
Yeah, it's been thick and fast. That Kilian Garin's first or biggest score, 6.17 for that three-turn combo, of which the first one was really dynamic. I thought that might have went a little bit higher as well. Judges keeping the powder a little bit dry. The four surfers in a straight line there. Surfing White with priority. He can afford to take off any wave he wants. Good drone angle. Bisso, you're right, he's missed a few little turns here and there, just not quite in rhythm. Here he goes. He's got priority over the surfing green, so he's going to go. Here we go again, nice right-hander. Nice first turn, that's a bit more like it. And then a really quick 2 for 1. Didn't quite have the element of risk or hit the lip on that second turn. It will improve. His score only needs a 5.06 to move up into second. He always just keeps punching away, Timmy. He never gives up, even if he just catches a lot of waves and a lot of waves quickly. So he's always willing to throw the dice, even if it just improves his score somewhat and then go again. It's kind of his strategy.
Yeah, Tim always really quick in transition. That snap to a late hit, really good. So Tim with a bit of a, I don't know, I just feel he's a bit desperate to get something on the board. It's unlikely, unusual hit for Team Bisso. Sitting on a 7 combined total is not like Team Bisso we are used to. So we know Team at the fall there on that end section, unfortunately for him, because that last turn was so good.
Yeah, that would have been huge if he managed just to pull it off, but he didn't. He sort of landed face flat, and his own momentum went forward, but his board stayed where it was. And yeah, he did make it, and that's been costly. 6.5 minutes to go, not needing a massive score. 5-point rides, not something that he'll be too worried about. We've also seen him perform under pressure, get some really incredible buzzer beaters in his time there. So he'll be confident. He's got 4th priority, which is a bit of a problem, but there's some big sets approaching. We'll see how these hit the bank. Bissau looking at the right. Meanwhile, on the corner, Kilian Garand trying to improve on a 2. First turn, well, it's his only turn. It's an incomplete. He only needs a 3.06 to move up into second. And here goes Larsson on a nice looking left. Streaks down the line. Nice first turn. Can he finish it? And he can. So he'll improve on his score and make Kilian and Bissau's job that little bit harder. Throwing a lot of spray. It's Larsson. Powerful, rangy surfer. He's connecting with the source, the pockets, and yeah, doing really, really well.
Yeah, this wave from Gaspar, big snap off the top, and another one. So Gaspar, I always feel like Gaspar has like his feet glued to the surfboard. I feel it's something in Bretagne. They have Ian Fontaine is the same. I just feel like they're good mates, and they probably have some type of glue they put on their feet because they always stick to their board like glue. So him and Ian are really consistent, and they never fall as we see a big and really good left for Ruben.
Yeah, nice fade, comes around. Wow. Oh, there's a 30, means business. And there's a second one. He's going to get a third in, is he? Oh, that is great serving if he can just hang on, and he can. His backhand is one of his really great strengths. You can see why. He just didn't finish off that last move, but the damage was done out the back. You could see that wave looked so good. Bissau was sniffing all over it, but he didn't have priority. And yeah, Ruben just in rhythm, he absolutely pounced. I like the fade on this, Chico.
Yeah, the first one, I love it. Gave him the rhythm to really apply pressure on this one again. And the third even more. Man, I like the bonus section he has here, but he had the fall, as you said. But the first one, it's all about money. The first one was a really, really, really meaty section, and he's really good on his backside, Ben. I just feel he connects really well, and he gets speed every time he goes there, like for the next one.
I think the first time I ever saw him was in Tenerife when he won.
Wow.
And it was,
he was in combo, right?
Yeah, he was. It's that place, America's left, Spanish left. This really good left-hander, and he was just on point, just backhand turn after backhand turn. That was probably a good 6 or so years ago. So he's developed a lot. He's actually doing more coaching now. He went to university. It's a real well-rounded kind of a surfer. He's not just in the surfer's bubble. Yeah, when that backhand starts to work, yeah, it's really, really difficult to beat. And a 6.17 for that last wave, so that goes up into his first. Meanwhile, at the back, oh, Kilian goes down the hole, getting a little bit desperate. Doesn't have a huge score, and he needs a 3.05, so he doesn't need to do much at all. He'll be absolutely kicking himself if he ends up getting third with only needing such a low score. He's had opportunities. That first time was a little bit tight. It's usually that's just pressure, I reckon, because that's bread and butter for him. He hits some massive closeout sections.
Yeah, but the snap, he kind of like caught the rail a bit, and he lost the speed to actually apply the pressure he wanted on the lip there. So unfortunately for Kilian there, with a bit of a fall, he needs a low score, Ben. There's 2 minutes to go, and he needs a 3.07. So that was really important for him.
Yeah, he's had 2 attempts at it now, both still needing just a 3. Just hasn't been able to crack it. So he's still got, well, he's got 2 minutes. It's enough, but it's not a lot. Just needs to do 2 or 3 turns, really, and he'd be safe as it stands. But he's in 4th priority again, so no doubt Larsson will go and sit on him, get right on his backside, make life even more difficult for him. Hasn't been a whole lot of that in this competition. Hasn't needed to be because there's been so many waves. But now,
Geraint needing a 3, and Larsenat having priority. He'll be all over him.
And Tim needs a 5.06, which is something that for a shocker of a heat, it's really, really attainable for Tim Bissau.
For sure.
I just feel like if there's a left popping up anytime soon, he's a danger man. So a 5.06, it's well and truly capable of doing that. So Kilian Guerin trying to get away from Gaspar a bit, but Gaspar with a bit of a pedal to get Kilian close to him. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see Tim Bissau catching a good one at the end. So Gaspar in second, but well and truly in danger.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a bit of a case. You sit on Kilian, who's in third, but then you leave Bissau alone. I know he's got priority, I suppose that is different. But yeah, Bissau, he can perform under pressure. He just needs a wave. Looks like Gaspar does use his priority. That was more of a blocking manoeuvre rather than anything else. Still got some nice turns in though. If Bissau got one of those, you'd think you might be able to manufacture a 5. He's done. So we'll just see whether his 2 opponents can get something in the last 15 seconds, and it looks pretty flat. And Bissau, that's a bit of a boil over. Bissau, one of the favourites of the event. Won here before, and so he's out. So Timothy Bissau is gone. That's been a bit of a blow for Timmy. He really loves these waves. He's really confident here, but unfortunately for Tim, he's going to play no more part in this event. And yeah, he'll be very, very disappointed. First heat of the event, and he's out chasing a small wave. Never really found the rhythm. That one mistake cost him that big closeout re-entry, really. That was the turning point. But Vittoria and that backhand, tell you what, if this bank stays the same, these lefts keep reeling off, he's going to be one to watch. Mark my words.
Yeah, I feel the same. Ruben Vittoria surfing so good. I feel like if we get the same conditions over the course of the next few days, he's going to be, as you said, one to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, there's plenty more action coming on. We're going to have a short commercial break and come back with the rest of the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House, right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
Time is right. I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
And a very warm welcome back to Praia do Norte, Santa Cruz, Portugal. It's the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House. Checking out Marc Lacomande, Di Crier, Keone Lassa, Elias Sassi. Another quartet taken to the water. The big guns coming in. I see loads of power out there. I see the young upstart in the form of Keone Lassa and that strong Israeli energy, Elias Sassi, who will, you would have thought, with that good squad they got going, be very buoyed by performances of the likes of L.A. Bouchan, making it out of this round. Let's see how he can go. It's going to be a tough heat, though.
Yep.
There we go. Top men's rankings. where we're at. It's a lot of French tricolor there, Chico. A lot of French flags.
Yes, as in the bottom we see a lot of Basque Country machines. Caio Driozola, we had an outstanding heat today. Iago Dominguez too, and Vitor Garati Aonandia, who is a machine too. So a mix of Basque and French on the top 10. And I would like to see Portuguese flag there too. Hopefully we're gonna see one soon. I know Joaquim Chaves is sitting right on the 11th spot, so by one spot we don't see our Portuguese flag flying, but I think Joaquim Chaves is one of the Portuguese to watch in this comp, right along with Guilherme Ribeiro as well, and Frederico Moraes. We've got a really good up-and-coming group of surfers. We just saw Matias Canhoto lose, unfortunately, but that kid, I tell you what, is going to be one to watch in the next, and on the next probably 15 years. So he's got 15 years old.
Wow, here goes Sassy, opens it up on the rail, nice and sharp. Good looking wall to work with inside, hits it really well, great finish. Kind of skids to finish on that re-entry. And with that forward speed, decides to bring it in. Now, is he running a runner? He's just trying to get into the channel. Meanwhile, here goes Marco. Nice and powerful, as you might expect.
Wow.
And again, just taking it on. Really nicely done. Chico Alves enjoyed that. And these kind of conditions, you got to back Lacamar.
That was massive. Yeah, I said it like, I think I said it yesterday, man. Guys like Michael Lacamar with space and with speed, they just turn into like monsters. I know, like there's types of surfers that once the waves kick in and they have some power, their surfing just goes to another level. And guys like João Duru, Frederico Moraes, Marco Lacamar, those types of surfers, they love the power. They like to surf on the rail. They don't like to try to get speed on a surfboard. They like to surf with speed, and that's a big difference in there. That's why we see guys on the QS doing so well and sometimes not doing so well on the CT, and guys struggling to make the CT so many years, and then when they get there, they are really good. Guys like Wade Carmichael. So he's not there, I know, don't get me wrong, but when he got there, the powerful surfing, the surf on the rail, everything was there. So I love that mixing between being a good surfer on the QS and on the CT, and that crossover over a guy that once he qualifies is that good in good ways.
Great numbers in here for Keone Lassa. 7.33, up in the very good part of the criteria.
Wow.
That's everything between a 6 and just underneath an 8. Is deemed very good.
That's a huge number.
Yeah, solid.
Wow, we haven't seen many 7s today. Neither yesterday, so would like to see the replay of that.
We're waiting for Mark as well. He's going to get a number of that order, I would suggest. Could be up close to the excellent range.
Another one. Something on that range, that's for sure. And well deserved. That last turn was a massive ball.
Yeah, that's what you'd expect, really. No great surprise there to see Mark taking on the heavier sections, winning that particular battle with the lip. A couple of powerful, heavy-footed tags from him. He's going to earn him some points early in this one. We've got 6 minutes or so gone. We've got it already good numbers in. Lacamar drops 7.33. Goes into his top 2. Oof. And we're picking up Elias Sassy right now. And this is Keone Lassa on the replay.
Bang! What? That turn was massive. And he blows the fins out, and this is Andy with a layback jam, also really stylish. But that turn, wow, that turn was massive. Big turn off the top, and another one. So 2-turn combo for Marco Lacamar, and what a combo there, Paul. But that turn from Keone Lassa, that was so technical and so inverted, had a bit of everything, and I really enjoyed to see that turn. That turn was so sick.
So 7.33 from the judges for him. That's going to feel great. Mark Lacamar also with that same number, 7.33. Backhand right now, live action. Here goes Mark.
Oof.
Another massive, massive hit. And he'll control that one and make sure he finishes 2. So that'll be another good number coming his way. And as we've said, this is exactly the sort of stuff you'd expect him to do in these kind of conditions.
and he's so smart. Like, you saw Mark, he was pedaling out. He saw there's a bit of a space on that wave. The wave was a set wave, and he knows the judges are scoring on big meaty sections, and you could tell he was looking at it, and he was like, okay, I'm gonna do a big turn, make it, and I have a backup. Like, seriously, he was pedaling back out, and he looked at it, and the other 3 surfers were there next to him, but identified a meaty section and thinking, well, I don't need to get a perfect wave, I just need a meaty section to have scores. And he went for that one for the backup.
Speaking of scores, winner of the last heat standing by for a chat with Philippe Gervais.
Hello guys, I'm here with the winner of last heat, Ruben. How is it? He told me it's pretty tough out there, but you make it.
Yeah, it's pretty hard out there. It's hard to find a good one, but you know, there are big sections and the judges won big turns in big sections, so I was searching for that, and I think I got a couple of sections. I'm happy to make it.
Yeah, you have a little bit of a situation with Kilian. You got one really big turn, you almost killed him. What happened there?
Yeah, that was crazy. Like, I got a really good turn, like perfect wave. That was a perfect wave. I got a really good one, and then I saw a big finish coming. I know that it's a really hard hit this one because the other guys are really good surfers. So, you need a big score. So I need another turn to get a really good score. Like, Kilian was in the middle. I was like, I go to a turn, no, yes, I have to go. And then I go to a turn, I saw Kilian in the middle. I fall, I don't know, after the wave we were like, but everything was okay. All right.
Perfect. What are you going to do the rest of the day and get ready for tomorrow?
Right now, support my friends because there are many Basque guys here in the contest. Now Keoni, Denadur, and more friends. So I think support here the crew and stay around here because the weather is perfect and enjoy the day.
Yeah, perfect. Good luck for all the guys, and yeah, back to you boys, and congratulations. Yeah, so sure.
Okay. Eskerrik asko etxetik denai, animatzen den guztiagatik, eta goazen hemen Euskaldunak aurrea, eta eskerrik asko denagatik.
Back to you boys.
Zorionak, Ruben, eskerrik asko.
Eskerrik asko denagatik. Love the
The Basque
accent.
are going great, mate. They're doing really good.
They are.
Ruben's on fire. Keoni, and this one right now got a 7.33. The likes of Yago Dominguez. You really enjoy his surfing, huh?
Yeah, I really think he's one of the best Basque right now. Low center of gravity, really aggressive, really fast. I actually didn't hear much about him until Pantene, and I saw the competed in Pantene. I was like, wow, I'm impressed with his surfing, and I think he's going to be on the challenges this year. So I think he's going to do damage there.
Yeah, always different in person, isn't it, with surfing? Why is that? You watch a lot of webcasts and you go, yeah, okay, this guy's good or this girl's good. But when you actually see him at an event, it creates like a different impression on you, doesn't it? It's funny how that happens.
Yeah, because I think when you watch it live, you tend to understand how fast the person surfs, or it looks different than on the...
I think Gazandi, he's pretty good. He's got a great wave here. What's he got? Nice stinging first turn. Combos it into the lip. Good job, Andy Crea's already got a 5.33. And smart not to push overly hard. Got a completion. How's that going to compare to his 5, do you think, mate?
I think he's going to be under. A smaller wave. This turn was nice, but this one was a bit of a transition float, so I think it's going to be under.
Yeah, the speed word that you used just before we got into that, just maybe lacking a little bit of speed there.
Yeah, maybe. The wave was...
From the wave, not really from him, but just not a super fast-paced wave.
Exactly. But you were talking about that. I remember if you watch many guys surf live, you think one thing, and when you see them actually in real life, you understand why he scores so high. It's because he's doing everything in a different gear, like sometimes you see the same surfer, two surfers that surf identical, but one is way much faster than the other. And on live, sometimes you cannot really understand that. And yeah.
And then from the beach, you go, wow, you get a different idea. But then from the water, mate, when you're paddling up the base,
those ones are the moments that stay with you forever. Like you paddling out on a trip and you see a city guy surf, and there you go, I'm going to leave the water.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it?
I'm just going to stay on the boat with a beer and just enjoy surfing.
let him go out, let my father go in and look a bit faster.
Krier jumps to second by virtue of a 4. It's his second ride. It'll count for him. Just one wave for the young Basque, Keone Lassa. Good though, 7.33, the joint height, along with Lacomar, who got the 6.67 for the right-hander. Did Mark, big hit. He's going great, 14 points in this one. That's locked in. Elias Sassi, yeah, he's got his heat started. He's got some momentum going. Just needs a little bit more quality. At the moment, his requirement is a 5.33 to get the better of Andy Krier. As we'll just watch these lines marching, and a little texture from that wind. It's not doing anything particularly untoward. There's plenty of beautiful, clean, double up, steep sections out there. Some size, the tide's favourable too. It's shallow on the bank, and there's just opportunities up and down the beach, mate.
There's some beautiful waves today. I feel like it's a bit better than yesterday. I don't know. I feel like it's maybe the direction of the swell.
Well, it's a sort of a fading swell yesterday as well, wasn't it? A little bit.
Yeah, I just feel it was a little bit harder to find the good ones. Today, once they come, they look really good.
So that's what we're looking at here. Santa Cruz, our ideal swell direction. Well, it's anything with a bit of west in it, really. Anything from northwest to southwest.
Exactly.
Wind east.
And tides. Looks interesting for today.
Still going out, so our low tide around about 3 p.m. local time here in Portugal. So we're a couple of hours away from that, I would say. Maybe an hour and a half away, something like that. And there's the tidal swing. 2.6 minus 1.2. 1.4 meters vertical difference today. Makes quite a big difference on these banks. What we got is a shallow sandbar out the back. A bit of a gap between the inside, and can be, at certain stages of the tide, all about joining up, essentially bridging that gap. Or, when it's like this, it's all about reeling runners on this low tide bar out the back as the waves just stretch out and offer up sections. Finding those in this, it's the veteran out of France, Marc Lacomar.
Highest score of the round, Marc Lacomar.
Thomas Dibier in the last round, was it? Or was it in this one?
Was on this one.
That was the high score, bro. You got 2 high 7s, 2 7.6s, mate. But tell you what, Mark's got a good chance of improving still with 9.5 on the clock. These kind of conditions, he looks like he's bang on form. We'll see. Lines marching in. Mark's pretty deep on the peak on the left, but he'll back himself to go. Big section here.
Whoa.
And pushes hard. And think of how far his border was away from his body, and just the general direction of travel. It's so hard to hang on to that.
Wow, I think we're going to see an excellent score coming into our screens. That turn was crazy. Look at this double size wave, bang off the top. And he makes it in front of the white water, but what a turn for Marc Lacomar right here. And as you said, Thomas Debier was the highest combined total of the round so far with the 7.83 and 7.43. So you're right, Paul. You're always right, Paul. And what a wave for Marc Lacomar, Paul.
Best wave of the event so far, 9.33 for Marc Lacomar. Absolutely huge. You called it, mate.
Best combined total of the day. I called it too, so...
Of the event?
Of the event so far, so I called it way before you do. I knew the left was coming, sorry, Paul. 9.33, I love when I'm right. Marc Lacomar with the highest single wave.
That was basically a closeout for all intents and purposes, wasn't it? For most people, that's kind of a closeout. Marc just had just enough to get in front of it and hit it.
I don't know how he did that, but that section was huge. And the way he landed that turn looked really, and the percent, or you make it, or if you don't make it, you're going to get slammed.
Tell me this, what's going on in Keone Lassa's mind? He's got 7.33 from the beginning of the heat. He's had nothing since then. Before we get to that, let's enjoy this again.
Bang! Bang! Leap line, flutter into a, I don't know how to call this. What a wave, Paul. And yeah, as you were saying, you've got 7.33 for Keone Lassa, and he hasn't got a backup yet. So he's in fourth, needing a 2-point ride for the majority of the heat now, as we see him paddling.
Here goes Keone. What's he got for us on the left here? Multiple bottom turn pumps, then opens up, carving snap on a rail on the face with some speed. But that puts him in sort of a weird position where he thought for a while about getting back to the face, which doesn't happen. Only needs a 2 to get up and threaten Krier. How do you fancy his chances of getting a 2 for that turn?
Well, I think he's going to get the 2 with this turn. Was a beautiful turn, and I think he's going to get rid of that 0 point yes. So, yep, 2.5. He gets it. So, Keone Lassa jumps into second place. And amazing news. In 2 weeks' time, we have Kauli Vas in the water. So, amazing action coming your way. We have Guilherme Ribeiro on the next one. So a lot of good surfers still to hit the water pole. And I can't wait to watch it.
Kauli got a 10 in Pantin?
If Kauli gets one of these meaty sections, I think we're going to see another 9.
What do you get if you get a 10 on the QS? Is there any prize?
I don't think so. I think only on the CT you got the
Yeti 110?
Yeah, the
110
cooler.
for a 10?
Yeti 110, the cooler, right? I've seen you call one.
I mean, mate,
I've seen you talk
to call
about
it a cooler is understating it, but you could almost live in that thing. It's huge. You can make one of those container homes, you know, that people have nowadays.
Yeah.
Those tiny homes. Pretty much live in a Yeti 110, mate. They're really big.
So cool.
And really well insulated. So, you know, if it got really hot or really cold, you'd be maintaining your temperature inside.
Oof.
Lovely.
Would you get inside? 5 minutes to go. And running with this one, Marc Lacomar. What a hit. Highest single score and highest combined total of the event so far. So Marc Lacomar putting a stamp with his name on this event.
What beverages would you put in your Yeti 110 if you got a 10?
Beverages?
Go Chill and Summersby?
Yeah.
Yep.
Both
Spell
of
it out
them
for
side by side. Afternoon Summersby, in the morning Go Chill. Thanks, Paul. You know me well. I would probably put in there some
water.
Some
Stay
water
hydrated,
too. Yeah,
mate. Give
water.
you commentary, give you surfing.
I love how I was just like in the competition area about to eat a huge bowl of sugar, and Paul looks at me and says, "Chico, I love you, mate. Just don't do that.
Put it
Just
back."
Put it
And
back
you did
there."
put it back.
I did.
Then what did you get next?
I had a water, and a banana because
Brilliant.
I just felt tempted by the sugar all the time. So that was amazing. I just felt way better because I didn't do it. And yesterday I had 3 of those. So I think I had enough for the whole week. And what about the octopus last night, Paul? We need to go there. That place is just a next level.
Not my cup of tea, mate. Under 4 minutes to go in this one. Lacomar miles ahead, 16.66. Absolutely murdering this heat. Keone Lassa gets the 2.5. Crucially, what an important 2.5 that could prove to be, because he's got 7.33 locked in for his first wave. That was his second ride. Andy Crier's only ridden 2. Sassy's only ridden 3. Let's check out the story of how this one's gone down. So we head towards the 3-minute mark. I mean, this is great early stuff from Keone Lassa to open up the 7.33 Chico.
That turn was massive. The way he blows the fins out and he actually maintained his balance is crazy. And then Mark replying right after with big power moves on the outside and a 9.33 on a really big and meaty. Everything was there and telling him, don't hit me, and he went for it. So 9.33 for Marc Lacomar, and well-deserved 9.33. And what a heat. One of the best heats of the day so far. A lot of good waves ridden, and with 2 minutes to go, let's see if Andy or Elias Sassi can come back on this one. Can't wait to see what happened in the next 2 minutes. And there's some more lines approaching the lineup. So fireworks, Paul.
Waves coming through here. as we check out these powerful lines of swell hitting the beach here at Santa Cruz. It's playing host to the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Noah Surf House before a bit of a break on the QS in Europe. It's the last event until in the new year is when we fire up again. So the last event of the calendar year, if not the actual season. Live action. Andy Crier, the Spaniard, just trying, well, just getting it wrong basically.
Maybe just a wrong wave selection. That right looked really quick to me, and really hard to make up a score as we rewatch again. Marc Lacomar.
Here goes Mark. What do you got here? Big spray. Look at that spray. And again, what?
Oh!
Stop it. Wow. Marc Lacomar is absolutely tearing out there, mate.
Mate, I think we're going to see another 9 on the scoreline, because that wave was, I think, was his best one.
I was so sick. It's so committed, his turns. You can't just know what's coming, but it doesn't make it any less dramatic when he does it.
Leave it for the others, Mark. He's taking it away with everything. Come on.
All right, let's check it out.
Big snap off the top, winds up again, and a huge floating maneuver. He landed with his both feet together almost there. Look how much water he's throwing. Bang. Oh, compressing the knees.
A hard turn to do. Can't really overstate how hard it is to hit this end section at Santa Cruz. Just with the way this wave breaks, it's such a hard turn to do. Doesn't look like it if he names Marc Lacomar. Another monster number, 8.9 for him. Look at that total, just ridiculous. Comboed the field with 18.23. Take your leash off, mate. Come and have a drink of water and sit down.
Wow. Marc Lacomar showing us how to get excellent in Santa Cruz and how to go excellent. What a surfing from Mark. I called it yesterday, actually. So why am I so surprised with my calls?
Yeah, all right, mate. Well done. So I think Smart should be getting the credit at this stage rather than you. But okay, yeah, you did well.
I just love when I get something.
Crucially, Keone Lasser improved, got that 4-3. A really important number as we watched Sassy there. This is Keone, the young Basque, just ripping his way in, and he's on the one hand shown us some of his own brilliance with the 7.33. He's also been treated to a bit of a power surfing clinic from fellow goofy Marc Lacomar. He's down there on the beach with Fredo and Joanne with a little debrief, and they're probably saying something like, yeah, that was pretty good. So there's results, huge numbers for Lacomar, 18.23. Just absolutely beasted that heat, a really enjoyable one to call as well. Can't wait to see Mark go again. More of the surf of this magnitude on the way throughout the waiting period. We're going to get a quick commercial break. The heat's going to keep coming thick and fast. More live action from the Pro Santa Cruz right after the break.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Welcome back to the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House. Just taking our breath here after a monstrous performance from the Frenchman, Marc Lacomar. We'll check out a couple of his compatriots. Thomas Lédé Kepa Esponda taking on Guilherme Ribeiro of Portugal, Timmy Alta from Deutschland. I'm Paul Evans, Philip Jervis is alongside me, but before we get Philip's thoughts, let's have a word in the shell of Mark Lacomar.
Yes, indeed. Well, highest single score of the event so far, and highest combo score of the event so far. Life is great, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the ways that heat went, and I'm stoked we have good wave. I love this kind of punchy wave, so I'm glad I get to wave. It's a good start for the contest, and let's see how it goes tomorrow.
I was, you were talking with Joan Duru, who had his heat earlier before. Did you get any insights on what to do?
Yeah, we kind of like trying to figure out the lineup. We just got here last night, so it was our first serve, so I get for sure inside with him, and that helped me pretty much in my heat, so I'm stoked.
What's in the bag?
Just water and towel and wax.
You're heading home right now?
Yeah, heading to go have a nice lunch. Yeah.
Well-deserved lunch. Congratulations. Great stuff.
Thank you.
Kids out there, take note. Keep it simple, stick to the essentials. Water, towel, wax. That's what you bring to the beach.
And arrive on the night early.
Come the night before,
Yeah.
don't warm up, don't have a free surf, go out and basically get 19 out of 20.
Yeah, get barreled before the contest at home, and then drive all the way from France to Portugal, sleep 6 hours, and just absolutely smash that.
Yeah, he ripped it, lit the place up, really, really entertaining. Let's get caught up on this one. This is Guilherme Ribeiro.
Oh, that was a big turn on a big midi section. He's looking at the judges with a big face as well, and this is Tomaledi with a nice couple two-turn combo. Wow, that was a really good turn. He almost killed Tim Elter, but he managed to go around him and get a 6.83. That's the way you want to start this.
Timmy would have got a real close view there of the nose of that board as it whistled past his ear. Number in for Le Day, 6.83. It's solid. Waiting for Ribeiro's number to come through. It's a throwaway for Alta, and well, Kepa's just got a 2, so nothing major there, but big sections out there, and these guys would be well aware of those numbers coming in for Lacomar. Might even have been Tim, was it, watching that one go down, standing on the beach? Saw one of the surfers in the seat just seeing that go down and just kind of holding up their arms as he hit that first big section for the 9. But there's the spread from Lede, who's been one of the breakthrough stories, really. He's been impressive last couple of years, the youngster. Very sprightly and light on his feet. Tell you what, there's a deep talent pool coming out of France, mate.
There's so many kids coming from France, and obviously from all the islands, because most of them are not actually from France. But yeah, they still represent the French flag, so yeah, there's way too many. And for us as Portuguese, it's getting a little bit hard to catch up with them, but I hope we will on the next couple of years. Yeah.
19 minutes, 40 odd seconds to go in this.
Oh, this is Portuguese kids.
Who are we looking at here?
Francisco Ordonez on the head, right behind him Joaquim Trindade, Francisco Queimado, Mittermeier, Sal, and the other kid I don't know. But yeah, the new generation of Portuguese surfers, they have been surfing really hard and surfing really good as well, and they're not struggling, but they're taking their time to get there. Yeah, and there's a few ones that are better than the others, but
and right now they're watching Guilherme Ribeiro.
Yeah,
who's been
probably
kind of like the lead of that young crop. Tell us a bit more about Guilherme.
Yeah, Guilherme comes from Costa de Caparica. He has been working with Manel Gameiro, and they have been doing a really good job. He has been going on some trips with his sponsors as well, get to know the A team and everything. So it's good. It's very good for Guilherme just to be around some of the best surfers. We know how good he is and how consistent he is. I think his surfing suits competition for sure. He's a very good free surfer as well, but he's a very good competitor. He has had some really nice results on the national tour lately. He was Portuguese champion last year, so he's on a good roll. I really hope we have a flag, and maybe Guilherme or even Joaquim Chaves, they're both on the run to that 7 top spots. So they still have this contest and two more contests after this one. So hopefully we finally gonna see, other than Kikas and obviously Vasco, the Portuguese flag on the challengers again.
Yeah, let's see how we go at the moment. Ribeiro in this got the 5.33 locked in, decent. It's the second highest score, the high score with the Frenchman Ledy. Let's take the Alta, the German there. He just had a quick one locked in. He very nearly got a surfboard to the Kopf, to the head, as that one just absolutely whistled by him.
Yeah, that was close. Sorry.
Thomas Ledy, a picture of calm and control right now. When you start off a heat, you get a good score like a 6.83. We talk about the nerve settler. It must feel really, really good just to calm things down.
Yeah, as you see up and right, Guilherme on a nice looking left.
Here he goes. This one stands up sweet. That's really quick work from him. Knifing his board, just stabbing it up into the lip. And good enough just to go up the foam a couple more times for not as impressive maneuvers, but that one rapid hit got the board up to a Nuna. 12 o'clock. He just stabs that thing up. And then kept the speed going for more work down the line. So doesn't need much, just needs a 1.5 to get first. That's what's going to happen real soon. Ledy will be thinking about the sort of opportunity that he wants to get a score of a similar order or better to the very decent 6.83. He's already got locked in. Here's another look at Guillaume.
Yeah, really good first turn. As you see here, he's going to explode vertically on that section. Unfortunately, get a little caught up in there. He went for a foam climb and then another one to finish this one off. And it's going to be a good backup. Here's the Portuguese looking at Guilherme supporting. It's really good to see the Portuguese crew coming together because it doesn't happen that often. But yeah, they're cheering for the Portuguese flag, though. That's important.
Yeah, he got a 4.17 for that. Goes to first, 9.5 his total. I reckon he'll be adding on that in the next 16 minutes. And after absolute drama of that last heat, just the sort of set energy's dialed down a bit. I reckon we'll get a booming set coming through soon, though. Just been a while since we had one of those big 6-foot-plus sets. We saw Lacamar get a couple of them in his heat. What have you got to do to get him to fall off his board, Mark? He looks so solid on it.
Yeah, he's aging like fine wine. The older he gets, it was always like that. Mark, it was always a very, very fierce competitor, and he rarely makes mistakes. But now, with the maturity and the decision making, it feels like as you get older, it get better, you know, and you start to see and analyze the surfing on a different way, and it's so smart. He's really smart, and he's really powerful and strong because he still surfs every day. He still has that hype and that will to go and wake up and surf, and that's really important, especially with this age, because he's probably the same age as me, 32. So it's pretty impressive to see how they can manage to get hyped up still on competitions. It's pretty sick.
From above, you can check out that rip, really, just tugging at our surfers. So around this low tide, the shallow sandbars and the deep water between them, and the water tries to reposition itself really in the form of those rips, get stuck in one. It's bad news. And there's a pretty decent wave there for Kepa. Just had a 2 locked in early. He absolutely ripped in the previous round. I thought he was one of the outstanding surfers in that round. The performance he put in was really, really good. And it's a different day out here now. Let's see how it goes in this. It's not a great start, the 2. It's going to feel a little bit better to get another wave locked in and see where it puts them scoreboard wise. But the fact that 2 surfers in the heat have already got surfboard, one's got 5, the other's got a high 6, so it's not going to be easy, but this is nice.
Nice first snap, and hits it really hard, really late on that finishing turn, but he managed to hold on. And we also have a wave for Ledy, just that blow tail. Oh, that would be nice. Unfortunately, he went down, but yeah, very, very cool wave by Kepa. It's gonna put him right there in the mix, I think, because 2-turn combo, it's with that power and speed, I think judges will like it.
Yeah, mistake there from Ledy. Just overcooked it, just surfed it. Didn't really need to do that. Just trying to squeeze a little bit more out than was really on offer from that wave, and missed opportunity to get a backup. Meanwhile, live action, great stuff from Ribeiro. How deep was that bottom turn? And then he smashed the lip, but unfortunately, from his point of view, no completion.
That was so close. Sometimes on conditions like this, and especially on finishing sections like this, you don't want to go too vertical because you don't have enough momentum or speed to come down. So it was sometimes it's better if you attack the lip a little bit more horizontal, but he took the risk, you know what, and if he landed that one, that would be a nice score, but unfortunately he went down. But it was good to see him just go for it, and that's really good. As we see the score of surfer in white, Kepa, that left-hander, 5.73.
Yeah, good number for him, and that's going to feel a lot better. And getting himself in, well, between the scores of the other two, really, Ribeiro and Lede. So Kepa Use Esbonda right back in this now. It's a beautiful afternoon in Portugal. We're looking forward to seeing this guy recently at the Championship Tour, Maxime Husano, coming off a big result in Galicia as well. More live action, great surfing yet to come from Santa Cruz real soon.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Great scenes there from beautiful Santa Cruz. It's the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Noah Surf House. It's the best bank in town, right out front of the Noah Surf House right now. And the best qualifiers from around Europe are firing up here. This round is where things get serious. The big dogs come in. We've seen one of them, Lacamar, light this place up. We're watching one of the great hopes of Portuguese surfing, Guilherme Ribeiro, throwing a big punt. And the gasp of disappointment alongside me from Philip Jervis lets us know that he didn't make it.
He didn't, but he almost got it. That's why I did this sound. Because it was that close. Unfortunately, it went down.
As well, huh?
Yeah, pretty high. And I know Guy has been working on his airs, but, you know, we don't have this wind that often, so it's always hard to work on your heads on your airs to the right.
Timmy Alta, nicely done, smooth, controlled, flowy. Didn't push too hard, crucially. Got a completion on that tough section. Nicely linked up. And that's what he needed. He had nothing of quality before that, just the one. So much better from Tim Alta. Let's see where that goes numbers-wise, where it puts him. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, a little of a washy wave, but it managed really well. Nice first snap and straight into a finishing turn, showing a lot of confidence there, and not an easy one because the wave had so much water moving. Sometimes it gets harder for the surfer, but it did pretty well. It's going to be a pretty nice score, I think.
Yeah, number going to drop in for him. Going to move him up certainly. But it's going to get him into second. He's a 7.33 for that, but it will help his position. Just had a 1 prior to that. It's 4.03. Now he only needs a 4.31. Here's Tomalede. He's been quiet for a while. What's he got for his backhands? Into a section. Clips it well. Because he arrived early and with speed. Had a good read on that lip line. Gets it done. So the 1.5 that's in his score. Fairly confident to say that will be gone. And he only needs a 2.67 for the lead. It comes in, 3.17. He's in the first. So the Frenchman, Tomalede, in first place in this one from Guilherme Ribeiro of Portugal. Looking for that 4-6-8 now to jump up, get back into first. Who's chasing them down? Well, Kepa Hussein looking for just 3-7-7. Not a big number. He's got priority as well. He's going to be really dangerous here. And Elsa not a long way back, looking for a 5.
Yeah, with 8 minutes remaining, it's pretty tight between all the 4 surfers. None of them, obviously Toma had a 6.83, but his backup is still pretty low. So every surfer is pretty tight in there. So anything can happen with 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
We're having a look at a serious paddle here from Kepa. He's seen maybe a wave just north up the bank and he's heading in that direction. A bit of a rated knots here. Looked like he'd seen something he really wanted. It was actually just a little reposition. He just did it at quite a brisk pace. You see the spread there. Layday's 4th priority. Is that why he's hanging off the end?
Yeah, because sometimes there's just a few bigger sets that they run wider on the bank, and sometimes if you sit wider on the bank as well, you might get that little corner. Otherwise, they're looking, all the other 3 surfers, especially those 2 surfers, they're looking for those steep walls.
The other thing as well, you just stay out of trouble there. Your 4th priority, you lead in the heat.
You don't need to.
Your job is half done, just in terms of his score, you know. Don't get involved in anything weird. You don't want to bump with anyone, so just stays out of trouble. But right now, he likes to look at something. He realizes a multiple wave set, surfers with priority in front of him. Well, if they all go, he can get the 4th wave of the set. Let's see how this one goes. We can hear whistles on the beach as information goes to our surfers. They can see what's coming. It's some serious energy. And let's expect Kepa to make a move here with priority and needing a number just to 3-7-7. Let's see which wave he likes the look of. It looks interested in the first one, actually.
That looks really good.
Is he going to get this? He will. Here goes. Kepa, great looking wave from him. Nice section here. Whoa. Bang. Really good turn. Look at that control. And then fangs another one off the heels onto an inside. Brilliant stuff there. Really, really well served. That's exactly what you want to see when you got priority. A bomb coming through. You served it brilliantly. That's
got to be the best feeling in the world when you have the priority and the good wave comes in your way and nothing else comes behind it. As you can see, all the other 3 surfers are looking at each other like, oh, he got lucky. But when you got lucky and you surf this good, look at this first. He just timed it so well. He waited for the wave to wall up. He hits it really strong, straight into a nice cutback. And then he just had to time it right here. Wham! With a little bit of a fin drift. That's
seen a lot of people get that turn wrong on the finish as well, haven't they? And just leave that bit of doubt in the judge's mind. But this was authority from Kepa.
Oh, that first turn was really good. He timed it really well. He just waited for the wave to wall up. And then, as you said, sometimes it's hard to over... It's common for the guys to over push it on that section and ended up disconnecting from the board, but he did really well. He didn't push too hard, but he did push hard enough.
Goes from 3rd to 1st, so a new leader in this heat. Lede drops down, so does Ribeiro, crucially into a position in 3rd, not advancing from the heat. Good news, got priority. He's got nearly 5 minutes as well, and he only needs a 4-6-8.
Yeah, and he's looking at this one with Toma Lidi, just put him a lot of pressure on that paddling. Let's see how this wave plays out for Guy.
Section here. Oh, wow. Okay, so it looked like he arrived really late at that one. And then he tried to sort of reverse out of it, actually. In the end, it's incomplete, so it won't change a whole lot. Kepa wasting a little time, getting another wave. He won't add significantly. Doesn't really do a turn there. Just kind of steered the board down to the shoulder. So Guillermo Ribeiro. And that's not a great use of his priority. Obviously, would have wanted to complete that turn and try and get another. That's not a big number required, 4-6-8, but nevertheless, it's a mid-ranger, so you will need to either combo up on a smaller wave or a solid turn. Top of the peak, it's Timmy Elta. He's got priority. And he's not miles back himself. Let's get another look here at Toma.
Yeah, this is his first wave, 6.83. That's mainly because of that finishing turn. He almost killed the surfer in green. And this guy, out of nowhere, just kind of started off the heat kind of late, but he did everything he could, and he got a 6.23 on this one. Check this first turn. Wow, that was so well timed. Very good transition from the back foot to the front foot, and then he finished this one off pretty cool as well, because he put the board pretty vertically and just drifted fins a little. So very good surf by both French surfers, and also Guy putting a bit of a fight. He just needs an opportunity.
3 minutes to go in this. Tim Alter with priority. He's just ridden 2 waves. One of them's a 1, yet he needs less than a 6 to jump up and advance out of this heat at the moment. That's assuming there's no improvement from Tomalede. Guillermo Ribeiro, he's just looking for a 4, 6, 8. The bad news is he's got 4th priority. He's just been awarded that. So he's going to have to either try and snaffle something, conjure something up, or just be real patient and hope multiple waves come through, and surfers that use their advanced priority don't add to their score. Not looking great with a cup 2.5 minutes. That 4th priority, not really what you want, Philippe.
Yeah, definitely not. It's definitely not what you want, but you know, it has been pretty consistent, so there might be an opportunity. It just needs to run away from all the guys and make sure Toma doesn't connect to him and doesn't. Yeah, but we see him right now. 2 minutes remaining. Tomalede is going to battle all the way through Guillermo, and he's going to make his life even harder, and probably, because sometimes it happens, they might work as a team, as a French team, because they're connecting the 1st and the 2nd place, and now we're going to see Guillermo is moving. They're asking for the scores and for the time probably, and now, yeah, you see Guillermo. Yeah, Guillermo is running away, and Lidi is not going to give in 1 inch at all.
All right, Timmy Alta's got priority. He's found himself a wave here. Decent looking one for him, off the bottom. Nice snap from him in the pocket, and again, just carving down on the rail. He needs a strong finish here. Bang, if he makes this, I tell you what, if he, that won't be deemed complete, but he was looking for 5.98. And how costly is that 3rd turn going to be? Yeah,
that was the main turn of the whole wave, and he needs to make sure he's riding in front of the foam, so in front of the whitewash. So a little bit of a mistake there, but you know what? I'll give him credit because he pushed for it. He pushed really hard on the last turn because he knew he needed to do something special, and he pushed really hard. Unfortunately, yeah, we're gonna see here this first turn. Nice first snap. Running away from the wave, a speed turn there, and he knew he needed to do something big. It just hits it really vertical, push the tail, but it gets kind of stuck on the whitewash. Unfortunately, that's not going to be a make. Again, this first turn really good.
He almost stops himself here. I think we'll see it from above. He hits it, and that's top, and his board almost stops going forward there. And rather than getting in front of the whitewater, he just has to sort of, this sudden jarring motion. It's hard for him to cover. Meanwhile, this is behind, mate. Lede.
Yeah, he was trying to make sure he wasn't going on the wave, but he went on the one behind, and let's see this finishing turn, a big one. He claimed it, all the Portuguese people. This is live. Yeah, that's live. So 5 seconds remaining, he caught that finishing, just that one turn. What do you think?
Tomalede improved his score, so the requirement for Guillermo Ribeiro, 6.34. Did you see a 6 on that?
We just saw the drone angle. I really want to see the view, the front view. He's pissed off. It's something. Maybe the scorings or the judges or something. Look at that. Yeah, I really want to see this angle. It's a big wave. Hits it really hard, and that's a very critical turn
of the judges here. So, degree of difficulty. High.
Oh, very high. It was like an upside down finishing turn, so it's gonna be interesting to see. He's really, really mad at something, so.
6.34 the requirement. He's mad right now. He might be about to get real happy. Numbers looking good. We can see it. He gets the number. He's going to find out here. 7.4. And Drama goes into 1st place.
Look at his reaction.
And look how much it means to him.
Oh man, even I am having goosebumps. I'm so happy for him. He deserved that turn. He deserved that score. That's all the Portuguese people are happy.
They look knackered. These guys, they're tired. They're going to do the emotional roller coaster, the young'uns.
He's really happy. Yeah, I'm so happy for him. Yeah, nice.
Love the passion from Guillermo Ribeiro. Last gasp, really the final throws of that heat, and great drama here. Tell you what, the last couple of heats been really entertaining. Great news for Portuguese fans here to see Guillermo Ribeiro. We're going to bring in the amazing Maxime Husano in another great looking heat. More live action from the Pro Santa Cruz right after the break.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Welcome back to Santa Cruz. We've just all had to take a bit of a deep breath, get some fans out, fan ourselves, just sort of compose ourselves after that incredible performance there at the end. Last minute buzzer beater, huge section to win. And local Hope Ribeiro as well. So what perfect factors for a massive win there. But time marches on. That was already old news. We're moving on now. We've got some big names coming up in this one. Maxime Husseneau, by definition, Europe's highest ranked surfer, in the men's at least. He's up with Enzo Cavallini. But right now, we've got the man of the moment, and Joanna Garnell was down on the beach with him.
Thanks, guys. Well, that was dramatic. Tell me all about it. What were you were mumbling there when you were coming out of the water. What were you so annoyed at?
Nah, I'm a quiet guy, you know, and I don't know, I just have a lot of emotion inside me. And when I get in the water in competitions, I get a lot of emotional. So yeah, just before I went to the water, I was saying to myself, you gotta believe, it's possible. And this is why I believe so much, because in the last 10 seconds, I was against the ropes. And yeah, the wave came and I did the score. And I'm so happy.
That was a big exchange in the water. What does this win mean to you right now?
It means a lot because this has been a long European leg. I didn't do very well in the first two events in Lacanau and Anglet. In Pantin I showed my surfing, and now I'm at home and I want to do even more than I did in Pantin. I did 5th place. I want to get into the challengers. I want to make it happen.
And how have you been preparing for this event specifically?
Specifically, not that much, because I just came from Pantin 2 days ago. But I work for this type of events all year. I know these are the most important events on my calendar, and I'm gonna give it all. This is the last one of the year, and as I showed, I want to give it all, and what I have that I don't have.
So just relying on your local knowledge. Do you want to say a few words to everyone that's watching here in Portugal?
Sim, quero agradecer primeiro ao meu treinador que está aqui na praia e à minha namorada que estão aqui na praia a apoiar-me, e a todos os meus amigos e família que estão aí em casa. Eu sei que eles também acreditavam neste hito até ao fim, até ao último segundo, e bora lá, que este vai correr bem, é assim que eu gosto.
Let's go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's a passionate guy and he's super stoked. Meanwhile, on his backhand, Nunes, nice first turn. Oh, and a crisp second, but just quite finish it off. Looking on point, but no second section. And Houston, we're talking about that just before that interview with Gilham. 5.83 off the bat. He's just come off his first ever year on the CT. You've been following Max on the CT, Philippe. What's your overall thoughts on his first year at the highest level?
I think he did pretty nice first turn by Martin, and straight into a huge finishing turn. So just showing, he's so consistent. I would say it's his main thing about surfing. Main strength, exactly. It's really consistent. He rarely falls off. So, and on top of that, he's got to be one of the kids with the highest rating of catching good waves every surf. It feels like he's on the right spot all the time.
Yeah, well, they're two pretty important things.
To be a competitor, that's probably the two most important things: getting on the best waves and consistency.
Yep. So big talent. See a lot of action here. It's grown with priority. He uses it. Goes right. Waits for this first turn. Carve. Bit of a setup. Now he's got one here. Hopefully he might go to the air here, I'd imagine, if it's Dylan. He does, and kicks out the tail and can't make it. So that won't really won't cause the judges too much problem. You can tell from that first turn that wave started to run away from him. But yeah, that is hard on the CT, obviously, especially as you're saying with Max. Like, you get 4 or 5 events at the start. You get the higher seeds if you don't start winning your first heats. Then it just kind of snowballs. It's really hard to get your momentum back, and they didn't get incredible waves as well, so it was always a bit iffy.
It was
one of those years. Even Margus had some waves, but he did all right. But yeah, so Max, he's I think he a bit unlucky with some of the scores. Maybe I'm a little bit biased, but yeah, one of those we just hope you get back on, because if you get back on, second year could be very, very different.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories of people doing that. Like they qualify, they go there. It's like they get eliminated and relegated to the challengers again, and then if they regroup themselves and can actually go on the second year or 2 years later or something like that, they're gonna be more confident because they know how it works. Because it's not easy. You go there and everything is different. Like, the guys are ruthless. They don't care about you. They just care about winning. You're surfing against the best surfers in the world. And yeah, being a rookie might not be easy at all. Might not be easy at all.
It was always difficult before the cut.
Now with the cut, it's even harder.
With the cut, it just got doubly. Oh, Nunes, as you say, falling from the sky. Again, his completion ratio. Philippe Jarvis is talking about how much he just consistently sticks these ones. And that's another one. We just saw the end of it. Literally, like jumped out of a parachute, and he stuck it. So we'll see how that went on. He got a 5.5 for that last left-hander. So strong. See if he can beat that. What did he do here?
Straight off the bottom. Nice first fall. It was a bit of a foam climb yeah, maybe he could have hit it after the foam climb. Maybe he thought he was going for a 2-turn combo or something, but still, yeah, it was critical. Not as critical as maybe that 5.5, but I think he's going to improve on that 3 points.
Yeah, it was a foam climb to sort of floater, wasn't it? And just because it had that float element, it sort of lacked a bit of critical surfing. So we'll see where it places. But as you said, still going to hopefully improve his score. Just chipping away at the moment. Max Houston with that one big top turn, that was enough to get him in. Now you're right, like the CT, back to that, like the guy, even like Leo Fioravanti now, who's had his best year, but he's been on and off. I know injuries have played a part, but he's probably done 5 years now on and off on the CT, and he's really found his rhythm now this year. I think it's maybe end up 8th in the world. So yeah, it takes time. Even when you're as experienced as Matt, see Trigo there, just getting ready to rock. But even as experienced as Max, the CT is a whole new ball game.
Even Nathan Ewing, he got on tour and he fell in the same year, even before the cut. He fell on the same year, and then he had to go back home, regroup, try to understand what he needs to do, and look at where he is now. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, one of the world's best surfers. Didn't hack it. He was young, but still the talent he had, he was obviously good enough. But yeah,
it feels like you need that extra maturity and the extra understanding of surfing to be there, you know. And sometimes when you're a rookie, you just go there, you just want to try and beat everyone. Chumbinho also, it was on and off, and now look, he's on the top 5 also.
Okay, Max Husno, oh, there's another big top turn and falls through the lip that time, so more critical than Nunes. Sort of hit the lip and then had to sort of drop with it and rode out. Slow tide starting to make it sort of these waves heavier and shorter in many respects. Harder to find the corners. Out the back there's an edge. Oh, Cavallini hit that late and a solid dismount. So
oh, that was so risky. He almost hit it too late, but he regrouped and rearranged a way of coming and landing that turn. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see the scores, because it was really critical. Maybe one of the critical turns we've seen this heat so far. So we'll see how that plays out for Enzo. Look at this. I thought he was going to kick off. He just puts the board under the lip and manages to find a way. Look, under the lip, that's got to be a good score.
Yeah, that's a big score. Yeah. That was so critical, wasn't it?
So critical. He puts the board under the lip, and you can see the difference. Maxime draws a nice bottom turn. He hits it over the lip, not under, and that might be the point of difference between the scores. And we also had Martin on the left. Again, nice finishing turn. Just that one single turn.
Yeah, more and more one-turn combos starting to pop up, and we'll see. Yeah, that one of Max's versus that crazy one of Enzo's. You're right, just different approaches to it, in different ways. But Cavallini's was just pure commitment, and went for it, went late. As you said, couldn't have got any later. If it was any later, he would have missed the bus. Yeah. So good surfing from the French Caribbean surfer. And we'll just see where that comes in. It's going to be a close one. Only Dylan Groen struggling to get on the board at the moment. 12 minutes to go in this one. And we'll see. Of course, the Challenger Series comes up. We've got the event down there in Riviera de Ilash. So there's still opportunities for Max to get back. He's had a bit of a poor run on the qualifying series, on the Challenger Series as well. I think he did get really actually ripped off in Huntington. I don't know if you saw that, but
I didn't.
He got this incredible wave and got really, really low score. It was really odd, I thought. So even on the Challenger Series, he's had a bit of luck not go his way. Nunes, though, as you say, just keeps plugging away. That wave not holding out. So, yeah, let's see, Max. He's such a strong competitor. He'll come back strong. Cut 2 events left. He's, he'll be right in the mix, you'd imagine.
Oh, let's hope so, because honestly, he deserves to be there. He has been surfing really good the last couple of years, and I would love to see Maxime having a second try, and even maybe the thing that annoys me the most is probably Ramsey's situation.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate.
That was so unfortunate. I really wanted to see him just perform on those kind of conditions, because we know how good he is, and honestly, is he doing the challengers? He is, isn't he?
Yeah, he's come back. We got over his injury and then came back, got a late start. Hasn't posted any big results, but he'll be up against it. Yeah, unfortunate with the whole injuries wild card situation.
Yeah.
There was less spots. They gave one to Kelly, obviously. He's been the main beneficiary of that. And you can understand that decision, because it's one of the greatest the sports has ever had, and it's still box office, but it did come at the expense of Ramsey, who had literally had an injury the morning of the pipe heat, so it couldn't have got any worse timing. The man took 10 years to get there, so yeah, Ramsey will come back fast.
I hope so.
Bigger and better.
Yeah. And Maxime also. I wanted to see him going for the second chance, and I really, really want to see him just perform and maybe with better waves, because we know how good of a surfer Maxime is. So right now, last turn of Enzo Cavallini is 6.27, so best wave of the heat. Judges rewarding that commitment and the degree of difficulty, as we see Maxime up and riding on this fun little left.
Yeah, winds it up. Wow, there's a savage turn. So he's only getting 1 turns in, but I tell you what, he's making them count. Just that extra element of power and control out the back. Cavallini So you might take to the air here. No, just kicks out. Too fat. So, yeah, Houston just starting to warm up. If he gets a two-turn combo, it's going to go into the excellent range, you'd imagine, because he just seems on point. He hasn't made any mistakes. Only had a single turn to do on each wave, Philippe, but he's managed to rinse it.
Yeah, he just digs the bottom turn. Look at this. It has the best bottom turn in the business. That's pristine surfing. I think he might improve on that 4.9, even though it's only a turn. As we see here, look at this bottom turn. Just waits the right moment to attack the lip as strong as he possible can. And yeah, he just needs that corner that allows him to go for the two-turn combo or something like that, or maybe a bigger wave, because it was not a big one. And the judges might have that in point when they're gonna score this wave of Maxime. So yeah, we've been seeing throughout the whole day the size of a wave really helps the judges just throwing a little bit more of a score. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. They have been rewarding that. You're right. Sort of the big sets are the ones that provide the most opportunity, and they've been rewarding that.
The thing is, the size of a wave is not on the criteria, right? And that's been debatable for a while. But if you think on the rest of the judging criteria, they want commitment and they want degree of difficulty. So the bigger the wave, the bigger the commitment, and the bigger the degree of difficulty. So that's why judges tend to score better a bigger wave, as you see Maxime looking for the air.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's a good point, Philippe. It's not in the criteria, but the very fact that a bigger wave adds to those two parts of the criteria make it very important. And especially these closeouts, like a 3-foot closeout, it's just hard to make unless you do a massive air or something. Exactly. It's really hard to make look interesting. But as soon as there's something about we know as surfers when a big section, you know the forces involved and how what it feels like to approach it. So when you see one of these top guys absolutely belting the lip, it's incredible. So yeah, Max just keeps edging up 6.1 for his last wave. So that's his best wave. So just keeps chipping away, keeps adding to his scores. Nunez, who has had a strong start, now in third, needs a 4.78, and Groen in fourth place needs an 8.24. So Dylan hasn't been at the match at all. But Nunez still really tight. He just needs, I suppose like all of them, he just needs there's Papa Houston. I love that he's wearing, what's he got? He's wearing the 2021 Santa Cruz Pro shirt. He knows.
Probably gave him a little bit of luck back then.
Yeah.
And he thought, well, a bit of a superstition. Who knows? We might ask Maxime in the end, as we see Cavallini up and running on a nice looking left.
Yeah, a little chip in there. He's going to float over that. Gets a bit of speed. Another one off the foam. This is a bit more open face. Another one falls down. That was a wave that had plenty of opportunity, and he just couldn't get it. Meanwhile, Nunez, he doesn't fall off, as you say. I don't doubt you, but yeah, every time we see the guy get a wave, he just knows how to hang on.
Even on these bigger sections, you just don't see him fall. He's so smart with his surfing. He usually takes the best out of every wave, and he's really smart reading the ocean, really smart reading the wave. So Martin, let's see if he did something else on that wave. We're gonna see the replay. Goes around the first section. It's just that one big turn, dropping the wallet on that a little bit. And what do you think? It was a good one.
It was a good one, wasn't it? Probably just had that critical kind of feel to it. Like Cavallini's one, that late one, got a 6.27. And Max's first one was a 5.83, so he needs a small score though. It's going to be there or thereabouts, you'd think, with 4 minutes on the clock. So he'll be waiting for the score, which is going to shuffle the deck in his last 5 minutes to go.
It's going to put him on the second place, 5.67.
There you go, Boomtown. So Nunez, by virtue of sticking to his guns, completing his rides, has edged up into second. Now Cavallini just needs to improve or to get a 4.9. I don't know much about Martin Nunez. I've seen the last few qualifying series. Where did he grow up? Where's his sort of hometown?
He's from Sintra, but as you see, we'll be right back on that. As you see Dylan, nice first turn, and goes around the section. Unfortunately, doesn't allow him to go. he grew up around Sintra, but I think I honestly don't know where he's a local because he's everywhere. Every time I go to the beach, he's there. It's either in Guincho, he's in Guincho, in Ericeira, he's in Ericeira. But so he's one of those surfers that he loses a lot of time searching for waves, and he wants to be.
He's a hunter.
He's a hunter. For as you see,
Maxime, wow, that's a big first turn. Can he hang on? He can't. Went for it. Knew that with the lead, he can afford to be a little bit sort of expressive. Normally Max banks those off. It's a little bit crumbly on the lip. That wind's just causing a bit of ruffles, and Max couldn't power out of it. So loses priority. That gives it to Cavallini now. He's got 3 minutes, Cavallini, to try and make something happen.
It's pretty tight between the first three surfers. Really, really tight. So Maxime cannot actually afford to make a lot of mistakes because everything can change in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, for sure. Small numbers needed for Enzo. See how we got there. So it's been a sort of a tale of big one-hit wonders, basically.
Yeah, Maxime started off really strong with this blowtail on the finishing turn. That's a really good turn. Yeah, as you said, just that this one. Look at the power and the verticality on that turn. So 6.10 on that one. And the second place, Martin, with some of the biggest turns of the heat also. Really strong finishing turn on that one. Yeah, as you said, he has been mainly about the one big turn on the outside. So, yeah, that's the strategy.
Yeah, it's worked. And Nunez as well, getting up in the second. 2 minutes to go. Cavallini's been impressive with his surfing and also yesterday. But now he's under the pump. 2 minutes to go. 4.9 needed. Nunez is leaving Milan, trying to get improve his own score. We've seen a few of these sort of, except for the last heat where Guilherme Ribeiro came good. It's been a few damp squibs. Luke Dillon couldn't get over the line when he needed a small score. Timothy Bissell was in the same boat. And now Cavallini's in that. He's up that creek without a paddle. So see if he can make amends. 90 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that's got to be the worst feeling in the world because he has the best wave of the heat so far. The best score is 6.27, and not being able to back it up, that's got to be frustrating. If you lose, you gotta go home thinking it's your fault because you had the best wave, and it's on your own account just to make sure you back it up. So that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, he's being patient there. You can see him in the middle of the screen. 1 minute to go. Just now he starts to make a move. With a minute to go, you can't really afford to sit and wait. You've got to make something happen on your own. He's moving south of the beach. He's seen a wave. Sits in this one. He's going to have to go it. Cavallini doesn't go it. Didn't have the opportunity that he needs. Fair enough. Still got time. Didn't paddle for it, so still got priority. See Sam out the back. He's paddling friendly. 37 seconds left on the clock. Looks like this right-hander might be his chance. So that one didn't go either. So frustrating to have these set waves.
Is that another?
He's been patient. He's made the right decision in terms of those waves weren't. But this time he's going to go. Max leads him to it. There's one big section. And he goes for it. Oh, and he lands it. And he thinks he's got it.
That was a nail biter.
I think he might have got it too. Really risky manoeuvre under pressure. Just didn't go for the straight closeout. Went for the rotation. Got the fins kicked right out, and that's why we haven't seen a lot of those, to be honest. So that type of progression has been rewarded. Yeah, the coach likes it.
That was so smart. If he did just a proper strong turn, he didn't have enough momentum because he didn't have enough space. He just went for it, and just the rotation was really good. He had enough space just to go for the air because I don't think it will be much of an impact if he did a normal turn. But now it just puts that pop off.
Really clean.
That was so clean.
Clean exit.
That's got to be the score.
Jason Federico thinks he's got it.
That was really, really good. Really smart surfing.
Enzo Cavallini thinks he's got it. Do the judges think he's got it? A 4.9 needed.
Yeah.
A one turn. Philippe Jervis thinks he's got it.
He did.
And he has got it a 5. What did he get? A 5? 6.57. He's got it with a bit to spare, and look how happy he is. Nothing better than a buzzer beater. Putting it all on the line. And he's going straight up to see his brains trust. Big high five from
Luis Diaz.
Diaz. And he's happy as though. You can see the little jog in his step. I'll tell you what, he wouldn't be jogging up that if he lost. He'd be a slow old trudge.
Yeah, for sure.
And there he goes, raises the finger to his friends. What a win, under pressure, really, really impressive. Gets the heat win as well, so we get a chat to him, that's cool. And he's beat Maxime Huguenot. And so there's little moments like that that can change the course of your week and perhaps your whole year. You just get through those, you sneak through, you get the confidence. So Enzo, well done. Hats off to you, buddy. So we see a lineup still pulsing with swell, but as you see, Enzo going ham. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action for the Pro Santa Cruz right after this.
Há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Welcome back to live action from Santa Cruz, Pedro Norte. We are racing through the round of 64 up to heat number 9. Already halved the field. And keep on progressing with some big names. A really stacked heat, as they all are, but this one in particular. Van Mundy joined by Francisco Alves. Yep, we've got Khaled Vast. But let's not talk about the next heat. Let's talk about an incredible performance by Enzo Cavallini down there on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Well, it was indeed. Everyone was sticking to one-hit maneuvers until you flew your way into first place. Talk us through that moment.
Yeah, I was unsure about the time, and I saw the first one of the set. She was like not the good one. I didn't got it on the paddle, so I wait for the last one, and last minute call I made it. I'm super stoked. Normally I prefer doing it on the backside, and that one on the front side, first tentative made it. So yeah, I'm super happy about it.
And you just said congratulations to Maxime as he was coming out of the water. So no hard feelings there. You're good friends.
Yeah, we are good friends. We are really good friends. We all from like an Iceland. He's from Réunion Iceland, me Guadeloupe. So yeah, there is a good feeling behind him and me. And also with Martin, he's a local from there. We have the same sponsor, so yeah, I'm a bit sad for him, but super happy for me, and can't wait to see what's happened on the next round.
And who have you been working with?
I'm working with Jason since now 1 year and a half, so it's been good. I have a hard start of the season. Didn't make the round 64 anymore, so I'm happy to make that one, and let's go on that one.
Looking good and making Jason proud.
Exactly, Jason is probably proud. I think I did a lot of mistakes on that hit, but yeah, it's all right. We will talk and ready for the next one.
Congratulations. Good luck in the next round.
Thanks a lot. Thanks everyone. Bye.
Thank you, Enzo. Thanks, Joanna. Yeah, he's going to have a debrief. Made a few mistakes, but made amends, crucially, with a big air and with the 5 seconds to go. So Great work there from Cavallini. Yeah, as we said, up and riding here. Trigo had a good first round heat.
Wow.
Oh, there's a lot of spray, and there's a second section. Really smooth from Trigo. So up and in it. He's got some pretty fancied opponents here in Kaolu Vast, the Tahitian, Alfonso Antunes, Portuguese Hope, and Adu Amatreyan. So really big heat this. But Trigo, probably the lowest seed of all, has come out swinging, Chico.
Yeah, a huge snap off the top. Winds up again a huge float on that last section. So a two-turn combo, and I've spoken with the Portuguese new generation about Jacob, and they say he's really good. So I think this is a really stacked heat on our hands. Jacobo, Trigo.
Yeah, Trigo, what a start. Really great surfing, 4.67. So just coming in at that, could get a score on the board within 5 minutes. Looks like he's going again, has a quick look, opts out. Yeah, and Alfonso Antunes, he's sort of, you know, for a long time he was a real junior hope. Obviously he's moved on now, he's exactly sure of his age, but sort of, you know, he's gone beyond that thing of being a hope. He's just got to really sort of work on his surfing now, and, you know, his talent deserves it. And he's in the round of 32, round 64. He's had a few results this year. Where do you think, you know, his surfing sort of headed, Chico?
I think it's headed in a good way. I think he's maturing, he's growing up, and I feel like back then it used to be normal to be qualifying at 15, 16 or 17 even. But I feel like surfing has evolved so much into a mix of power and innovation that once that happened, now you need a bit of more time for your surfing to develop in that way. You can't just qualify having one of them, or airs, or only rail. I feel like you need to have a combination of both, and many times you see surfers reaching that level in maybe in the 18s, 19s, 20s, later, just a bit later, not on the 16, 17. So I think Alfonso has grown up now, and I feel like he's in a point where now he's going to start to surf more like a man, like a veteran.
Yeah, it's a good point, that age. Surfers are getting on, qualifying later, and they're also staying on, aren't they, later? Like, you can qualify in your late 20s and 30s and still have a good 4 or 5 years potentially at the top. So it's sort of just moved on a little bit. That experience and maturity really important. You see, got a hard one. Here goes Amatreyan. So we'll do it from the Basque Country. Smaller wave. Just flicks the top out, but can't hang on. He's a real busy surfer. Sort of always moving, all action, all energy. So he'll just pump through that, get back out there and start again. And of course, Kaolu Vast, too, you know, one of Europe's really talented surfers, had an incredible performance over there in Tahiti last year, I think. And it's just super solid competitors in the airs, massive barrels, rail calves, as you see Kaolu there. That's the man we're talking about. Just got that in his locker, just kicks that fin. Sorry, yeah, kicks that fin at the end, gets the fins out for a bit of spice. He's got a really sort of strong athleticism about him, works hard, trains really hard. So it's the whole package, and he's got one thing on his mind, is qualifying for CT. That's his only goal, and obviously well within his ability. Whoa, he almost gets decapitated there by his mate Antunes though. So yeah, Kaolu Vast, what do you, probably in terms of talent, got a higher ceiling perhaps than Antunes, and already starting to make his mark.
Yeah, Kaolu has a really is really well complete. Like, I feel he's a complete surfer as we watch the replay. Nice snap, but then he loses the fin there. He tried to go for the 2-for-1, and this one from Kaolu, nice float off the top, and this one, as you said, ditching the fins out. He's got that turn and log, so really beautiful turn from Kaolu, but you just feel like he was born in Tahiti, so actually he's really good in barrel. And then he moved to France and started to working on his rail game. So he did all the way around. Normally the European or the Australian, they work on the rail game and then they start to go to places like Hawaii and Tahiti to get good at steep barrels. And Kauli did all the way around. He started being so good at getting super barreled. And afterwards he was like, well, I actually need to understand how to surf bad waves. So, and he actually adapted really well over the last 2 years. He improved so much, spending a lot of time in Osagor training. And yeah, a bit of a mix of both Osagor and Tahiti sounds just perfect to get.
Yeah, not a bad mix. Been working last year with Richard Marsh, Dog Marsh, who trains Kick-Ash, and also Ryan Cullinan and a few others. So got a pretty gnarly sort of competitive coach in his corner as well. As we see, Amatreyan, whoa, one turn, but just trying to find a little corner and can't. Doesn't have much luck. And there's another one from Trigo. Talk about having unlocked. That's becoming his trademark. Sort of quick whippy closeout re-entry. Makes it. So Trigo just trying to back up a 4.67. Saw Cowley's last wave a 4.83. So a few high fours. That's all there is in the books at the moment. Of course, this is Trigo's.
Oh, it's a big section. Big turn off the top in a meaty section. So, and this was Afonso. Wow, that was sick. Huge float off the top there with a lot of speed over the top of that wave. And this one, a 2-turn combo for Adur there. Quick snap off the top and a nice finish. So a lot of scores to be written, but nonetheless some really good waves. I wouldn't be surprised if the wave of Jacobo it's the highest of the heat so far, because that turn was a massive bend.
It was a big wave, wasn't it? So I had that size on its in the plus list, and then he went for it. So yeah, he's been really strong. He's a strapping lad. What good centre of gravity. Sort of his feet seemed weighted, and he absolutely belted it. So Trigo, yeah, he'll probably improve on his score. 4.67. I think we're still waiting for some scores to come in. Yeah, so we'll see. Trigo, it's good to see. There he goes. He's waiting for scores. Good to see these new talents just pop up. Some, you know, invariably one of these events, someone that you haven't seen a lot of goes on a tear. You know, whether it's 3 or 4 heats and posts big numbers, and Trigo potentially could be one of those. The way he's come out with a lot of confidence.
As we have 12 minutes to go, and as I said, that looks like Trigo is going to get the best wave of the heat so far. We are waiting for the score still. Looks like it, and well deserved, because that section, as you said, was a big one, and he attacked it really well. So I was running the first score of Trigo, the 4.67. I thought it could be a bit higher, and 5.20. So Trigo is in the lead, and the last of Afonso Antunes, 4.6. So Afonso Antunes with a bit of a nice wave to come back on this one, and not get himself getting trouble at the end of this one, as we see Afonso there having a look on this one. Decides not to go, and I know Afonso has a big lack of airs when he goes right, so I would like to see Afonso try a big one, alley-oop, or just a huge air reverse would be nice to see. So
yeah, he's got that in his locker. The air wind's good, so it's vast once he gets going. Kaoli, obviously last year was incredible. That one particular wave he caught in that massive swell, that toe-in wave at his home at Chopu. As you see, that's Amatreyan, one turn. Can he hang on? And he can't. Sort of was angling to the side, and then the foam came down and clipped him. So Adua hasn't had any type of purchase in this heat either. Yeah, that wave of Calivas was just ridiculous. It shouldn't even exist. That thing shouldn't be possible. I don't know if you've ever seen. Look up on Instagram if you haven't. He's on a 400-foot wave. So you see Trigo again. Nice first wrap. And then kicks it off the top. He's got his time, and he likes that. Sort of similar in to Kaylee in many respects, but just clicking off the top, getting his mojo, and looks confident. Bit of a shout out to the judges as well. So we like Trigo, we like his style.
I love it. This carve was amazing. Wow. Carving all the way back to the white water and bang, throws the fins out. What a wave for Trigo. Really good surfer from Spain, and this last turn, bang, blows the fins out. And really a compact style. I like Trigo surfing a lot, as we see Afonso there a bit late into that last one. So I'm wondering what he did on the first section, and this is Adur. Adur seems a bit lost on this one.
He does, isn't he? Not like him, to sort of be a bit scattergun, making a few mistakes. He's usually really gnarly competitively wise. Makes good decisions, doesn't fall off a whole lot. So he's just got 9 minutes to sort of regroup really and start again. He hasn't got any scores of note whatsoever, so and he knows that Vast is sitting there. He's been patient. He's been the opposite. Coyote's just sort of got 2 waves in 15 minutes, and he's held on to priority for a while. So he's lurking, probably just waiting for one of those lefts off the corner. You been to Chopu?
Yes, I've been there. I've been there. I went there with Nick Van Roop.
Oh yeah.
And we stayed there for 3 weeks.
Wow.
And it was flat.
Was it?
3 weeks. I'm glad actually. I was really scared.
yeah, it's scary.
Oh, maybe there's a big swell coming. Maybe. Oh, the swell faded away. I'm like, oh, damn it! I really want it. I was prepared.
There's not a whole lot to do in Chopu when it's flat as well.
Well, there's not even a golf course.
It's not even a shop.
Nothing. I was there just. Well,
it's beautiful.
We can sail.
Yeah,
and
fish.
we went for another island.
Oh yeah.
By sailing.
Oh wow.
On the other side.
Morea?
No.
Huahenis.
We went to Morea, but we went to another island close by. I don't remember the name, but there's a left that had a bit of a swell.
Yep.
And we surfed a left, and it was great because we got there, and the first thing a boat next to us say it's a fisherman. He says like, oh, today we saw a couple of sharks here. Pay attention to that. I'm like, great. 3 weeks flat. Lost my leg surfing 2 feet. Not my type, so I went to the boat and eat Chocopic with milk. Nice sailing experience though.
There you go.
It was beautiful.
Yeah. Oh well, you get skunked. Yeah. I went. We didn't get incredible waves. I got up to 6 foot or something. That was obviously.
You got a couple?
Couple.
Oh, dangerous that way.
Yeah.
Looks like a closeout when it comes.
Well, it is a closeout. I paddled out.
Yeah.
I was going to paddle out with. I went out. I was staying with Mick Campbell, the Aussie pro, and we paddled out. And he said, like, basically that it's a closeout. You just got to go. Like, don't even forget trying to think which ones aren't closeouts, because but it does hold up. But it literally comes in and bends. It bends back at you.
Yeah, you cannot see the channel, and you're so close to it.
Yeah.
You cannot tell by the broadcast, but when you're there, it's so close.
So close.
You're like,
it's tiny.
am I going to get barreled from here to there?
Yeah, and there's what about the right coming the other way? Like a 6 foot right coming the other direction.
Exactly.
And it's so powerful. Hold on. We'll see. Talk about power. This is the man we're talking about. He's from that's we grew up with. Comes down the corner. Oh, one turn. Needed that. Needed a score. So surfed it well. But even like in the 4 foot days, Chopu, you sort of get caught by one of those.
Yeah.
And you duck dive, and you just get dragged, and every part of your body's trying to stay off the reef.
And you touch it straight away.
It's like, you're going, oh my God, this is so strong. So,
you know what? Actually, let's rewatch this one from Cowley. Really big turn off the top. Wow. I was there, and it was only Adriano de Souza in the water, and I was like, I'm gonna go up. It's onshore and whatever, but maybe I'm gonna get one. And I get out, and I'm there with him, and there's like a little double up, 3 foot double up that comes, and I'm like, yep. He goes, go, 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 and I'm like, what? This is a closeout. But I go in. I pull in and I fall straight away, and I go straight to the reef on the 3 footer. I'm like, oh my God.
It's more dangerous sometimes on those small waves.
I got slammed in the reef, and I'm like, what just happened?
Yeah.
I fell in the water, I think.
Yeah.
And then no water at all. But yeah, that's my
Okay,
experience.
so Carly got a 5.83 for that one-turn combination. Surfed it really well, got up in second. Here he goes again, live action, kicks out. So just playing it smart. Meanwhile, Amatrain, you can tell by his body language, he's just not in the mix. Hasn't got a wave over 3. Got 3.17 is his best scoring wave, which for a surfer of his talent is nowhere near enough. So Trigo and Vast, the two goofy footers, just getting a fair bit of distance now between their opponents. Afonso needing a 6.06 and Adu Amatrain now needing sort of, well, 7.5. So,
but yeah, one thing it's lovely about Tahiti is the pokeballs.
Oh, incredible food.
The tuna ones are incredible, like.
Yeah.
And the sunsets.
Or the Poisson Cru.
Wow.
Amazing.
Missed that though. It's far away.
Fresh
though.
fish, fresh food, and then the French element to it.
How far is the trip, mate? It takes ages.
We could drive there in a few days.
Yeah. As we see, he's gonna go for the air. I'm sure.
Here he goes. He's warming up. Bang! And it's a big one. He spins and he landed in the right direction, but he just his body over-rotated as his board didn't. He goes down the hole, checks that board's okay, paddles back out. It's pretty much his only, well, not his only chance, but it's one of his better chances of getting this 6-point ride he needs with 4 minutes on the clock. We saw Enzo Cavallini do it last heat. What went wrong, Chico?
He had it, but at the end there, he left the body behind. There, the arm, you can tell, was a bit late to it. The back arm, look, you see? Oh, the back arm didn't rotate all the way around, and when he landed on the board, the back arm didn't let him land, so he fell. And Kaoli saw it and told to himself, well, you gotta play the game. I'm gonna play the game with you, and I'm gonna try another air. So I thought Alfonso's one was a bit bigger, but this one, nonetheless, a good try for Kaoli.
Yeah, as we said, just
bang, nice rotation. He landed on the lip.
Yeah, landed a bit high. Usually, he's got such a high completion rate on those airs. Really strong part of his surfing. And he's just holding on to second. He'll be a little bit nervous. Prefer to be up in that first place, one of the top seeds in the event. So, trying to cement his Challenger Series placing. Also in surfing the Challenger Series at the moment. Manuel at the back. That's added a Matrain. Finally getting a bit of groove on. It's a small wave. He's kept plugging away. He's kept fighting. Look, you can see him motoring back out the back with his paddle. Look, he's kicking, he's fighting, he's scratching. But he's just had poor wave selection. And he's had a lot of them too. He's had 1, 2, 3, 8, 9 waves. None of them have provided any real scoring opportunity. Out the back, this is a bit more like it from Antunes. Big top turn, that's massive. Almost grabs his rail, waits for his second one and finished off there. So good surfing under pressure from Antunes. Trigo though, he's been patient. There's his turn off the foam. He's got such a quick release on that little caca. Just somehow gets his fins really jabbed out really fast. And that wave didn't accommodate. But it's up this way by Antunes. Then he gets 6.06 Chico. So he's definitely,
is that enough?
He's definitely made the judges think about it. It was that first turn was pretty solid, and then he just played it patient. This is Trigo's, which is not going to add to his total. But it's the Antunes one, surf in blue, that we're interested in this one, Chico. What do you reckon?
Nice under the lip snap, really good one. And this one, I thought he could have maybe hit it before when it was a bit more opened up the wave. So
he played a little bit safe, didn't he? Because when he
after the first one,
after that first one, he could have went up.
He could have went up again,
but he waited.
5.37.
5.37. So close, but not enough. Needs another minute. You think that if he was going to get the score, that would be the wave he needed to do it on. Difficult though, because you had to make the decision to do 2 turns or 3. He made the decision to do 2, which is the correct one. But yeah, just when he had all that speed after that big turn.
After the first one, I thought
you see him just wait.
Yeah,
you saw him just wait. I mean, it's
he had a second thought about where he was going to place the turn.
Yeah,
and I think the right after was the go because it was green face, really pockety, and was the moment to.
Yeah, in hindsight, with us watching it over and over, but in real time, he made it. It was a pretty good decision.
just couldn't quite get this Amatron. There's a nice carve, but you can tell the waves, the same the waves he's had. He's going in, he's done and dusted effectively. One of his poorer heats that I've witnessed. Such a strong competitor, and he's just had one of those heats you just right off as Trigo. He's had one of the heats where he's loving life, kicking and splashing. He's loving it. He's a fiery character, and he's still on the hunt into the round of 32, which is a big result from him out the back. Though Antunes might have one more crack. Looks like Carly's going to actually use his priority, and they both come down. And you know, Antunes has missed out on his opportunity. Vast is through, not with particularly incredible surfing, but quite smart. Played the heat well and got the result he needed to progress. And you can see the disappointment on Alfonso. That last wave, fought to the death, surfed well, but just couldn't get it. This man Trigo though, he gets a chat down on the beach, and he looks pretty pumped by it all. I love seeing these young, fresh surfers all fired up. Vast is a bit more circumspect. He surfed a good heat. He knows he's got plenty more in the locker. He can go through the gears. But this man, he's up just tiring watching, just coming in. He's swung 14 haymakers. He's done 18 kicks. And he's stoked. He's number one, he was saying to Cowley. Number one, mate. That's me. See that heat? Me, 1. You, 2. And Cowley, he's in. He's going to be one of the form surfers. There they go. And he gives his good mate Adu Amatron a bit of a fist pump. Unfortunate for Adu. Yeah, nowhere near reached his heights. Seen that spray before, that JS board that he's been riding for a long time. Cowley is through. We've got rid of 2 more surfers and 2 more progressed. Heat 9 of the round of 64. The aim is to finish off this round this afternoon. Good news is another 6 heats to go. So that's the good news. And the bad news is we're just going to take a short commercial break. But while we come back, we're going to have some more live action. Got another stacked heat. All the big guns. Kuzane arriving soon. So we've got the best surfs from Europe, all on the riding incredible waves like this. Stay going here, folks. We're going for live. Going to a commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
Sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
And very well welcome back to the beach, the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House. We're up to, well, heat 10 shortly in the round of 64. The big seeds entering the fray. Performances, they've gone through the roof today. Mark Lackamar fired things up with an excellent heat. A couple of heats to go, but hang on a minute. So, bit of drama at the end of the last one, and we see big smiles from the Portuguese squad. That's Afonso Antunes. And the news on the scoreboard is he's in second because Kauli Vast has been slapped an interference. Chico, how's your thoughts?
Wow. I didn't saw that coming.
Well, we saw Kauli coming in, and his face, he didn't look very happy, and I thought, well, he's taking second place pretty hard, if that's why he looks kind of, yeah, not too stoked, but he must have realised something went down, and our priority judge has decided, well, the scoring potential was impeded of Afonso Antunes. Kauli Vast is out.
Wow. What a shocker of an event. We didn't saw that coming. We saw the last one of Kauli, and he actually pedaled because he thought Afonso didn't add priority, so I don't know what happened, but maybe...
Yep, tough fight.
He just said it's done.
So what happened?
I don't know what happened.
Did you watch the last heat, mate? Or?
Yeah, we did, but like at the last few seconds.
Sorry, I mean I didn't.
No, but the last few seconds, Kauli had priority. Afonso pedaled into a wave, and he went on his way. But I didn't know it was Afonso's priority because he just caught a left, right? So maybe we didn't saw Kauli pedal for maybe a wave before, and priority shift just before that event. So.
Well, it's excitement, it's drama, it's the QS. We love it. All sorts going on. Let's set Heat 10. Check out Leopold Etienne, Luis Diaz, Loan Nug, Gonzalo Gutierrez. That's our quartet. A couple of French surfers, 2 Spaniards, one from the Canary Islands. And let's see how this goes down. Luis Diaz, powerful, aggressive, explosive. Leopold Etienne, he's been ripping this season. I love the look of Loan Nug in the early rounds. That's one of the outstanding surfers, I would say, from yesterday. Gonzalo Gutierrez is no slouch himself. He looked sharp yesterday. It's going to be fun to see this one go down. Wave-wise, mate, what are we looking at? Slightly shorter sections, perhaps, at the moment?
Well, I think it's better than yesterday.
Okay.
I think the swell has stayed here, and as we see the replay of Luis Diaz during the break, nice snap off the top there, winds up again, and bang, nice fin drift there. So a nice start for Luis Diaz. I was gonna say he's in green, but the only thing green is the wetsuit. He's in blue. But yeah, Luis Diaz with a bit of would have been with the 3-3. So we got the information about the last seat in, interference, and what I heard is Afonso got up before the Hura without priority, and once the Hura sounds, the person with priority cannot stand up afterwards on the wave. So he did an interference. He stand up. Ura. Bam! First one. Kauli drops in on him. Priority wasn't him anymore. After they end.
Priority ends with the horn, mate. You know that. I know that. Did Kauli Vast know that? I mean, he knows it. Maybe he didn't hear the horn.
I don't know. Maybe he didn't remember.
Should have a look.
Should have a look.
Let's have a look, mate. This is what went down at the end of the last heat. So, this is right at the end. Priority with the Kauli, who dropped in on Afonso for that reason. However, because it was after the horn.
Can we hear the horn? Wow. If that was because of the horn, it was a split second of horn, right? Ooh. Oh, okay. It was really a split second in between the moment Afonso stood up and the moment Kauli stood up. So, wow, intense moments here in Santa Cruz, and a wild situation.
Yeah.
This is going to be a good interference for the book of Ben.
Do we get some insights from that heat? We've got the heat winner standing by for a chat with Garnell.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Intense moment, but not for this guy right here. How did that feel?
Very happy to make this hit with very big names like Kauli Vast, Adura Matrain, and Afonso Antunes. And I managed to got a couple waves, 2 5s. The conditions are very hard, and happy to find that waves.
And what was your understanding of all the situation that happened there at the end?
I don't know. Kauli blocked Alfonso with priority, but he stand up after the buzzer, and he has been called an priority interference, and that takes him out of the event, and it's a bit weird, but that's the rule. I don't know. It's been so close, I think. The judges have decided.
You're just happy to be out of that drama, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm so happy to find 2 waves and be the lead all the heat with these names and into the next one.
What can we expect from you in the next round?
I don't know, the same. Just look at the conditions and adapt good to surf good waves and do my best.
Well, good luck. We'll see you in the next round.
Obrigado.
Thanks, Jana. Very well done, that man. He's stoked to make it through a tough heat with some drama at the end as well. During that, we saw a great turn, actually, from Leopold. Belted one on the backhand. Nice hair flick as well after it. I like that. Good enough for 4. Luisito's early wave, good enough for 3.83. He's got bright green trousers, got a blue singlet on. No quiet thus far, as is Gutierrez. Let's have a look at Leopold. Bang.
Big turn. Late one, but a really good one under the lip. Turn Leopold again as a vicious backhand. He's from the Guadalupe 2, from the full rotation crew. He's one of those guys that can throw some huge air, so they all come from the same school, same left with the same wind. So 4.17 and checking his board, because sometimes when you get late to the lip, you can break it because of the flex of your board and the pressure you're making.
Okay, this doesn't look good, mate.
You broke it.
It looks like he might have blown out the rail there in front of the fin, just as you thought. So how does that happen on a late hit? Tell us again.
I knew it. Like when you need to penetrate through the lip to get it was in front of the fins for sure. Yep, right there. It happens always the same way. It's like when you get a bit late to the lip, but you still want to make the turn and you put the same amount of pressure. When the board crosses the water and you apply pressure, the flex of the board doesn't handle the cross of the lip, because the lip today is strong.
Yeah.
And once he did that backside turn and he flexed the board to turn all the way around, he broke it.
Here goes Luis Diaz off the bottom patiently. Nice knifey turn from him. We talked about the explosivity he's got. There it was.
And I think it's one of the turns you see the most people breaking boards, one like that. And the other one is those floaters where you just touch a bit the lip and you come flying back down. This one was sick. Bang, big turn off the top. This type of maneuver, it's really hard to break the board into, because he comes before the lip, you see, and he lands before the lip and everything is smooth. And the turn was radical, but it was really smooth. As you see, Gonzalo Gutierrez with a huge snap off the top, throwing buckets of water. Gonzalo, he didn't make the Olympics by 1 spot. Did you know that? In El Salvador, by 1 spot. It was.
Oh wow! That's tough.
It was in the final of the final, I think. It was like the final before the final with Kaoli. Like round 9 or 10 of the event. I think round 11 actually. It's 12 rounds, counting with the final. And they were on the same heat to decide who's the European that goes to the Olympics.
Wow.
Kaoli lost in 3rd, and Gonzalo lost in 4th. I saw that heat live. So it was intense moments for the Spanish team, and Gonzalo making a name for himself on international surfing, because he was relatively unknown, at least for European surfing. I know I think he was a national champion in Spain. So Gonzalo, a really smart surfer from what I've heard, and a really powerful surfer. So Gonzalo Gutierrez is introduced to Paul.
So that damage to the equipment that we're talking about from Leopold, fair to say that's more like your bigger surfer, you're slightly more likely to that. We've got a bit more back foot pressure. Heavier surfer?
No, it's just the in-between transition of weight from the back foot to the front foot.
Yeah, but you've got more weight, then that's more of an effect. Presumably the boards are sort of the same strength between surfers, but...
No, because of the volume of the board, the flex is different. If you put like on a bigger board, a really like
not heavy guy, it's harder to break because the way
Right.
the board flex is different.
Okay, good. So he's in the lineup. He's got a crease. He wants another board. He's signaled to his crew, but he's going to wait to get another wave rather than paddling. Obviously, he's going to surf his way in, put some points on, and we'll probably see him quickly change that equipment. We're picking up Gonzalo Gutierrez, who's Chico's thorough research is explaining narrowly missed out on a provisional qualification spot via the ISA Games in El Salvador to go to the Olympics in Tahiti.
One spot, Mike. It was hectic. I saw it. Was crazy to see. Adur was there. Everyone was there, and I see Leopold Etienne having one of those seats that is really hard, mate. The board is creased. There's a long paddle back in, a long paddle back out, and he's gonna lose the heat if he comes in because it takes a while to go back out and come back in. He's watching, and you can tell his focus is a bit like lost. He knows the board is creased. He's wondering on his head, if I do another big turn, this thing is gonna break in two. I gotta go in, but I've got 30 minutes to go. Is it gonna break or it's not gonna break? Am I gonna force the board to surf all heat? I don't know. It's just a tough situation. But I was gonna say that we haven't seen any broken boards yet, so it's really rare with the size of the waves we have and the meaty sections we saw. Guys attacking, so we need a round of applause for all the fiber glass guys around the factories because they are doing a good job for the surfers to not.
They're the unsung heroes in this sport, mate.
Yeah.
The glasses and the sanders, they don't get any of the glory. The shaper gets the
That's
glory.
what I'm saying.
The commentators, and then
do commentators get credit? You reckon? Yeah, maybe. Just a touch.
So under 14 minutes to go in this, Luis Diaz backed up his high three with a low mid 4.57. That was the number. So 8.4 is his total. Oh, what they got here, Leopold. Oh, really nice. Look at the spring in his step, the amplitude in his turns. If he's creased the board, it doesn't seem to be slowing him down. He releases the tail. So what's he going to do now? Not coming in. Interesting. So he's decided, you know what? Don't lose the time changing it. The board seems to be surfing okay. It looks like we thought he popped out the rail, just creased it. But obviously it's not affecting the stringer or anything like that. So he's going to hang on and just surf that board until he doesn't, essentially, at the moment. But a number will come in quick. 3-2 for him. Still in third. Only looking for 3-2-8, though. Look at these lines marching in, Chico.
Really good waves, really consistent all day long, and as we see, White upper riding, quick float off the top, gets a little bit behind it and was able to finish it off, but I don't think it's going to come in. Nothing major for him, and the last of Luis Diaz, 4.57, so big backside turn on the pocket, almost a 5, so great score for Luis Diaz. And we have 12 minutes to go and a beautiful day of surfing ahead of us. We've got now live action of Gonzalo Gutierrez.
Here he is, bang, steep section, big turn, hangs it up and doesn't hang on. Look to have that done, Chico. What went wrong?
I think he did everything right. I just think the explosion.
He did everything right, makes it fell off.
He did everything right, mate. I think that Mother Nature didn't let him do everything right.
The wave was wrong.
Exactly. Okay. Bang! Here, weight was there, and the white water coming in from that explosion just took the board out of his feet. So everything went perfect. Mother Nature was wrong.
All right, good stuff. It'll be a throwaway number despite perfect surfing, according to Chico Alves, which generally would get him a 10-point ride. Gets a 1. It'll be a throwaway for him, but he's still in second place. There's 11 minutes 40 to go. We're having a lot of fun here, aren't we?
A lot of fun. I think it gets to the point of the day where we start having a lot of fun.
It can go either way, can't it, in the afternoon?
Yeah.
It's this way, it's heading towards fun.
It is. Like yesterday, we were a bit down.
First day, mate.
We were down. After 3 o'clock, we were having a hard time. But today, I feel like we are just fine.
We've got the big seeds coming in. We've got massive performances. We've got interferences going down at the hooter. We've got
the jet ski there.
All sorts of drama going on. It's really, really enjoyable. I'm looking down the draw here, looking at names like Justin Pecret. He's coming up in the next heat. Looks like a cracker. We're also going to see Mimana in that one. Nicolas Paulet of France, Nesta Garcia as well. So I see fireworks in that heat right there. And I just love seeing the best surfers enter the water and really just step up the quality. I think that's what we've seen throughout the day. Highlights, obviously, Mark Lacomar, but there's been plenty of others, mate, so far.
Kaoni Lassa.
He was good.
Wow. That blowtail there was amazing. And
733, bang.
I thought it was more, but the turn was sick. Remind me a bit of, what's it called? Australian, who was on the Young Guns when we were young. And this one from Luan Noggs, blowtail there, and he makes it. Stylish surfer from France. Ryan, not Callanan, but
Ry Craig?
Yeah, the turn reminded me a bit. The back foot there, like the knee inside, a bit of those turns he used to do back then. So a great comparison, but Kaoni Lassa and Ryan Craig, bang, nice turn here. Just a really bad wave overall.
Yeah, Noakes was slow to start this one. He got the 2.5 and now it's getting better for him. And he deals with that pretty well. Nice light on his feet. Let's have another look here. Look at this stuff.
Wow.
Just flaring up, mate. Blowing out the tail. Recovers well. That'll feel good. Where's he going to go score-wise, though? Do you think it's going to be a big number?
No, I don't think so, because the wave was small. It comes in as a 3.23. But nonetheless, really technical surfer. Lua, you can tell he can do that with his eyes closed. So I think we see a bit of a lull in action, which is really rare for the day we have on end today. We've seen wave after wave all day long, and now with a bit of a lull with 8 minutes to go. We still have in the lead Luis Diaz. What a great surfer, Luis from Canary Island, always posting some amazing clips surfing those windy lefts, but they are great. And I've seen Luis rip some really, really good lefts over the course of these last few years. His backside is lethal, don't get me wrong, but seeing Luis back home surfing good lefts is something it's always really good to watch. And with 8 minutes to go, situation is the same. And let's see if Leopold Etienne can manage to surf with the same board until the end of the heat. Paul?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to 8 to go. He got the 3-2 for his last wave. The board looked absolutely fine, though. I like the way those turns went down. It still looked crisp underneath him. If anything goes wrong performance-wise, we'll certainly change it wherever he is in the heat. Must have felt okay for him.
Yep, 7 minutes to go now. And Luis Diaz with priority. And as we see now, red upper riding, Leopold Etienne bang off the top and off the bottom. And he makes it, so the board is looking just fine right now. And he made the turn, so a risky maneuver with a board that I think is crisp. So he did an amazing job to make that turn with 7 minutes to go. As we have a bit of a moment of debrief in the studio, thinking about what's going to happen next, because it's fireworks right now. Look at this turn. Bang! Tail out, fins out, and a lot of aggression by Leopold Etienne. And this was Gonzalo's wave. Bang off the top. Look how much water he just threw there. So a bit of a fireworks situation everywhere here in Santa Cruz, and we love fireworks, don't we?
Getting spicy in the booth, mate. 6 minutes and 40 to go in this one. It's been a bit subdued on the scoreboard. No one going past 5 points. Yeah, it's not been a lot of quality out there at all. It's all got to be weird. Got scores to come in there for Gutierrez and Leopold. Let's see if we get improvements there. But so far, it's not been one to really get overly excited about. I'm excited about seeing just dance surf, though.
Look at this guy. One of the best in Europe. I think he's going to go to the air, Paul. I know it. I'm feeling it. His face, game face on. Ready to go. He trains with Richard, right? Also. Kaol, Kikesh, what a nice group of people. Richard coaches, right?
And on the CT, Conor O'Leary, Ryan Callanan. He likes goofies, eh?
Gabriel O'Brien.
True. He likes goofies, eh? Richard. He's a goofy himself, right?
Yep.
So.
Live action. Here's another goofy. Luis Diaz. What's he got? Tags it. And just swoops under.
And wow, great turn by Luan Knox. Five minutes to go now.
No more octopus for you, mate, I do not. That's it, that's your one for the week. 5 minutes to go on the clock. Gonzalo Gutierrez improved with a 4:03 number. Yeah, there it is, 4:03. Let's check out Luan Nug. Bang, look at this stuff. Really
nice.
Sharp and nice, hits it hard.
Really good combo there. I love this last turn. Bang, you said it. Really hard section to read, and he did such a good job on doing that turn, and now we're gonna see Gonzalo on a really beautiful wave.
Live action here, cupped out, hits it, keeps the speed up, and then this section just sets up for him. He just sort of rakes the fins and the tail across that closeout lip line, gives it the full treatment. Let's see if he can get out the fours. He's stuck in them right now. We've got a number to come in for Luis Diaz. In fact, we've got numbers for everyone except Leopold. Here's a look at Gonzalo again.
Yep. As we see the drone shot of the beach, water looks really clean to me. And the wind didn't really visit us over the course of the last 2 days, Paul. There's been really light winds all day. In the morning, slightly more offshore as we see live action, in and out for Luis Diaz. But the last one for Luan Knox jumps from third to first, 5.83. So we saw him with that last one jumping into the lead. And let's see if the last of Gonzalo Gutierrez can improve his situation. But now we have Luis Diaz needing a 4.24 and Leopold Etienne needing a 4.61. So low tide today, 3 p.m.
Half an hour ago that was.
Half an hour ago that was, exactly, Paul. And high tide, 9 p.m. dinner time. So we're gonna be mainly on low tide for the rest of the day. Low tide, incoming tide this afternoon. So we're gonna have a couple of more hours of surfing. We are finishing the competition today on it 16, right, Paul? So 6 more heats to go after this one.
Is he new heat leader, live action, good looking wave. He's got speed, has he got section? He does not. Luan Nug dropped the 5.83. Bit of quality in this one. He's the only surfer to get past 5 points. Here's Leopold. Ooh, that was really nice. Can't stick it though, pushing really hard. Trying to get out of fourth. He doesn't need a massive number. 4.61. He's having another look at the board. It seems okay. I thought it could have been in trouble there potentially, but it seems all right. But it's obviously in the back of his mind a bit because he just looks slightly rattled throughout this one.
Yeah, it's really hard when you have the board creased to be focused on the surfing you're doing on a heat. And what I feel like is he couldn't really get his head around the situation of being stuck on the outside with the board creased, because he knew he was going to lose so much time to change the board that he risked it. He risked to stay outside and try to surf with it. So was that a good option, Paul?
Yeah, you know what? I think he's going all right in this. You look at the scores for all of the surfers. There's only just over half, well, less than a point certainly between first and fourth. And if you just look at second to fourth, 8.8 to 8.37, it's really, really close. So this is all just about small margins and little moments of quality. Basically, it's just down to these sections. You're going to be able to combo it up. You're going to get the section stand up cooperatively and allow you to really, really hit it to go up the scale. But we've been really bunched in the 4s and 3s, and there's been so many scores of that magnitude or lower It's really tough to separate these, and you can see judges with their work cut out, really trying to essentially identify his surf best. I mean, clearly the best individual wave was Luan Nug at the 5.83. Over 2 waves, his backup's pretty low. That's why it's not much of a margin there. This one's so tight, mate.
It is. Anyone. It can happen anything on the last minute. Fourth, go to first. Third, go to first. Anything. So I think it's pressure moments for all 4 surfers in the water right now. With 20 seconds to go, let's see if we can see a last flurry of action as we see Luis Diaz up and riding, needing 4-4. And nope, he's not going to make it. And it's going to be Luan Noggs again on a beautiful wave.
Yeah.
Bang off the top.
Bring this in.
Oof.
Tagging it, and he'll be delighted with that. That's going to feel great. Another performance, a strong one for him. He's only really ridden sort of 4 proper waves in that. Might get an improvement on that over his 3.23, but either which way, he was in first anyway before he even paddled into that wave, which means he'll stay there. So, the young Frenchman, Luan Nug, going great again. Be absolutely delighted against some heavy hitters, some powerful surfers. He's done really well out there to make sense of, well, a lineup at low tide that's just restricted the scoring potential a bit right now. Just a little bit of a weird heat in terms of the way the waves came through and what they were offering up for our surfers. Kind of shorter waves, a lot of one-turn stuff or really slightly hurried combos. That's the way it goes down here at Santa Cruz on a lovely Thursday afternoon. It's bright sunshine. There's a little bit of ruffle out of the south. Still pretty clean on the face. That's an air wind into the right-handers. Yeah, and this guy, Leopold Etienne, just had a little bit of equipment trouble from early on the heat, and it just got him off his stride. We'll continue to look at that and think about what he could have done different in a tough heat. But we'll just keep rolling here. Heat number 11 is going to feature Justin Becret, Nicolas Paulet, Mimana Bray, Nesta Garcia. It's the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Noah Surfhouse. We're going to bring Philip Jervis back in the studio for a call. We'll be right back.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Welcome back to the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Noah Surfhouse. That's what the pool looks like at the Noah Surfhouse when you're having a little dip, checking out the best surfers from across Europe. 3 of them in the water right now representing France. Yeah, Justin Becret, Nicolas Paulet, Mimana Bray. Also out in the water, Nesta Garcia. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Philip Jervis. How do you like the looking conditions, mate?
Yeah, it's fun. There's a couple of opportunities out there, as we see Justin straight away for big snap off the top. So yeah, it has been like mainly one big turn by wave, and all the hits seem to be resolved like that, just that one big turn.
Is Paulet pushing hard? This will be a third maneuver for him, and it goes wrong. So 2 will score. versus the one hit on the backhand for Justin. Nicolas Paulet looking sprightly and light on his feet there. Got on the short arm. Haven't seen loads of those in this event.
Nice little first floater straight into a nice released snap here. He pushed it way too hard, unfortunately went down, but yeah, that was a really good first wave by Justin Becret. That's a really nice turn. A little conservative, but still good to open up your heat. And we also had wave for Nestor Garcia. Just that one hit off the top, nothing too major. He managed to ride out of that one, but he needs to push a little stronger on those turns.
So a lot of surfers just tagging that closeout lip down to the flats. The impact of that, using it to impress the judges. We're picking up live action here from Becret. It's absolutely wow, that was massive. He just murdered that closeout section.
That's how you attack a lip. That's what you want. Just go for it, as powerful and as much power as you can. Look at this. Waits. I thought he was gonna go for the air, but here just sees the section, pushes really hard on that back foot and just kind of lay back off the top. That was really strong, really nice turn by Justin Becret.
Super powerful from Becret. Let's see where that goes with the panel while we wait for them to deliberate on a number for Justin. Let's go and hear from someone that had the favour of the panel, did well in the last heat. Luan Nog is standing by for a chat with Chico.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Luan Nog. Luan Nog, you started off really slow that heat, and then halfway through it, you started to find your rhythm, and you got that 583 with a beautiful two back and turns out the back. Talk me through it.
Yeah, it was a pretty slow start at the beginning, and I was waiting for a good wave because when I was on the beach, I saw some really good set, and I wanted to start with a really good wave, but I actually lost my priority on the wave, but just behind this wave there was another one, so I caught that one and I had like one turn and little thumb claim. I had maybe a 3 point, I don't know. Then after that I went back out there and get the 583, which was a good score for the wave, so pretty solid.
And talk me through the board selection for today. You just told me it's a board that you love for powerful conditions and worked pretty well for you, right?
Yeah, I'm using the Proton from CI, and I really like this model. This is my favorite one. When it's like powerful and when there is space on the wave, you can really push some turns and everything. So yeah, that's my favorite board from CI.
I saw that you were also looking for the rights on this one. Were you looking to throw a big air or something like that?
I was trying to find a good ramp to try a big air, but I didn't find one, so maybe next time.
Can you find the ramp on the next round, please?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay, good luck for the next round, and back to you, boys.
Thank you, bye.
Thanks, Chico. Great job, Luan. 18 minutes 40 to go in this course to come in for everyone. We're still waiting on a big, we reckon, real big number. Justin Becret absolutely smashed that lip to pieces, belted it. Meanwhile, let's have a look at Mimana. Great hit from him. And again, thank you very much indeed.
That's how you surf, man. It's not the biggest wave in the world, but it was so well surfed. A lot of power, a lot of smoothness in between transitions, and yeah, Mimana got us used to this kind of surfing. Gotta check the replay.
Combo there from Mimana, opening up. Let's see what he did.
Come off the bottom, straight into the lip, really strong, and then one big finishing turn, all in one line. It didn't move the board from the first turn to the second, and judges tend to love that because it just shows that flow that you want. And we also had the wave for Nicolas Paulet, nice little left, couple of big turns, and he finished this one off with a fin drift on the back, and that was really, really good. What are you thinking about the Justin's score?
Yeah, so his numbers are in. He got a 4.33 for his first effort, then 5.67 for that right-hander. So the judges, giving it a reasonable number, but thinking he can do a lot better than that in terms of points return.
I don't know how.
He hit it pretty hard, mate.
He did. He did. I was expecting something on this 6-point range. So, but yeah, they're the judges, not me. And as we see, up and riding Nestor, the Spanish surfer.
Yeah, in the pocket. Nice. Look at this. Really good rhythm to those first 2 turns. Super critical. Then it gets a little soft and weird. So the third turn isn't glorious. But the first ones were nice. This is Paulet trying to surf with enough speed to get around a section. Unsuccessful in that quest on that particular wave. Would you a previous to last score for him though that could be pretty decent. And number 4, Mihimana, yet to come in. So we're basically waiting for numbers for everyone except Becrae. At the moment he sits in the lead, so in red. 16:30 to go in this one. Surfers really just trying to find these opportunities, these bits of quality. I think we've seen from everyone so far. What they're not going to do is sit there for ages without riding waves. I think the busy approach, probably a decent one.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to wait for too long. Obviously, if you have a good lead, as we see the replay of the surfer in green. Nope, it's the replay of the surfer in blue. He hits it really strong on the first turn. Gets cut up a little bit behind the section, unfortunately, but yeah, on these kind of conditions, you don't want to be waiting for too long. We already saw a couple of heats that happened, and the surfer ended up losing. We saw a lot of surfers with the best wave of the heat, and then just trying to idolize that priority all the way through the end and not catching anything, and ended up losing. So you want to be active. You want to read the ocean and make sure you're on the best wave possible, but don't wait for too long. I think that's the motto.
Still waiting for lots of numbers to come in, and when they do, we'll get a bit more excited about situations, but we're owed scores from our panel. They need to do their homework right now, the judges. Get us all caught up. In the meantime, let's get caught up with replays. This is Garcia.
That was really well surfed. Nice first snap right on the pocket, straight into this vertical one. Really strong on the leap, and then one more cut back. That was really well surfed by the surfer in green. And as we already have the last wave of Mihimana, 6.4.
Yeah, good start from him. And he's just carrying on that form that he showed in the early rounds. Blazed really. And it looked comfortable, it looked easy. And he got a 6-4 there without really having to put too much of himself into that wave. Just the timing was sweet. Just the line that he chose was exactly where it should be in terms of the critical parts. I feel like he's got loads more where that came from as well. So his confidence is already pretty good, I reckon, in this event. Will be getting better and better. Got a high score in the heat, which is nice. He's got the lead as well. Second priority, first priority with Becrae. It's him in reds. You feel got a little bit undered with the 5.67?
Yeah, and even at this 4.5 of Nestor, I think that the judges are really, really tough today, and we already saw some really good waves getting kind of underscored for us, at least for me, in my opinion. But they know what they're doing. They want to put the level as high as possible, so they have to be strict on those scores, and they have to have them pretty tight.
Federica Moraes coming up in the next heat. Who else is in that one? Patrick Langdon-Dart of Wales, Michel Bourez, the Spartan, and another French surfer, Erwin Blouin, also taken to the water in that one. There's going to be an absolute smoker. Heat 12 of this round. Of course, we're going to 16. So after this one, it's 5 more. That's the requirement for Poulet. He's a 6.67 right now. He's in 4th place. Surfer in 3rd. Garcia looking for 5.51. So a little bit of work to do. Plenty of time, though. And he's sitting on 2 threes, really. Nicolas, he can improve both of those in 13 minutes. If he does that, he can have a swing at Becrae's number, but at the moment, as things stand, it's going to take at least 10 points to get out of this round, because that's what Justin's on right now. Here's Mihimana, bang! So light and sprightly on his feet, and then quick enough to get out in front again, and a smaller wave, just punching it in the pocket. 4.27 is the backup. Will he threaten that?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, because Mihimana is a big guy, and normally those big guys tend to press a lot in between turns, and somehow Mihimana just is so light on his feet, and then when he attacks the leap, he's so strong. So as you can see here, straight into the first snap off the top, on one line again, that was showing that flow, just going over that section, put it one more time. So 4 hits on the leap. The last one counts as a foam climb, but still he hits it hard, and Yeah, it's so good to see Mihiman. It doesn't look too effortless. Everything just looks effortless. Everything just looks on point. It chooses the right timing. It chooses the right waves, and yeah, that's what you want.
Another great wave from him. It's going to be a number for sure. He's going to improve on his backup. He'll go close-ish towards his high number as well. Just waiting for a judge to drop in. 6.03, so good total from him. 12.43. And a bit of quality now. And the surfer out of French Polynesia, Mimana Bray, out there in the water with the lead right now. Second place, Becrae, hanging on at the moment. Doesn't have a huge margin over third, Garcia. But that requirement has gone up for Nesta, 5.51. Paulet in fourth, 6.67. 11.5 on the clock in this. First priority is with Justin Becrae, who's not ridden away for ages, mate. Got those too early on. Where's he been?
Yeah, he's just probably waiting for the best opportunity out there. But yeah, as we said, you don't want to wait for too long. Just make sure you find your opportunity and you actually go on it, because he needs to replace that 4.33. So yeah, the former QS surfer from today. He's a former QS surfer. Now he's a surf coach. So what do you think they're discussing in there?
Yeah, look, with Patrick Langdon Dark, I think at this stage, the late stage, just before you paddle out, not sort of too much extra information. I think you need to load anyone up. It generally seems to be the way at that stage, like literally just before you paddle out. The final words seem to be kind of distilling it down to maybe like key things to do, your strengths you want to stick to, things to try and look out for, stuff like that. But yeah, rather than loads of sort of complicated tactical information or insights, I think it's more just about keeping those real key of pillar type thoughts in your mind. Here's a paddle from a surfer with priority. Becrae, what's he got? Nice wall, comes around here, tags it with the speed. That spray hangs in the air for ages. That's a great turn from Becrae, and he'll combo it up once more. And he looks like he's getting so much drive off those bottom turns and then just fanging that board into the lip hard. That was good to watch.
Yeah, he used his priority very well. That looked a really good wave, and you could see straight away that was a bit of a corner. It didn't have that wall that stretched out throughout the sandbank, so you could definitely see it was going to be a good one. Nicola was looking at it as well as he's come here, a snap off the top, just waits for the wave to wall up and then just pushes that back foot, drifts, still fins a little, and yeah, very well surfed. As we see here, the replay again. Zam, that first one was really good, but this is the money turn. Attacks the lip vertical, just shifts the weight from the back foot to the front foot and lets the fins slide a little. As we see here you see like the front foot, everything's on that front foot, and you just, when you let the fins slide by themselves, it's got to be the best feeling in the world. It's just everything is in control. So very well surfed by Justin Becrae.
Yeah, it all seems to be clicking for him pretty nicely at this one so far. His score will go up for sure when that number comes through from the panel. If it's a 6.76 or better, he'll go first over Mimana. If not, he'll consolidate and make the job really quite tough for Garcia and Paulet chasing. They already need, well, 5.51 is what Nesta needs. Paulet needs a point more than that, but I mean, that's going to go up to either Mimana's score or whatever the improvement is from Becrae. Judges have a good old think about that one, just deciding exactly where that goes. But that combo of the first two turns, the spray is always impressive. Just the aggression of it as well. The fact that what the board's actually doing while you're up in the lip as well. Really, really cool to see. And it'll be, well, his high score's 5.67. He needs quite a bit more than that actually to get first. Looks like he'll stay in second. Let's pick up live action here of Paulet on a fat one. And you see how much water on the face. By the time it steepens up, that was really nice. Got the drift. That just, unfortunately, would have wanted turns early on that wave to have the impact. Speaking of impact, this one will explode just outside of him. Becrae's numbers in 5.63. So improves his score by quite a lot. He'll stay in second, but now the requirement gets much, much steeper for the likes of this guy who was chasing a 7.97 now with this.
Yeah, this finishing turn was really nice. Unfortunately, on the beginning of the wave, he waited and see there. He went against the foam ball. That just didn't allow him to go for that two-turn combo. He ended up just being one strong turn. It's really good up in that lip, just putting those fins out the back, just drifting all over the lip, and that was really good. Let's see, he already has the the score on that one, 4.83, so the judges loved it, but it needed that first turn.
Yeah, he goes to third. And a marginal improvement in terms of bringing his requirement down. He's still looking for a sixth, though. Garcia looking for a 6, 8, 7 minutes on the clock. It's Bray Becray at the moment. You 1-2 in this one. As we come in off that low tide, normally maybe an hour or so off the low, maybe an hour and a half, something like that. 2 hours off. There's probably optimal conditions. It's just a touch shallow out there on the low towards that mid-tide when it all comes together. But it's been super contestable throughout the day, really, here. And in terms of the QS, we've been blessed, really, yesterday and today. What has offered us up the ocean here. Feeling pretty good about tomorrow as well, Friday. Really cool to see these surfers for, well, what's going to be the last QS for a little while. Get some quality surf, chance to express themselves, show what they can do, but it's going to crystallise the rankings as well after this event. We're going to have a much clearer picture of what we're looking at heading to challengers. Someone who surfed and just blazed at the elite level, a fixture on the championship tour for a number of years, top 10 standout, really amazing surfer, multiple event winner, Michel Burres taken to the water. We're going to see Frederica Moraes also. The championship tour has kicked off this season, fell off at the cut. He'll be paddling out. Patrick Langdon as well. Erwan Blount. It's going to be a really interesting encounter, that one. What can we expect from Kikas?
Yeah, I met with him upstairs during my break, and he was pretty psyched. He said like there's a couple of opportunities out there, and I think he's gonna put that power that we know that he is used to. Those finishing turns, Kikas is really good, and yeah, his backhand is also really strong. He's a bit of a weapon, and he adapts really, really well to these kind of conditions.
Check the story of this heat. We're just over 5 on the clock with the recap. See how it's all gone down. This is heat 11 of the round of 64, but Craze look good value.
Yeah, this is for me, it's the best turn of the heat so far. That was a really good turn, but this guy, he just found his little lefts. He was capable of putting so many powerful turns, so that was really good and very well surfed by Mihimana, and this wave just kept on providing again. Nice first turn, drifting the tail, and then hits it one more time. He's gonna go for one more here, even though the waves are pretty small. He just absolutely smashed them, so that's why he has a couple of 4s on those 2 waves.
Yeah, you see that extra kick he's getting as he recovers out of his turns and he's low to the board. Just as he kind of stands up again into a surf stance, you can see the board accelerate. And anytime the surfer's doing that, regardless of what the actual turn was like, it just sort of gives you a little bit of a sense that they're on. And Mihimana very much is in this event thus far. Here's Garcia, once out of 4th. He's got some wave stretched out in front of him, perhaps a little too stretched out, and he just has to hurry it a bit because it was running away. So they're quick turns, but maybe lacking a bit of impact.
Yeah, because the wave kind of ran away from him, and and the first one especially felt like he got cut up in there a little bit on the rail, and then that was a really good turn. That was a really good combination. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. It's only a 4.3, but still very well surfed by the surfer in green, Nestor. So we still have 3 minutes remaining. It feels like both Mihimana and Justin are running away with the wind.
Yeah, Justin had priority, their second priority over Nicolas, and you can see those two having a look at a wave, and Nicolas desperately trying to sell that one, paddling for it, and Becray was not having a bar of it. He just barely even turned his head to look at that, and as a result, Paulette sort of pretended to paddle, then he just saw it was a bit of a road to nowhere, and a good choice not to go from Becray. Hang on to second prio, and being very well versed in heatcraft and strategy and what to do with priority when you got the lead and a superior position. What he's going to do is going to stay real close. So he'll just paddle stroke for stroke. Look at that shot. These two in perfect synchrony as they paddle out the back here. And Becray gives the toes a little nudge as he heads to the inside. 2 minutes 40 to go in this. And that points margin, it's a pretty solid one. When you think about the requirements needed for the likes of this guy. Yeah, it's a 6'8", but hey, good effort.
That's the thing about being on top of somebody. The other guy, like Justin, is on top of Nicolas Paulette at the moment, all right? And he needs a 6.47, obviously. it's not an easy score to get, but he needs to keep an eye on the surfer in green as well, because he's in third, even though the requirement is a little higher, 6.8.
Hard to sit on two surfers though, isn't it?
It is.
It is. You got to make the choice. In
I
life,
know, but it's a tough decision on who you're gonna sit on top of. But yeah, with Nicola needing a smaller score, maybe it's a good idea. But it's pretty interesting because every time you take a strategy like that, you have to keep in the corner of your eye always the other guy, because it's not easy, and out of nowhere you're just on top of one surfer and the other guy makes the score he needs. So it's interesting, but you gotta be cold-hearted, because Justin, I know he's a really good competitor and he's not gonna fall for anything, and Nicola will try and sell it the worst wave possible just to get rid of that priority. So you have to be a bit of a cold-hearted right there.
A minute and 15 seconds remaining in this heat number 11, round of 64, and everyone going for a nice paddle south right now. They're all swooping together down the beach here. That's Santa Cruz. Garcia, the Spaniards, on your screen there, still in the hunt for that high six, a 6.8. And as Paulé jibes the vessel around and headles straight back the other way, Becrae will stick right with him. Just keep a close watch. Meanwhile, down the beach, having a sniff. Garcia, here he goes, still looking for that 6.8. Flares up. And almost sort of a slow motion drift of the tail above the white water. So the white water stays in contact with the board, and it all gets a bit weird for him. He goes incomplete. 30 on the clock.
Yeah, almost there. Juste is not going to give an inch to Nicola Paulé. So he has the second priority. Mihimana, this guy is on a really comfortable position right now, and all right, we saw Nicola selling this wave to Justin. Is there something behind them? Because, priority change right now, and it's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, Nicola is looking at this one.
Chance here for Paulé, looking for 6.47. Here he goes, first turn. Almost pokes the nose. It goes soft, and he realizes, no way. He's going to get a mid-6 on that wave, on that section. So we all wait for the score to come in. It'll be a small throwaway number, and it will be this guy, Mihimana Bray, who surfed throughout the rounds in this. So that's not normally something that his sort of seed status would put him. You would necessarily think so. Possibly just a paperwork issue. We're not really sure, but hey, we've enjoyed it. He's enjoyed it. We're going to have a chat with him soon and find out what he thought, but he looks like he's in great form. Also, Becrae, who's powerful and fast, and he's got that competitive intensity, getting the job done and showing us that he's got plenty more in the tank to come as well. Another really enjoyable heat here this afternoon, Santa Cruz. 5 more to go. I think should we bring in Ben Mundy for a chat to sort you through the next one?
Yep.
Let's bring Mundy in, and he's going to be watching Frederico Moraes, Patrick in the dark, Michel Bourez, Owen Blanc. We can get a quick commercial break, more live action from sunny Santa Cruz, Portugal, on the other side.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
Is right. I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
welcome back to Praia do Norte, Santa Cruz, Portugal. We're here for the heat 12 of round 64 with this. We have a stacked heat. My name is Felipe Jervis. I'm here with Ben Mondi, and we're looking for this heat. Frederico Moraes from Portugal, Patrick Langdon Dark from the Wales, Michel Borges, the legend from France, and Erwin Bluin from France as well. Ben, good to have you back on the booth.
Good to be here. Thanks, Philippe. Yeah, all happening. She's warm out there. Swell is continuing to pile in. They've already had some waves in the break. And it was Edwin Bluin, a little stab, short and sharp, gets the section and comes out. And then out the back. Well, this is such a big heat. Whoa. As you see, Patrick Langdon Dark, can he hang on? And he can. So there's a lot to unpick. I just had a chat to Patrick's coach, but right now this is Fred. We know what he can do on these big sections. Oh my gosh,
it's so strong. And look at the scores. Yeah, he's gonna drop a really nice score in his first heat. So in his first round, in his first wave. Sorry. Yeah, it's gonna be a stacked one. It's not gonna be an easy one. Patrick we know he's really good on these types of conditions because he has the really low center of gravity, and he can hold on to those big turns. And look at that first wave of Frederico, 6.17, and then this big guy.
Yeah, Michel Barres live action. Oh my gosh. This is just going. This is what happens when you had to inject a bit of world-class.
Oh my God.
World-class quality and talent into the heaving beach breaks of Santa Cruz. You get stuff like this, massive hammers. Michel Barres, I just talked to him. He's like, you know what? This is it. I'm here to win. I'm just here to grind it out. He's got a few niggling injuries. He's been away for 3 weeks. He's a bit homesick, he said. So he's like, you know what? Stop your whinging. He literally said it to himself. Stop your whinging and get out there and do the job, and that's what he's doing. And I tell you what, it's a pretty solid start. Talk us through this one.
Oh, it just waited for the right time to attack it vertically, and then he pushes as hard as anyone. Look at that. Whoa. Look at the guys that are watching from behind like, oh my God, did he land that? Look at this. Just presses on the back foot and then just upside down and just lands it really easy. 7.5.
Sort of had everything because it was vertical, but it still hit the lip. And he came down, but he never lost control. He never looked like, I thought 8s were gonna rain down.
Yeah, me
but
too.
pretty good, solid 7.5. Anyway, speaking of high numbers, we've got the winner of the last heat down on the beach.
I've got Mi Mana with me. Mi Mana, you look so comfortable out there. What's happening with you? I can feel you have some mojo. You're happy. What's happening?
No, actually, I'm angry, because I lost kind of early in Anglet and Pentin, so I tried to reset, and I switched my mind, I know I'm here. I love this place, actually, Santa Cruz. I came here many times. I did couple result over here. Last year, I think I got 5th over here, so I'm kind of angry, and I just want to perform, and the waves are here. And I'm happy to be able to get the waves and show my surfing, and just taking hit by hit, but I'm feeling good.
But it feels like you put on another gear and you feel really comfortable on this type of conditions. What's the difference? You like the space you have on the water? What is that about Santa Cruz that you always love?
Yes, actually it's kind of everywhere in Portugal. I love the waves over here. It reminds me home. It's really powerful, You can get some barrel, like if you go to Cochos, and there's like all kind of beach break, and you can feel it that it's really punchy. So there's a lot of power in it. So it reminds me home, and we used to those kind of conditions. So I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, we have great pokeballs as well. So you feel right at home. Congrats and good luck for the next round, Mi Mana.
Maruru, brother.
Maruru, bro. Back to you, boys.
He's such a cool guy.
Thanks, you guys. He's a legend, isn't he? So you just feel your corners of your mouth turn upwards when you're watching him.
Yeah, that's true.
It's really infectious.
You're only kind of smirking when he's talking.
He said he was angry. He just said he was angry. That's him angry.
Oh my God, he's such a cool guy, and he was definitely comfortable on that heat. He has been the whole contest. It feels like he's right at home, and it's weird to listen to him saying that this is very similar to Tahiti. It's kind of weird because we don't have warm water, and obviously we have some of the best waves in the world too. But you know what? A guy from Tahiti just absolutely smashing in these kind of conditions. It's pretty impressive. It just shows how much he can adapt to it. Like, it's not easy because you surf perfect waves every day, get barreled every day, but then you have to come here and surf 4 foot on shore.
Yeah, yeah, it's just like Tahiti. Yeah, exactly. Till you hop in that.
Exactly.
Try and go for a swim in your board shorts out there, but yeah, no, he loves the power. He's had some good results here over the years. Obviously had his best ever career result in Chopu a couple of weeks ago. He made the quarterfinals at the CT event, his first ever CT event. So yeah, you just think he's in a good little groove at the moment. He's supported by his mates. He's probably pretty stoked to have like Michel Perez hanging out, like to have some of that experience and that sort of caliber of character as well in your corner. That's got to help. So good crew, good surf and good times. Federico Moraes just got that sort of one big turn, another massive CT experience. And yeah, saw Patrick London Dark. He's the Welshman, and his coach Luke Dillon, who just retired today effectively. And he said Luke was sort of waiting, and he came in. He was like, "Well, that's it." Sort of couldn't really believe it was really happening. And then he went out for a surf, and then he said he came in and was just back onto his coaching. He started a new coach, and he was just like, "Right, well, this is it. This is the new
yeah,
me."
It is. It's the new life.
He said he really. I mean, I rate Patrick too. What he's got, especially in conditions like this. Luke Dillon said is that he's got a massive closeout re-entry. You know, he's got a really. That's one of his real strengths. Forehand and especially backhand.
Backhand, yeah.
Patrick sends favour his backhand, but Luke's trying to talk him into believing more in his forehand. But yeah, so you know, I mean, he's got probably the hardest tee like you can get, really. I know Erwin Bluen's a great surfer, but you know, having Perez and Freddie and at this stage around a 64,
it's hard,
of a QS, it's one of those. But you know what? He's got the talent to push it. So we'll see as he. Bluan, he goes for something pretty huge. Freddie looking at that one. Here he goes, and his backhand's not bad either, is it? And he just seen that before. Seen that before.
It's so similar to the last wave. It's a bit smaller, so the score will be maybe a little bit lower, but you know what? People tend to forget how good Kikas is on his backhand, because we all know he has one of the best carves in the world, honestly, and we already saw him going battle to battle with some of the best names. But people forget that Kikas, he actually comes from a beach called Praia do Guincho, which is windy as hell, and we have some kind of lefts around there every once in a while, and he's really good on beach breaks as well. People just tend to forget that, I think, because he always did so well on right hand point breaks that people forget how good he is on both on his backhand but on beach breaks. Kikas has he has the capacity to adapt to any kind of conditions, and mainly because that's where we came from. Praia do Guincho is probably the windiest place in the world, and we still surfed every day.
Yeah, we're going to love this. You see Michel trying to back up his 7.5. Those fins got a little bit caught. Now he's regained his feet. There's a nice snap, trademark. And there's another one. He's going to come out of that, or is he? He's not. So never quite got settled on that particular wave.
And
that
the wave
first
was good.
turn was a bit bogged, and then that sort of led him behind the 8 ball. And yeah, there was opportunities there. It really was to at least back up that 7.5 with a half decent score. Unfortunately, couldn't quite make it. So Michel will go back out. They got that 7.5 in his locker. Is a massive advantage. So, and you got plenty of time. But yeah, so it just went wrong here, didn't it?
Yeah, I feel like the fins kind of disconnect, but here he connected again. But it felt like that first, and here I think he mistimed it. He didn't mistime it, but it was a really weird finishing section. So I think if he didn't have that mistake on the first turn, maybe he could have a bit more time to do everything, and he was kind of all over the place on the wave. So still 3.93, so a good backup. It's enough to put him in first place.
Yep. Just got that score just for that first turn in the middle, which is pretty vicious. So yeah, he probably left a couple of points, 2 or 3 points on that wave, but still in the lead. As we see the Welshman, Langdon Dark, he's just lost his priority with that, and that's the type of mistake that you just cannot afford to do up against these top flight guys. Got to try and shake that off. I mean, he's still got a fair bit of space around him. There's no
no pleasure, but losing priority.
It's always bad.
It's a bit of a mental game, isn't it, too? Like you know you've made a mistake,
Oh,
then
yeah.
you've got to overcome that.
Yeah, that's true. As soon as you paddle as power as he did, and you don't get on the wave, you actually, that's what you think. That's what you said. Like, it's a mentality part of things. Like, all right, I did a big mistake. I need to regroup and try to look another. As we see,
It's a nice float. He's got his bit between his teeth, and that's a 3-wave combo. So he's just going through the motions, going through the gears. And there's one of the, I said Patrick can go for it. I like the attitude, because to beat these guys, you've got to go massive, but that wave was filthy. And just as he got caught in the lip, we'll see the replay.
That's got to leave a hole in his board, that's for sure, because he fell like, not with the ass, but kind of with the leg right on the board. We want to see the replay. I think he mistimed the section. He went a little bit too early, see? Yeah, and then the front foot disconnected, and it just went straight into the board. And as we see, Kika's just nice off the top, just really in sync and really in rhythm. And the board looks really good as well. So Federico doing a good campaign so far.
Yeah, got that little bonus section in there, and when he came out of that floater, Kika didn't miss a beat. It was a bit choppy, but he's so strong, just raced through it really cleanly. And that meant that because he didn't lose any speed or any bobbles, he could do 2 turns on that final section. So again, just building a house, making, lodging some big numbers or acceptable numbers and putting the pressure on his opponents. And see how he goes with that, whether that's going to be a wave that goes to his top 2 or not. But it does show that he's in form, doing really well on that Challenger Series ratings. Had a final in Bolito. Basically in that Challenger Series, you just need 2 results. 2 events. If you do well at 2 events, like really well, you're pretty much right in the mix, and he is as well. Goofy footer, Luan. And he just cracks off the top, and he comes out. I don't know if that's going to be completion. Meanwhile, Patrick on a big wave, and he just goes straight up and straight down. Not much more he could do, but he's not getting the completions that he needs. He's putting his knees through the ringer, and Patrick just getting ready to go back out. He needs some big numbers now. Looked all right at the start off, but then it just closed out so fast. He never had enough time to go up
too
and
fast.
over.
Even if Patrick is a fast surfer and he has like cat-like reflexes, that's sometimes you need a bit more speed, a bit more momentum, just to make sure you can handle all the compression and all the power behind you when you finish those turns. But as we see here, look, it didn't have enough speed or enough power, but it's just too much. You need that extra speed just to make sure. This one, that's a good turn. Wow. Is it a make? It's a weird one.
It's one of those where, I've said it before that, Michelle, meanwhile, down the end, that's a make, that's for sure. Yeah, if you're kind of debating it, it's usually not. It's kind of my rule, but sometimes they're right on the edge. It probably wasn't. It's going to be one of his. Well, no, it looks like it wasn't a mate. The score's coming in really low, so that wasn't counted potentially as a make. You see, Michelle Perez also got a score to come in. So the 2 heavyweights, the 2 powerful natural footers who've, Michelle's won CT events. Kick-Ass has been in the finals. He's won in Hawaii multiple times.
Yeah,
he's won here multiple times. 2 winners basically, and they're just asserting their authority on this, really.
Yeah, going back to that, there's only 2 stops remaining for the challengers, and I've been thinking like this year we don't have a wipe. So for me, Kika, to make sure he qualifies, I think he needs to grant it here at home in Ribeira, just to make sure he goes to Brazil with a little bit of space, because he knows this wave better than anyone, and he surfs there better than anyone. So I think he could make a really big result. That's a big turn.
That's a big turn from Patrick. So PLD.
That's exactly what we expect from Patrick, and we've been saying that since the beginning of the heat. Like, he's really good in these finishing turns because he has that compression in the end. maybe he can put something on board and maybe battle a little with the two big guys.
Yeah, well, the lowest score of Freddie's is the 5.23, so if he can match that, here we go. It's a big section.
Wow! Look at his center of gravity. Look how low he is, and that's where Patrick is really good at it, because he can put the board in critical situations and still right out of it. So very good surfing by Patrick. It's gonna be interesting to see the scores playing out on this one.
Yeah, he had a few attempts at those close at entries and hadn't quite connected with that one. He went late and just raked it over the coals. A big backhand blast and rode out clean, as you say. So it's going to be probably his best wave, at least. So see how he gets on. 7 minutes on the clock. Michelle, which were wave we didn't see. I think we saw the replay down the line. It was a 6.33 for his second wave. So that was strong.
That
big turn one. So he's sort of really starting to get some big numbers up. Almost putting himself out of reach as Jorgen Kuzenay. Also right in the Challenger Series mix. Sitting around 15th or 16th, I think, on the on the Challenger Series. So he's already again fighting fit, healthier, ready to roll. We're just waiting on that score coming in for Patrick. So a 6-point ride. So really good surfing, and that means he now needs a 5.41, which, you know, effectively, unless Freddie ups his scores, just one of those waves he just got then.
Yeah, it just needs a wave just like this one. It needs that one big finishing move. We know he's capable of it. We know he's capable of doing the 6-point ride. So Frederic with the priority, I know what he's going to do now. He's going to wait and make sure he goes on the best wave that comes on the lineup, and just try to improve that 5.23 to make Patrick's life a little harder.
Yeah, exactly. See, Patrick just waiting on that score. The good thing about this is that when the sets come, there's 3 or 4 in them, and all it is basically is almost a one-turn kind of click at the moment. So you know what you're getting. Just go on the biggest one you can get and try to do the biggest turn you can do. That's
It's simple as that.
That's PLD's simple motto, and it's not a bad one when you can sort of pull those off. But again, his competitors are also capable of that and some. So they're sitting there with priority. Fred, yeah, he's such a cool, calm competitor. Just makes very few mistakes. But yeah, that Challenger Series, you're right. Like, I just think that Fred's Hawaiian results don't get talked about enough, really.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It was so
rare
consistent
for someone to come from like not Hawaii, Australia, American, just turn up in Hawaii and like
and dominate.
Yeah, like, absolutely
year
dominate.
After year. Year after year.
Back-to-back wins at Sunset, back-to-back wins in Hawaii. When the world's best surfers,
finals on Eva, like almost every year. And
you know, the world's best surfers surfing like they really mean it in incredible waves, and time and
some
time
of
again.
the hardest waves in the world as well. So
yeah, 10, 12 foot Hawaiian, and time again, he just come good. So yeah, you're right. It's a massive blow that he doesn't get the chance to actually surf in it on the Challenger Series, and yeah, he's got Ribeira de Ilas. Bit of a double-edged sword though in some ways. Like, yeah, it's at home, and yeah, he knows the wave so well.
But he hasn't been able to do a big result back at Ribeira de Ilas. Yeah,
almost so much pressure. Okay, Patrick trying to bump his way into this on his forehand this time. He's going to go to the air, you reckon? He's never going to make that. Yeah, it's, you know, there's so much pressure. I mean, there's pressure on everyone because you need the result.
Yeah,
so much. When you're at home, he gets a lot of attention, which he's used to and which he enjoys, and that's part of being, you know, one of Portugal's best surfers. But yeah, sometimes I think, you know, it's just you got to be pretty strong mentally, which he is, but just to park all that noise and go out and surf that way.
Yeah,
he has surfed well there before and had results, but yeah, the last few times I think it's quite early on the piece as well.
We all know that he's really strong mentally, but there's something about playing at home and needing the result and everything, because you know what, when he did really well in Peniche back in the day when it was a wild card, him and Vasco just go and did fifths and thirds and everything, but as soon as he was on the CT and the Peniche stop, Kikesh didn't actually perform. He did some really good results, but nothing major comparing with the when he was a wild card. So that has to play in his mind, obviously, and especially needing the result to get on the tour again. I hope that he performs in Ribeiradilhas and he doesn't need to go to Brazil and perform there, because if he's still the thing in Ribeiradilhas, it will be a lot less pressure for him.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's have a look how we got to this phase at the moment. A recap here, some massive backhand hammers basically. That was a sort of calm turn, but this starts to warm up.
Yeah, Kikas is really, but this is the I think is the biggest turn of the event so far. What the hell? I think this was underscore, honestly.
Yeah, I thought that was in the excellent range.
7.5. There's not too many people in the world that can actually attack a lip like this, and then he backed it up with a 6.33. And yeah, Michel just doing what he does best.
Doing Michel things, just Spartaning it on. And yeah, it's going to, well, it looks really positive. 2 minutes to go on the seat. It's all down to that sort of third spot though. And Fred, you know, he's got a second, but
it's
Patrick
not safe.
It's not safe at all. 5.41 is not a big number really. If he can pull off one of those turns, he's going again here. Patrick's just going to keep swinging basically. That was under priority. Nice first turn and just goes down.
That's cold-blooded, man. I don't know if I could just watch the guy that needs 5 points to go on a wave and not go.
Yeah, and there's the English contingent up on the hill, back in there, man. He's the last surfer from Team GB in the event. So they've, you know, just through the mist, they're like looking for some type of response from Patrick, and he's not going to get it. Perhaps a minute on the clock. Freddie's probably going to start to get pretty interested in where he's sitting.
Oh, he's already around Patrick, and now he's going through the inside.
Right on him.
Yeah, it's right on him and a bit on the inside just to make sure he can go on which wave he wants, because it's 45 seconds remaining. It's not too much time left, and Kika's got to make sure he doesn't give an inch of space.
Yeah, there he is on his tail. I mean, he's not like he really wants to do it, but it's a QS, you've got to grind it out. And Freddie's not going to let him get under his traps, that's for sure. Patrick, just like a mouse trying to outrun a snake. As we see, Michel Perez on the smaller one, he's pretty happy with his performance, just coming in now. Another heat win, kicks out the tail, bit of a 360, bit of progression for Tishan. Okay, so, well, he's got away from Fred. He's going to have to go for a massive air here. That's not massive enough, but he does hold on to it. And he's got one more section.
Oh my God.
Fighting to the death, but that wave's got not enough juice in it, and that's the end of Patrick Langdon Dark, unfortunately. So, gone to seed. He tried well, fought hard, all the way to the very end, but just Perez and Moraes were just too good, too much class, and the big guns are through to the next round. So, really good to see in terms of the Portuguese hope. One of the best sort of surfers ever from Portugal, and he's through to the next round. Here he goes. And he looked good today. Just did a nice calm sort of, you know, just another solid heat. Build a house and he's getting up.
He did enough. He did enough. He needed to get through. He didn't do anything major, but this guy did. This guy did one of the best turns of the contest so far, and he's picking up garbage.
Yeah, he's picking. Yeah, classic Perez. I mean, what can't he do? Just picking up. Yeah, there's probably a fire he'll put out just up here on the beach. Probably save a drowning kid.
Ugh.
Pick out a cat caught up a tree. Come in, put the rubbish in the bin, strip off down to the Spartan waist, and just say, yeah, this is my planet. You're just living on it.
Yeah, exactly.
If I know Michel, that's the way he thinks, mate. I know this guy. I know this guy. He's not even happy. There's too much going on. Okay, so as Michel walks up to have a chat with Joanna Garnell, we're going to go to a short commercial break, maybe clear the air somewhat, if we can, and come back with more live action. The Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Noah Surf House, right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Millennium está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Welcome back to the round of 64 of the Santa Cruz Portugal Pro. We've got Jorgen Kuzner, we've got a big heat here, Francisco Almeida, Elias Short, who was really impressive in the last heat, and Ido Arkin. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined by the ever flatulent Chico Alves. How are you, mate? Just hold that thought, think about how you're feeling, thinking about what you've done. And we're going to go down to Joanna Garnell, who's got Michelle Perez.
Yeah, no one cares how Chico's feeling. We want to know how Michelle is feeling. 7.5 to start the heat. That's got to relieve some pressure.
Yeah, it felt good. I was kind of hurt for the past 2 days now, and I didn't know there was a physio here. So before my heat, I just came to see him and actually worked on me, and I felt 100% back after that.
And you were saying that 99% of the credit goes to him?
Yeah, for sure. I could barely walk before I came. It's like past injuries and just traveling and, hours spent in a car and stuff. And I feel like, surfing against Federico, hyped me up so much, it reminds me so much of the old days when we were on tour and stuff. And it's just good to see him here and, doing well. And I wish him to go back on tour soon.
Well, that means that you still got a lot in you, so you don't have to finish your journey that soon.
No, I do. That's it. I gave my best today, and it's just depend on the waves. You get excited with the waves, and today it's pumping and super fun. I've seen Mark Lacomar getting a 9.3 just for a big re-entry on the set, so that got me excited as well. So yeah, that's all I need right now.
Great to see you inspired, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Oh, what a dream boat. What an absolute dream boat. He's inspired by others. He's given credit to the physiotherapists.
Wow.
He's to 99%. He's inspired by the young kids. He's loving the wave. So he's beaten up like an old sort of prize fighter that's come in, for the one last sort of pow fight. Bandaged him up, and I'll tell you what, he's still got some big blows he can land. Still a heavy hitter. And we'll see some replays. So this is the key. Kuzner.
Yeah, big guy. He always throws buckets like this turn. And wow, that turn was massive. Jorgen, of course, one of the best informed surfers of all Europe, year after year. And look at that, the way he started. And this Elijah short with a short wave with 2 turns. So, and this was our Ido Arkin's first wave. Bang! Wow, that layback looks so nice. So. Ido with a 4.5 and Jorgen with a 6.5, and we are yet waiting for this wave for Francisco Almeida. So just a carve and a bit of a snap off the top. So I don't think it's going to go crazy because the wave was quite small, but nonetheless a start for Francisco Almeida. He did really well in Pantin. He made I think 3 rounds, so he was looking good, and he actually lost. Needing a small number in Pantin. Let's see if we can do a good comp here in Santa Cruz. But Jorgen, wow, Ben.
Yeah, looking strong. You said that second turn where he just went real vertical, but somehow can get vertical and then just bring it straight back around in the flash. It's like a whip, isn't it?
Yeah.
It just goes up and then it comes down and yeah, really good. Oh, there's a big turn too from Almeida. Grabbed the rail at the bottom end turn and then just belted it. So we're going to get a lot of these one hit sort of wonders. And whoever's got the best rank, well, mind you, out the back, it's a bit more of a wall for short. Oh, he's right in the pocket. That's one turn again, but he can't quite make that one, so it goes down the hole. Yeah, Kuznets doing well on the Challenger Series, right in the mix in the top 20. So just one result away from getting that all elusive CT Spidey. He's been battling and so hard for so long. He's come so close so many times. He's still right in the mix. Had a few injury problems. Seems to overcome that back injury and he's looking good. So hopefully this year, I don't think anyone deserves it more, to be honest, than Jorgen.
Wow, this turn was sick. We're still waiting for this score from Francisco. He came in as a 1 point, right? So judges thought this wasn't a make.
Well, clearly it was a make, wasn't it? Because he rode out, but maybe that was his first one, 3.23.
Nope, the 3.23 was the 2-turn combo.
Wow. Well, that's surprising. Okay, fair enough. They know more than me. Kuznets just prowling around. He's a tall, rangy fella. He's got a good air game as well he can use, especially on his forehand. So, good, complete surfer from Reunion Island originally, but has moved up to Oscar for the last decade or so to further his career and shark issues originally as well. So, yeah, great athlete and has had so many good heats in Portugal over the years. Loves this part of the world. And so far, got that 6.5 in the bag. Looking pretty solid.
Yeah, as he's looking, as we have live action. Green paddling.
Yeah, so Arkan, the Israeli, just tries to go for that same sort of close-out area. He got a 4.5 for the first one, but can't finish that one off. Meanwhile, at the back, it's one turn. So getting a lot of one-turners. And it's just that dead sort of almost... What time we got now, Chico? What time is it?
I'm going to tell you right now.
It's just going so fast I can't keep track of it because it's such great surfing, but we've got 4:30, so we've gone past the high tide by an hour. So I reckon just as this tide comes in, there's a nice little tag. As this tide starts to fill in, I reckon we'll just get a bit of improvement. I reckon about 2 hours off the low tide's the best for this bank. That's what I'm calling. What do you reckon?
I think you're calling just right. I think you're always making some really good calls over the course of the day. And you've been the consistency you bring up is just next level. So
thank you.
It has been a really good pleasure. We've got 60 minutes to go, Ben. And what's your thoughts about this one? What do you think is going to happen on the next 5 minutes? Just give me a prediction.
I think Kuznets is going to shut the gate.
Okay. Yes, you say this.
As we go,
he's going to do it.
So this is his backup wave, his 6.5, first turn.
Wow.
Just waits for it to stand up again. Somehow, oh my gosh, he's just finding some open face, which no one else is, and then just absolutely squirting the corners of them, like absolutely blasting the sections. So much spray, moisture, and he's on fire. So backed up to 6.5. I just said to you what so was going to happen.
You just said it. Quick,
you know when you know,
top.
mate.
You know and you know. This turn, kapah, really fast off the top. So, yeah, you said it.
How does he get the speed?
Yeah, and Ido Arkin with the 2-turn combo, and yeah.
Yeah, Arkin up against it. Kuznets get another solid score. He'll make it very difficult for his opponent. 15 minutes to go. A lot can happen, of course, but you'd think that is a bit of a really solid start. Yeah, Jorgen was always a good guy, always real positive attitude about life. Often travels down here in a van with his dog and his partner, his new partner, and he's always got a kind of good positive outlook on surfing and his own part in it. Enjoy really enjoy his company. Solid guy, incredible surfer, well liked, and just got to try and get that talent that he's got just to that next level. Works really hard, trains really hard, really professional in everything he does. So he's got it all there. It's just been 3 or 4 heats off making that CT over the years. Maybe this is the year, starting in Santa Cruz, where everything ignites.
Yep, 30 minutes to go now, and a bit of a weather change. The wind shift, and
yeah, it's a bit of wind shift,
and it feels like
clammy. Yeah, she's blowing. Still from the same direction, just with a bit of a different sort of taste to it, really, and just ruffling. Nice conditions there, but still plenty of waves. One thing we have got is consistent swell. This bank holding all the tides and all the swell through high and the low, and allowing loads of opportunity. No surfer's really been wave starved or hasn't had the chance. So that's been a massive plus for Santa Cruz. Most QS surfers don't always get that. They can get swell, but then the banks can be so tidal in Europe that you can have late times off. It gets small over 4 or 5 days, but we're looking pretty happy. As we see there, Almeida just trying to get his scores in. What's your prediction then for the heat?
I think Jorgen is going to close the gate. He's going to shut the door on everyone. And I think we're going to see still a great effort from Francisco Almeida on this heat and Elijah Short.
It's interesting, all these French surfers who such a talented generation and just haven't quite made it, There's some so close. We saw, like Jean Giroux, he did make it eventually. Obviously, we've seen Jeremy Flores, who, was there forever, but the guys like Marc Lacamere, Jorgen Cousinet, so much talent and comes so close. Ramsey Boukhaim, I know he's Moroccan, but spends a lot of time in lived in Beirut and Anglet since he was a teenager. So yeah, just that extra push. Maybe it's luck or maybe it's just the way of the world, but just so much talent, but haven't quite been able to make it. So we'll see if that can change this year.
Yeah, agree with you, and yeah, they just I don't know if it's the type of waves they have on the Challenger.
Yeah,
what
maybe
judges want to see on the Challenger. There's a lot of variations about what possibly can be.
Challenger Series is pretty gnarly, isn't it? 115. Well, you've got half the CT
there.
So there's 15 CT surfers, and then there's 100 of the best surfers in the world surfing 4-man heats at the start. And there's no easy round. 2 go through, bang, you're out. So yeah, and only 10 of all those get through to surf on the CT. So
it's so gnarly.
It is gnarly. You just got to be.
And Fred is in 5th.
Yeah, Fred's in 5th,
which is gnarly.
Okay, nice way there from short. Just can't get the second turn. Yeah, you just sense with Freddie too, if you can just get back on there. Now he's got the experience. Like, it's really difficult being a rookie on that CT, but with Fred's experience and with the waves that start off, Bells, Margaret River, some places that really suit the way he surfs. Sunset. You just think that he can have a really good start if he gets back on. And well, he's close, but we'll see how it pans out. Exciting times in the Challenger Series. Of course, WSL finals are kicking off pretty soon.
Tomorrow.
Waiting period starts tomorrow. I think that there's some swell coming.
Really?
There's a big swell coming. Not even too big, some of the thoughts. So for later in the week, we'll try and pick the eyes out of it before it gets a bit unruly. So more live action, well, the best live surfing action you can get coming our way on the worldsurfleague.com or on the app, which is super important. So yeah, loads of quality surfing coming our way.
Yes, indeed, and that's always good When do you think they're going to run then?
I think maybe potentially Monday or Tuesday. I think I heard something about that. Don't know. Our friend, fellow commentator Paul Evans has written a long-winded thing about it. I didn't actually read it, of course, but yeah, I think the general consensus there swell maybe to the middle of next week. Got quite a few days to run it, haven't they? Got a long waiting period.
I think only
8 days, and they've only need one of them. So yeah, there's swell. I think we're going to get some waves. So really exciting.
Are you excited?
Yeah, I like it. I like the format. I like the fact that, you know, the points leader gets rewarded. I like the fact that every heat there's something pretty crazy on it, and that there can only be one winner. So yeah, I'm a fan. I just would like to be. I mean, I think Trestles is amazing. But just maybe mix up the locations, you know, so that it's a bit of a fair playing ground, like Trestles or Pipe, or I know it's hard to organise. I know, almost impossible. But I just think that Trestles just sort of suits one type of surfing a little bit too much. Where, yeah, so that would be my only sort of potential issue with it.
One in Trestles and one in Pipe.
Yeah.
And one in Bells.
Not Bells. No. You don't want Bells. Yeah. I mean, Snap would be amazing. Yeah.
Julian, the left.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. So, yeah, but it's, I love it. I think it's exciting. And, you know, so many times. Obviously, those Pipe world title challenges were amazing, but it only happens sort of once every 4 or 5 years that you'd actually get a real exciting world title finish, where now that's guaranteed. So yeah, all sorts of action coming our way. We'll have new 2023 World's Champion. Right now we're trying to find a Santa Cruz champion. We haven't had a lot of action. We do see Almeida just comes through a cascade of white water and handles. So Kuzno out the back, he's looking pretty. It's just that man Almeida. He needed a 5.54, Chico Alves. What do you think?
I think it will improve. Nice turn off the top. I don't think it's going to be nothing really crazy, but nonetheless, really good bottom turn. He blows the fins, actually, so I think he will get a decent score in this one. So the other angle didn't do justice for that turn.
Good camera work. Yeah, you see that ricochet of foam coming from the left of your screen, just almost blew him off, and he just rode out through it.
So yeah, I think it's going to be a lot better than I thought. So the other angle didn't do justice. This angle, you can really see the technical part of that maneuver. And wow, really great turn by. Whoa, full rotation for Jorgan.
Yeah, Kuzno starting to unleash his bag of tricks. Now he's got a pretty solid lead. Yeah, where would you put the WSL finals if you could dream up? You could go anywhere with no restrictions. Where would you put it?
I would be competing.
No way. Come on, mate. Don't be like that. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Now, what location if you could put the WSL finals? Not you surfing. Come on, mate. Don't be like that. What location? Hold that thought. There we go. There's a replay. Boom. Lands it. Pretty easy too. Not a lot of amplitude, but a real quick rotation and clean. And he's pretty stoked with that. Yeah. What do you got? Where would you put it?
Bang. Nice turn off the top. Another one. You can do a bit late to that last one. I love the kick outs he does though. He always kicks the board really high. But that wave though is going to help his cause because he's sitting in 4th place right now, needing a 4.9. And Francisco Almeida just got rid of that 1 point, and he better with the 4.27 on that last hit off the top. So this one, snap off the top, releasing the fins a bit. Maybe he had the opportunity there to squeeze one more, but yeah, he decided not to. I would leave it in Trestles, actually.
Would you?
Well, I really used to love...
Arkin, big turn. Oh, he cracks it off the top and rides out. Trademark kind of claim he's got there when he finishes the turn. Yeah, you'd leave it at Trestles.
I tell you why, because when I grew up surfing, I used to watch the NSSA there and all the comps there, and it used to be like the dream, like surfing there with those guys. I used to see John surf there, Connor Coffin when we were young, and it was like the next big thing was winning that comp there, the NSSA.
Yeah, it's got a very unique part in surfing competitive culture and history for sure, and it's a great wave.
I get why that's why it works so well.
And there's a left and a right on it.
It's not big enough.
Not big enough,
Not
yeah.
powerful enough is my... No barrels. I think tube riding should be a really important part of surfing. As we see, a man short, he just can't get those second turns in, but he keeps pulling the trigger, keeps hammering away, and he needs a 4.9. And again, more action. This is live. That's a nice Almeida first turn. Can he get a second in? Bit soupy, bit frothy, but he's working his way down the line. He might get a finish. You can see the frustration when nothing popped up. His first turn looked good, and he's needing a 4.5.
But if
I
you
reckon
look
something
back,
like macaronis.
oh my God, can do it.
Yeah, can do it.
Oof, yeah. On a big swell.
Be amazing.
Would be amazing. Wow, Jorgen. Ooh, nice 2-for-1 there for Jorgen. Big snap off the top in a huge floater. So I think he will improve again. So Jorgen didn't fall once this year. Yeah.
No, he's been really consistent. Showing his experience. He got another high 6 flat air before that, so just racking up some solid numbers. Loads of throwaways, much higher than his opponents, and he's looking like he knows what he's up to.
But if you look back then and you remember the old days, one of the best comps we had on tour was, of course, stresses. I remember matchups like Dane Reynolds against Taj Burrow. And it was like crazy. Mick Fanning against like Kelly. And those hits, they were like high performance hits to the max.
Yeah, it is good. It is incredible.
It brings out the best of each surfer, I feel like. When it's good, it's just like that good. Like everyone rips there.
Yeah, it shows up. I see Kuznets. Oh, big turn in the pocket. And then finishes off again. He's on fire, this kid. Hangs on. You can see him kick the fins out and then somehow maintains his balance, timing, and lands it. So yeah, he's been heads and shoulders above the rest, and he's got a commanding lead. It's all down to these last 2 minutes yet again. Not big scores needed for Almeida and Short to try and take over Ido Arkin, but running out of time. Just seeing who's got priority at the moment, a bit hard to see.
It's Arkin, Ido Arkin.
Arkin is in a good spot, he's in second. Breathing down his next. Elias Short needing
7.67.
Yeah, big numbers. There's Jorgen Kuznets' partner. Yeah, it's pretty happy with what she's saying. So, yeah.
She saw the Scotch, she was like,
yeah.
Wee.
Where? Good.
Where?
Yeah. Yeah,
man.
That's my boy, that's my man.
Man.
He's cool, I'm cool, our life is good. But heart emoji. And
heart emoji.
Yeah, all good. So Kuznets, one of the highest heat totals of the event so far, 7.67 for that last wave. It goes up with his 6.73, so huge numbers. He's so far out in front, it's not funny anymore. It's down to this one, Short needing a 4.93, Almeida needing a 5.13, and I'll tell you what, you've got 45 seconds to keep their Santa Cruz dream alive. And it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of action out there. They're standing up on their board, trying to find something that might come their way. Time is ticking away. And you can see there, that's Kuznets. He's the only one, he's the heat leader. He's the only one catching waves. He's fourth priority. Uh-oh, wait for it. Hold the phone. He goes to the old flyaway pull out. That got Chicas excited, didn't it? Strangely.
Is it?
He was strangely excited by a flyaway pull out. like my grandmother when she used to see it in the newspaper. But 5 seconds, it's all over, she cried. Although there's a paddle battle, they don't get it, so it looks like Arkin. That's another big result for the Israeli surfer. He's through to the round of 32. Kuznets, too good, too strong, too fast, and he smashed that heat out of the park. Had a 5.67 and a 6.5 as throwaways. Two scores that most people would have put in their top pocket any day of the week. So looking good, looking confident, and you'll surf again tomorrow. Pushing on through to the next round tomorrow. It's the round of 32 and marching on. We're going to finish off this round today, so 3 more heats to do.
getting down to that money end of the day where surfers coming in, Charlie Clavant, and the next one, Tristan Gilbo. So some big French names coming up. Official results are at the bottom of your screen. And Cousinet, there he is. He'll have a chat to Joanna. And we're going to go, while Joanna tees all that up, we're getting under a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's on.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Welcome back to the Pro Santa Cruz. Lovely scenes here on a Thursday afternoon. Plenty of swell in the water. 4 surfers taking it on. Charlie Quiveron, Tristan Gilbo, Almana, Ateni, João Roque, Pino. I'm Evans. He's Alves. How's it going?
I'm good, and you, Paul? How has been your pause from the booth? What you saw from outside?
Yeah, really enjoying just vibing down the beach here, checking it all out. Check out Quiveron here, slicing. So straight at it on a glassy face, finding the pocket, finding the power source. Let's see where that goes with the panel. I reckon it's a reasonable start. You got a couple of turns, you got a finish as well. Now you just got to paddle back out, mate.
Yeah, Charlie, what a contest he did in Pantene. Runner-up there, surfing so well, so precise, making the right decisions at the right time. And with surfing like this, great bottom turns, and bang, big snap off the top. I know that board is magic, so does he. And I think Charlie has found his rhythm this year, and this turn from João Roque Pinho, a really good one as well. I like the kick out, double grab knee to the water. And as we see, White now paddling Ateni. Oh, a bit of a lost in priority there for him, but nonetheless, quick start for green and red. And what's your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, looking forward to this. Tristan Gilbert, saw some warm-up video. He dropped out here when it was pumping a couple of days ago. He looked great. So let's see how he goes of this lot. Oof, I think these conditions will really suit him. Ateni going swinging hard there. Just got a bit off balance, got a bit straight-legged, didn't he? But yeah, I fancy, well, both Charlie Quiveron and Tristan Gilbo, I think they'll really enjoy these kind of conditions. They've got the extra experience from surfing this event down the years as well. In the meantime, speaking of experience and good memories on this coast, in particular Santa Cruz, Jürgen Cousinet was the winner of the last heat. Let's go and have a chat with him and Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Paul, that's right. Jürgen, you took 5 waves, all great scores except for that last one. What was going through your mind?
Honestly, I just wanted to make every wave count, you know, because at some contests I just try to go too big and then I'm landing nothing. So this time I was like, okay, build, just do a good quick score or like a backup and then start doing. I wanted to get 2 scores and then go for the airs, and then I just landed 1, so I was happy. But I wanted to do a bigger one and get a really high score. But like this morning, I went for a free surf and I hurt my knee. So I was already hurt. I have a tear knee, and it's bad. I have to put ice all the time, but this morning the pain was a bit strong, and luckily I won the heat, so hopefully I can put more ice and be good for tomorrow.
Well, there's always something wrong either with your knee or your back, but you still managed to get the scores. How's that process been?
I think I'm a broken man, I just try to go too big. I'm really passionate about what I do, which is surfing, and I'm happy to still going and then try to improve my surfing every day. So yeah, let's see how the wave's going to be tomorrow. I think it's going to be a bit smaller, but I'm ready for anything. I have a really good board, which is Utopia Roundtail, so I'm ready for tomorrow.
And who are you working with at the moment?
Actually, I'm working with no one, just by myself with my girlfriend, and but from far I'm working with Vincent Primel, which is a coach from Australia, and then also Jan Martin from Lacano, and it's been going good. I'm happy.
Well, you look happy, and congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you so much. Hopefully some good thing coming up.
You're good, mate. Go and get that foot up, elevated, get some nice ice on the knee, maybe a bag of frozen peas.
Well, I tell you what, if I've been throwing those airs, both my knees would be broken, so we don't judge him. He goes really high, he throws some huge maneuvers, so a bit of ice and he'll be ready for tomorrow, and we're going to see another air.
Kivron loading up. Section doesn't want him. It says no way. Shuts down. Saw Tristan Gilbert go for something there and throw it away. And interesting that point, just to pick up on Jorgan, he said he was just trying to be a bit more conservative. Looks like it paid off.
Yes, indeed. I don't think he goes too big. He said, I normally go too big and I ended up falling. I think about him as a consistent guy, actually. I think he pulls out a lot of maneuvers and a lot of hits. So I think he really improved on that over the course of the last 5 years. And that's why he has been on the top of the rankings all the time in Europe. So he's got a combination of power, flow, and innovation. So he's on the criteria, and I think Jorgan is always one of the surfers to watch. And here Charlie a bit behind the section on this one, and White late into that one, and the wave just closes out. So Aumana Ateni from France fell on that one, and we see a sailing boat there, having fun, enjoying the south wind, going south, and probably having a bit of some food, enjoying the view, and what a great day to have a boat ride. So maybe they just came here to watch the comp from the water. They knew we have the best surfers in Europe here and in the world, because we have surfers that are competing here that have been on the world tour before.
Yeah, they've not got loads of sail out, have they? Interesting that. A little downwind run with the south wind behind you. You'd have thought you get the spinnaker out or some sort of head sail, but no, just the main. Just the main, Chico.
Just the main.
Dummy. Under 16 to go in this. It's Rock Pino at the moment. Kivron got a 4.67. Other than that, not great. No real quality to talk about as yet. We're patient. We know it's coming. There's quality in the water. Just need to lock into the right sort of wave with the right potential. Heat 14, we're going to 16. So that's what, 3 including this yet to go to wrap up another big day. 20 heats.
Yeah, look, it has been a long day, but it looks like a short day.
Right.
Because we have seen so many good surfing after heat. We had the top seats, and we had some really good moments over the course of this day. We saw Mark Lacomar excellent.
Yeah, he was sick.
We saw the moment with Kaoli Vast where the tension was all there, and everything was wondering what happened, and what an intense moment for professionals.
Just a little postscript on on Mark as well. They drove down last night, mate. They got barreled all day yesterday. It was pumping in Osgot, and he was pulling into kegs in board shorts. It's like 35 degrees up there, offshore, 6 to 8 foot. So the boys surfed, got tubed, and then came down the last possible moment. Santa Cruz threw down a 9 and 8, something like that. It's all right now.
Yeah, it's amazing. And he has been to Namibia as well in August. So he got really barreled in August. So Michael Kumar has been getting a lot of barrels over the last few weeks. So we are in summer, but he got super barreled in Namibia. So what a great place to actually practice your barreling skills. And it looks like he got a beautiful swell in Namibia. He got one of those dreamy waves. As we see live action.
All sorts. I mean, there's so many people standing up on surfboards right now. I don't really know what to do. We'll pick up Tristan Guilbeault, will we? Whoa, that was sick. Blows the tail out. They just can't hang on again. So pushing too hard, overcooking it. And I like the approach, but it doesn't need to go that hard, particularly where this heat's going. There's no one with much quality. A 4 apiece for Kivron, Rock-Pinot. Just the Guilbeault really just trying to layer on the flare and doing too much and going down. A couple of wipeouts for him now.
Yep, a really slow eat this one. We had a really good eat before with a lot of high scores, and every time we have a big eat, I just feel like we have a slow eat afterwards. It's like the ocean having his break. Don't you feel like it? As you see, Blue with a quick snap off the top, winds up again, and bang off the top, and couldn't make it, but that turn was money. And the way he did it, Tristan is so technical. He has been around for a long time, had a big injury not a while ago, recovering from that, and he's here. I know he started off the Challenger Series last year with a bit of an injury. He surfed in Snapper, in pain. He surfed in a lot of events in pain until he said, no, listen, I'm going to go back home, try to readjust, get better, and start the 24 season way better.
How do most people injure themselves surfing? What's like the danger sort of thing to do?
Well, a lot of them injure themselves doing floaters when they sleep off.
Worst,
yeah, when they sleep off.
Worst turn to do. A lot of people say don't do floaters. It's the most dangerous turn there is.
The sleep off front foot floater.
Horrible. So I got one stitch in my lip, mate, doing exactly that. Last week, Mick Fanning slipped off the tail, detached his hamstring from the bone.
Little sweater.
Ouch.
Shea Bay, exactly the same.
Whoa.
And another turn, I know it hurts a lot. It's the layback snap. When you're coming up from the layback, you put your knee you really torque your knee to come back up. And a lot of guys get hurt on the ligaments there. And it's bizarre.
Whoa, that was sick. Kivron putting it up. Vert. And look at this, inside for him, little runner. Loves it. Bang again, fourth maneuver. Makes it look real easy. Oh, Tristan behind him. Zah. Really nice. So sort of similar kind of wave, the way that one ran through, and those two giving it the treatment. I like that exchange.
Lovely exchange. Tristan looking really quick. He just told me like when they go, oh, my back is bad. Your back doesn't look bad at all, mate. Wow. And this one, really quick in transition. 2 big turns out the back, and this one really well served. Bang. Vertical approach there. Quick wrap around. I like this 2-for-1. Bang. And the finish. Clean surfing by Charlie Kivron, and behind he just sees his friend Tristan pelt a couple of more backside snaps. So a really close heat right now, and the two Frenchies looks like they want to take it away, and we are yet to see Ateni post a major score or João Copin with a 4-5 there. So 10 minutes to go though. They have time to perform, but with surfing like this from Charlie and Tristan,
it's going to be hard to catch up with him.
Yeah, first real kind of exchange, wasn't it? Where we saw a couple of surfers get good waves and surf them well to completion. Charlie's numbers in 5, 6, 7 for him. Waiting on Guilbeault. Let's see where that goes. So 5, 6, 7 for Charlie. Consolidates his lead into double figures with a bit more of a proper total of 10.34. Just compare that to what Tristan did. Didn't have as many turns, but they were better quality. The wave was steeper. So expect that to be, I reckon, a point or possibly more better. Okay, numbers in. Tristan Guilbeault, 6.83. So it is a point better. So there's Charlie Kiveron's spread on your screen. Gets him into first. But hot on his heels in second now. Guilbeault. He's not a long way back. 3.51, just the requirement for him to jump to first. And now they've got a little bit of distance between surfers in advancing positions.
As we see the next heat warming up, Yuri Uziel, the Israeli surfer. What a great surfer. Really talented. As he said in the morning, a bit of the one taking charge of the pack. Well, yeah, can't wait for the next heat with Vito Garita Onandia sitting 8th, I think, in the rankings, and Joaquim Chaves in 11th. So we've got a bit of a battle for the rankings. Ian Fontaine up there and Yuri Uziel as well. But wow, those two are really close together on the rankings. So it's going to be a bit of a battle to see who can pass the other on the rankings. So let me double check what I just said, but I know, yep, Joaquim Chaves is sitting in 11, yep, and Vitor in 9th. So two places, two places only separating these two.
Oh, it's too close to call, mate, at this stage, isn't it? There's so much at stake here. 3,000 points on the winner. 7 qualifiers out of Europe, or plus a wild card. So that makes 8 for the men. Qualifying, of course, for the Challenger Series. That's the next step up. You get on the Changers,
so
you represent your region, you have a swing.
Thiago is in, Cowley out, Charlie in the water, Max in, Joan in, Kai in, Kylian, we have to double check, Gatien in. So the only one we need to double check is Kylian out.
7 on the clock in this. Charlie Kiveron leads it. That's Atani on the screen. He's back a long way back. He's got a couple of ones out of Nightmare. He needs to get his skates on here. He's got time for 2 ways right now. And he's still in a chance in this heat, all the while that second is on a modest number. Here's Kiveron loading up, flares up. Oh, gets the air reverse and stomps it. Meanwhile, behind him, ooh, Ateni. That was nice. What's he got here? Wow, much better. Land it. It does. So he's at this now. He can wash off at least one of the ones. You like that air, mate?
I love it. I know Charlie has been posting some really cool clips, and he always goes to the air. I never knew why. In competition, he tries to tend to not go, and I love the approach there. He saw the opportunity and he went for it. So I'm glad he did, because it was beautiful. And this wave, a bit late there and a bit late again. So a bit of a late in both turns, and this was the left we didn't solve because we were watching Charlie go to the air. And Kiro, did he land? Oh, we almost had 2 airs on the same wave, and one landed. Oh, this tail throw reverse was sick, and I think it's going to be his best number so far. Wow, that was really technical. You can tell by the face he was stoked, and he should be, because that air was sick. And another one. As we just rewatched his first air, he's gonna pull another one. And unfortunately he fell there, but we're still waiting for scores for red, blue and green.
And Green looks a bit lost out there. João Roque Pinho looks a bit lost out there, and we're going to see excellent score in a few moments for Charlie Quivron, 8.5.
Wow.
He goes massive.
Huge,
ball.
really big, well deserved. Excellent score for him for flaring up, progression, rotation, stomped. Big 8.5, massive lead now. 14.17, Quivron way out in front of his compatriot, Justin Guilbault, still in seconds. Still sitting on a 1.5, surprisingly. There's the spread from the panel. They were all in agreement. It was excellent. How excellent? One said 9, one said 8. We deleted those guys. Took an average of the other three. 8.5, solid. Great way to come into the next round with confidence. Should we have another look?
Yeah, there was really technical. I love how high he pulled the air, the tail of the board, and where he landed was really hard to land. So he did a really good job to make that turn look easy, because that ain't easy at all. So really well connected in motion with his board, and what a great turn by Charlie Quivron, and nice job by him to keep his momentum on this heat and keep building scores, because it started off with a 4, then he did a 5, then he did an 8. So he's building, and I just feel like if he has another opportunity, he's going to go mad again, because he has the confidence now. He's got 2 scores, he's got a 5 and an 8, and he's feeling it. So he's going to start to get loose, and if he gets a really good right, he's going to go huge.
I'm looking forward to it, mate. Let's check the recap, see how it's gone down. Heat 14 of the round of 64. And let's check out this guy, your heat leader. He's been good value so far for first place.
Yeah, he started off strong with clean lines and great surfing. Charlie Quivron connecting the dots really well. So this man always chasing behind him with turns like that. Big sprays and big vertical approach by Tristan Guilbault, 683, and it was all about this man now. Huge blow tail reverse for the 8.5, so crazy surfing by Charlie Quivron with a lot of confidence from last week, and showing that he's here in Santa Cruz to prove us that he can be consistent, and that he's here to stay, mate. So there's a bit of a lines approaching the lineup, and we're going to see a bit more action.
Yeah, Guilbault's left the door open a bit. He used his priority and fell off, got 1. Now he's in 4th prio. And have a look at Roque Pinho. Only needs a 3.84. He's got first priority as well. This is Ateni, and that's not good. He'll go down. But all eyes really on Zhao. Doesn't need a big number, mate. Here he goes. Nice left, stretching out. Has to be patient. Set up, snap. Now into the lip. Just clips it really. Not exactly the wave he wanted, but he'll tag it again. Let's think about 3.84.
I don't know, mate. From what we've seen today,
probably not.
I think it's going to be. I think he needed a better section. I think the first section was really flat. The second one was a transition floater. The third whitewater. So
just wouldn't cooperate with it, the wave.
Yeah, looked good at the start. Well, he gets this a bit of a snap, setup snap, and here just a float, and then the wave was really wide overall. So I don't think it's a 3.84.
It's a 2, and it's going to be
2.67.
2.67 in. So Guilbault dodged a bit of a bullet there. Whoa, Quivron, what's he got? Going hard again, blasting out that tail. He'll go down. Final minute now. Guilbault in the lineup with priority, still sitting on a 1, unbelievably, after 24 minutes and a bit of surfing. Justin Guilbault still sitting on a 1.5. He's still in an advancing position in this heat. Charlie Quivron's put on a bit of a show for us, really entertaining. Let's have a look at his last effort.
Yeah, just a blow tail again, and he poked the tail there when he was trying to rotate. But yeah, as you said, Tristan sitting on a 1. That's crazy, 1.5. He needs to get rid of that score as soon as possible. But there's 15 seconds to go, and we see a paddle there on the right end of our screen.
and it looks like this is Eumani Ateni. Bang, off the top, he needs a 601. That won't be enough, but great result for Eumani, and good luck into the next event for Aumana Ateni and João Roping. Unfortunately, they're going to bow out on this one. So preparing the next heat, we have Vitor Garitonandia, Joaquim Chaves, Ian Fontaine, and Yuri Uziel. And what a close one we have on our hands right now. We still have 2 more heats to go. This one and the next one of the round of 64. And we have a big heat coming up next.
Yeah, really enjoyed that. Kivron looking great. Excellent number for him. That'll give him extra confidence as if he needed it. He's just made a final up the coast in Pantin. He's flying, literally. Gilbert will go along with him. Dodged a bit of a bullet there. One really good score, 6.83. The other one terrible, 1.5. Good enough to hang on though. We'll lose Rockpinho and Ateni. And we're getting close to a thrilling conclusion here. Just a couple more heats to go. Join us some more live action from the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Noah Surf House real soon.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
And a very warm welcome back to the beach. The Pro Santa Cruz in full flow here. Heat 15, the round of 64. Let's welcome in Vitor Garitonandia, Joaquim Chaves, Ian Fontaine, Uri Uziel, and Paul Evans, joined now by Philippe Jervis. It's beautiful out there, mate.
It is, yeah. It looks like the wind is coming down a little. It always does this in Portugal. And as soon as it before 5 p.m., the wind is gonna chill out a little, and it's a good day of beach. There's plenty of people catching some tanning, and I have one of my best friends on the water right now, Joaquim Chaves, so I'm rooting for him.
What's he gonna do out here?
I'm looking for. He's recovering still from an injury, so I was hoping for him to go right and go for the air because he's one of these strengths. But I know he's gonna go for solid surfing. So he's getting a bit more consistent. He just came from a really nice result in Pantin, as we see. Yuri Uziel. Oh, that was a really strong first turn. Unfortunately, went a little bit too late on the second one, but yeah, that was a really good first turn. Look at this around the section. That's the second one. Yeah, 3.5 on the first one and a 3.37 on this one. Fast start by the Israeli surfer.
Let's go and have a chat with winner of the last heat, Charlie Kivron.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Charlie, you had great scores on the left, but oh, Jesus. I'm okay. Are you okay? An excellent score with that 8.5. Were you always planning to go into the air?
No, I was just under priority, really. the other kid wanted to go left, so I just thought I went around and go right and try to do airs. The wind is good for rights and airs, so yeah, I just tried.
And you're sitting pretty comfortable on the rankings as well. You're in 3rd place. Does that take off a bit of pressure?
Take some pressure off, that's for sure. I'm actually kind of tired from last week. I haven't been surfing much since I'm here. I'm just trying to keep the energy. And yeah, no, I'm just super cruisy, I would say. And I didn't have any pressure really in Pantene as well. It was Challenger Series wasn't really my goal at the start, and now I'm in, so why not go for the race? But yeah, I was just cruising. I just want to show my surfing and have fun.
So that's the goal, show your surfing and have fun.
Exactly.
Well, congratulations, you're in the next round. We'll see you there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. Kid Fran's just cruising, mate.
That was an excellent interview. Just joking. Yeah, no, it's cruising. Yeah, and sometimes it's better when you're like that. Not too much pressure and just go with the flow.
Mate.
Yeah.
That's what you can do when you're coming off the back of a big result, is enjoying his surf. And I tell you who isn't cruising, Uri Uziel is absolutely flying there. I love the aggression from him. We're going to get number for him. He's already got a couple in, and he's just gone at this.
Did you see the right-hander during the interview? That was one of the sickest waves fast. We're going to see the replay right now. He's going to go huge on this first turn. Whoa. He kind of went off balance, but he managed to get there and just hit it a really strong second turn. So that's got to be a really good score. Look at that. Speed, power, and flow. Look at this finishing turn. Not an easy one also, so very good surfing by Uri Uziel. And this is the replay of Joaquim Chaves. Nice floater over the section, straight into a nice off the top. Just waiting for the wave to stand up. And yeah, 2-turn combo by Joaquim as we see him go to the right as well. Oop, a little bit of a fin release in that one. 5.83 for the last wave of Uri.
Really, really solid. And I love his aggression. He's explosive. They're just pushing hard. The speed between the turns is good. You need that out here. Sections tumble pretty quick. If you're going to combo, can't really hang around. I like the way Uri's attacking. Another part of that strong Israeli contingent. They're ripping again here at Santa Cruz. Here he is. Bang. Nice looking section. Stylishly done with speed. Bit of fizz to it. But smooth, really, the way he linked that up. So already with a 5.83 and another score to come for that. That's his 4th wave, the busy approach for Uri Uziel. Let's have another look at him.
Yeah, nice first snap off the top and then just drifting the fins on this one. Very good surfing by Uri. It feels like he's on a bit of a roll because it looks like he's far away from the rest of the competitors, and the waves just kept on providing for him. And this is Joaquim Chaves with a little bit of a mistake on that finishing turn, but nice floater. He's going to want to put something on the board. The fins just drift a little bit too much on that one, unfortunately for Joaquim, but it's paddling out the back and still has time. And Uri actually improved, 4.17. So
yeah, good stuff from him. So just building up that score, 10 now, 10 points out of 20. So he's applying a bit of pressure on that scoreboard. Mistake from Chaves though. He was on his way to a number there, wasn't he? That was a decent turn. Just got hung up really. Just lost all his forward momentum. Went down. Vitor, we mentioned him going good in the QS this year. He's on the cusp of one of the coveted top 7 spots. Got a bit of work doing this one though. Just a 1-point ride on the board, as has the Frenchman, Jan Fontaine. Still plenty of time though. 17 minutes to go in this one. The crucial thing, of course, is time is, yeah, it's a pretty big factor, but it's about how many waves come through as well, mate, really. And it's been really consistent. We haven't really had many heats. Sometimes it's uncommon to get 10 minutes, maybe more, with just nothing coming through. We've not had that these last 2 days. It's been really consistent.
Thank God. For us, it makes it a lot easier, and for the judges, it makes it a lot harder because there's so much stuff going on at the same time. But yeah,
they love it.
Yeah, it's always better if you have a lot of action instead of just lulls of 10 to 15 minutes. So I think everyone is happy with the conditions. Everyone is happy with the consistency of the surfing. So we are happy here.
All right, priorities with Vitor. He'll use it here. Here he goes. Big section lining up in front of him.
Whoa!
He went miles on that float. He seemed to speed up halfway through that maneuver. And he got fired to the flats, and he was kind of in a decent spot on his board, maybe just a little bit behind the tail. Couldn't hang on.
Yeah, he was a little bit off balance right at the end because he felt like he was going to make it, and the body just actually went with the board. But just right there, when he had the impact on the flats, it just went a little bit off balance. But that was going to be a nice score, unfortunately for Peter. But that was cool to watch.
Meanwhile, live action. Here we go. This is Ian Fontaine. Slashes one, plenty of spray. Look at him setting this up. Really nice clips one. And again, hard off the bottom. Just stab it a couple of times with a wiggle. So different ways of doing it. Saw the one big maneuver on the left from Vitor, and that is multiple maneuvers from Ian Fontaine. You weren't overly impressed with that, Philippe. I'm just reading from your reaction.
Yeah, I think he started off really well with his first couple of carves. That's a good one, and this is a strong turn. Wow! But then here, I think he chose the wrong turns. See, he went for a 2-for-1 instead of just going for a big finishing turn, but definitely good surfing by Ian. That second turn was definitely one of the best turns of the heat so far here. Wow! And then here, I think he kind of misread it. See, he just went for a 2-for-1, and but still, the damage was done. And this guy, Uri, just on a roll, just keep on going on waves after wave after wave. So it's gonna be a small score this one, but still, one more. Look at the finishing turn by Peter. Oh, he just went off balance, unfortunately there. But yeah, it feels like Uri is sitting a little further down the peak, and it has been paying off for him so far.
Yeah, he looked really good. He's surfing with the speed. Great style too, very impressive. Here's Vitor, bang. And again up there, and again going down. And he's going to need to start making these turns, mate, because he's stuck in the ones right now. That'll be another one for him, and get down. By the time he gets in the line, at halfway he'll be gone in this heat, and he's still in the ones. So the incompletions are costing him big time. He's going big. We like that approach,
Yeah.
but you got to make it.
Yeah, I'd rather watch someone go big and miss it than people just going conservative surfing. But yeah, as you said, you need to make sure you at least land a couple of those turns, because you need the scores. You're not going to make it with a couple of ones, that's for sure.
Number for Uziel, it's a throwaway, 2-2-3. Still the leader though. 13 on the clock. That's Joaquim Chavez, the goofy, out of Portugal. And at the moment, he's also in low numbers. 2-6 is highest. Fell off on that one right. That was offering him up a reasonable number. He'll look certainly to go again. He's got priority right now, so just looking for a little bit of quality actually. Waiting for a wave that definitely isn't a closeout, that just has opportunity for him to tee off. He's found one here, puts it up. Tricky, those backhand floats are proving, particularly for him, but just the way that white water, a lot of it speeding up. You get really uneven bounce, it feels like, on the sandbar. Both that last maneuver he did then, the wave previous, actually got quite a big bit of white water underneath him. On either side, it was a bit more uniform. There's just one particularly big explosion right where he was trying to do his turn. He's getting a little bit unlucky in that turbulent zone.
Yeah, no doubt. And for me, especially this last one, I don't know if they're going to show us the replay or not. As you can see, his coach is whistling. It was kind of awkward. I know he injured his ankle, so he's still kind of recovering from that, and it can be scary. It can mess with your mind, especially on these big meaty sections. Sometimes he's gonna go and might play safe, which is not good. But let's see. Hopefully he gets a few more opportunities as we see the Israeli surfer up and riding again.
Wow, that was a nice turn. The wave will go soft here. He'll have to just be patient with the setup. Can he bring a solid finish? Not particularly, as the wave goes deep, but he ain't done yet. First turn was nice and crisp. But here we go, a little section for him. He'll give it a flick. Not loads of points on offer for this kind of stuff. All you're really doing is taking stuff off the bank. Meanwhile, Chavez carving. So a different approach that time. Holding the turn, holding the rail in the water. How do you like that effort?
I did really like the turn, but I want to see if he did something else, because that with just that one carve, it's not going to be enough to but well, it's a low score fairing heat so far, so it might just put him in the mix. But yeah, I really want to see, because the carve was really good, but I thought he was going. Maybe the finishing turn should have been stronger, but you know what? Carving is always a good. If you do a proper carve, you can always get scores off it, and that looked like a proper carve. But we'll see. Let's see what the judges thought of it and where it puts Joaquin right now.
Yeah, we're looking for numbers for everyone right now, actually. All 4 surfers do a score. Let's have another look at Uriziel.
Oh, this vertical turn was really good. That was a really good surfing. And then the wave just kind of dies off on him. He's going to hit the lip here and then just going to redirect. Wait for the wave to stand up again, and he's going to go for one more on the left. He's going to turn right. He's going to put the board in there. It's just very well surfed. As he said, not too many points on offer there. As we see Vitor up and riding. First carve straight into a safe finishing turn, nothing too major, but all right, he's gonna.
It's much better from him. Though,
yeah, he's gonna leave the ones and the twos.
Yeah. He only needs a 4.27 to jump to second. Currently occupied by Ian Fontaine. Nice combo there from the Basque Vitor. Does have that spring in the legs that he uses really well on those bigger sections. Still waiting for our panel. Number in for Uri. It'd be an improvement actually. He's going to consolidate his lead. 9.5. Just under that to go. He's going to wash off the backup score, which is a 4.17. Get something under his high score, but sort of between the two really, around about the 5-point mark. It's 5.17 to add in a bit more now. 11 points his total. I really like the way he's surfing this heat. He's finding the best waves, the best sections, even on waves that, yeah, slightly subpar. He's surfing really well. Live action. Chavez on the left. Pick him up again. He's hanging on to something. Wonder what he got done.
Yeah, we just saw a split pick by both of red and blue, and yeah, it felt like Joaquin was coming from a big turn, a little bit off balance, but he manages to get the turn done, and he looked at the judges. So interesting to see the replay.
Right, number in for Vitor was a 4.67 for the combo of turns. Good enough for second. Fontaine drops down. His number's in, doesn't help him. Waiting for Chavez score. 3.45 to get to second. So with just over 8 to go, when this next number comes in for Joaquim, it's going to be
a bit better.
Yeah, his best. He's going to get the number actually. So we're shuffling the pack here. Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's a straight closeout. It comes off the bottom, hits it really strong on the finishing turn. So that's what the judges want to see, and that's where the points are. Finally, Joaquin realized that. He knew he needed a bigger wave and a bigger section just to make sure that 5-pointers start to appear, and it looks like it's going to be something around the 5 points. As we see Vicente Romero getting ready for the last heat of the day. Paul, it's been a long day, huh?
Been a really long and really fun day. We're waiting for our second judge, who's been along with his score. It comes in 5.53 for Chavez. Good news for Portuguese fans. Goes to second. 8.76 his total out of 20 right now. Needs a 5.48 for first, but crucially, he's in the spot advancing out of this heat at the moment with just over 7 to go. So Vitor Garitanandia is looking for just a 4.1. This is Chavez. Here he goes. In the pocket, swooping, pushing hard on the rail. And then a little fluffy lip. We'll give it a little swipe rather than a legit hit. 3.23, the backup score, the low score. Let's see if he improves on that. He won't. Judges waste a little time throwing him a 2. And it's as we were. Other than he'll be last priority with a bit less time. But he is in that second place position. So Vitor's requirement, the 4.1. Not a big number. Ian Fontaine's requirement, he's got priority, looking for a 4.57. This is anyone's, mate.
Yeah, it's pretty tight right now. Uri might be a little bit more comfortable at this moment, but all the other 3 surfers, they're so close. 8.76 for Joaquin, 6.67 for Vitor, and 6.27 or each score total for Ian Fontaine. So it's pretty. This is Francisco Laranjinha. I'm not sure who is coaching. Maybe Uri. Maybe it looks hamped up, probably. So or maybe even Vitor. I don't know. We have to check that information later. But yeah, it's super tight. I can hear David Raimundo, Joaquim Chaves' coach, whistling. So he's monitoring something out there.
All right, under 6 minute mark now. Sets filling in, and the spread isn't massive between surfers. Well, all of them really, but particularly chasing down that second spot, currently occupied by Joaquim Chaves of Portugal. There's a paddle, an unsuccessful one. It was already Uziel, I think, having a sniff there. We'll check out Vitor now. Backhand for the Basque, big section, big turn, hangs it. Oh, it doesn't hang on. He needed that, so he won't improve. Looking for a 4-1. That was a big hit from him. He's taking risks.
He is, but as we said, it's taking risks is not enough. You need to finish those turns. That was a really good one. What happened there? It felt like he was off balance coming down again, so a little bit of a mistake by Vitor. He needs to close those turns and make sure he's right in front of the whitewash. Otherwise, the scores won't be coming out.
Yeah, throwaway for him. He'll get back to the lineup with 4 minutes and change remaining. And he'll pick up 4th priority. Ian Fontaine still with that priority. Thinking about 4-5-7. That's the number he requires. And we've got sets coming through. I'll be very surprised if Ian Fontaine doesn't find himself on one of these waves, because they look pretty juicy and they look like they got points on offer. So here goes the Breton. Fontaine up and swinging here. Over, big section, floats it well, lands with speed. It's just the one turn though, not sure we saw a 4-5 on that. Meanwhile, Chavez attacking. That wave ran away, but he liked it with a fist pump. Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's just the emotions coming to play, because right now he's sitting in 11th place on the rankings, and it feels like he's that close to getting to the challengers. I was speaking with him yesterday, and he's amped up, but at the same time he wants to keep his foot on the planet. But look at this. It's not as strong as the last one, but it might improve on that 3.23. So it's gonna make both Vitor and this guy Jens Fontaine's life a lot harder. So
I think that's soft, didn't it? That
yeah,
turn,
it was
a bit lateral. He didn't really take on the lip. He just kind of nudged it a bit.
Yeah, he could have exploded a little more because he had the space for it, but I think he played it kind of safe. But at this time, we're still waiting for the scores. If he improves on something, that's going to make their life a little harder, and it's going to make his life a little easier. So
yeah, Fontaine, bad news for him. He used that priority, had it for a while, didn't use it that well. Gets a 2 and not what he wanted. He's still last place in this heat. Number dropping for Chavez. 3-2-3 is back up. He gets a 3-1-3. It's as we were. A low-scoring heat with sort of mixed quality, most of it, other than some good aggression from the Israeli Uziel. He's ripped this one, really. I think he's been the best surfer by far out here, even on some of his throwaways. He's just looked a bit more tidy. Here we go, though. Is Vitor. Great looking section. Wow, that was really nice. What's he got here is he compresses, and he'll just wrap one, snapping in the white water. It's difficult to get through there. He does well. That was a really nice finish. Great control from him. And a wave that got weird on him. It was almost like two completely different ways. An outside section, a soft inside. 4-1, the requirement for Philippe Jervis.
I have no idea how this one is gonna play out. Let's see the replay, because the first turn was really good. Yeah, that was really good with a lot of fins on the back as well. But the wave is just kind of small, and this finishing turn was good. Kind of forced. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna say something, because this first turn is really good. Look at that. That was
pretty techno.
Very technical, very powerful, very fast. But the rest of the wave,
not very good.
Nothing too special. Even though he got a fin release there, but I don't know. I'm gonna go close, but no.
Okay. Gets it. 4-5-3.
It was close.
Jumps
yes.
to second. Chavez in trouble now. 90 on the clock. Only needs a 3-6-7. He's in 3rd priority. And your buddy, who's close to those crucial top spots on the European QS, qualify for challenges, needs to stay alive in this event. And in order to do that, he just needs a 3.67. That sounds like a pretty easy task. Just look at the numbers. Now think about a minute. Now think about the fact he's in third priority. Just the way his heat's gone as well. Been a tough one for him. He's had a lot of throwaway numbers. He's had 6 waves under a 3. Lines out the back, mate. Nervous moments of Portuguese fans. Shh, here we go. And it looks like Fontaine having a crack on a wide left that's slopey and woolly and soft. Not what he was after. Looking for a 5. Currently, that requirement's gone up. That's because Vitor has jumped to second. Someone else going well in the rankings who needs a result, needs to stay alive here to consolidate that strong showing, is the Basque Garaitanandia. And he's going all right now. Last 20 seconds, mate.
He still is also in the mix of qualifying for the challengers as well. So is that high on the rankings? So that's, yeah, he's got to be, as we see, Joaquin.
This is a shot here. Here he goes. Vertical stab, pushing really hard. It was a soft wave. He had to try and just kind of force the issue, forces it too much. And he's done a little bit too much of that falling off his board, particularly at the beginning of the heat. You see the frustration, high stakes. And Vitor, who, didn't cover himself in glory exactly, but what he did do is he stuck at the task. He got himself away, crucially. Just got it by, well, less than half a point of margin from what he needed. Got it done. It's heartbreak for Chavez.
Yeah, unfortunately he went down, but yeah, very good job by Vitor. He's really good. Even though he fell on a lot of waves, he managed to get through the heat.
Good UCL for me. Ripped that one. I think he's been outstanding. Really enjoyed him. The standout surfer from the Israeli crew for me, for sure. I think the style's great. The aggression. He's going really fast as well. Can't wait to see him in the next round and get the heat win. We'll have a chat with him shortly and get some thoughts from him. And we'll keep on swinging here. It's going to be very soon the final heat of the day. We're going to check out Maka Mignot, Lenny Jensen, Renan Cranville, Vicente Romero. We're going to bring Ben Mundy in to talk you all through it. We've also got the post show coming up too. We'll be right back after the break.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
Sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Welcome back to Santa Cruz. The rocks adjusting to the sky, the ancient vistas and coastline of this brilliant part of the world in Portugal. We are down to the last heat of the day, folks. If you stay with us, I commend you. You've had a real treat of a day of excellent professional surfing, but we're not done yet. We've got 25 minutes of high octane, high energy. My name's Ben Mundy. Philippe Jervis has stayed on. And we've got Vicente Romero, Renan Granville, Marco Mignot and Lenny Jensen. So it's an all natural foot. Back up, we've got some big names, some big scores, but the man who absolutely smashed that last heat was down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Mondi, that's right. Congratulations coming in with that win. How does that feel?
It feels great.
I was kind of I had a really good feeling for this contest, and yeah, it's my third year here, and everywhere I'm coming and losing first round, but now finally I got it open.
You've got a big crew with you. How has that been getting that support?
Amazing. I'm with my best friends here, and my family support me from home, and everybody is amazing. Like lots of friends here, and it's nice.
We've seen a lot of different conditions throughout the whole day, and looking from the beach, it looks amazing. What's your perspective inside the water?
It's really difficult from outside. I was looking at it, and I was like, okay, it's gonna be like there's no one consistent point that the wave's breaking in. So I was kind of like, okay, I'm just gonna catch waves, get the rhythm, and just smash the lips that I can smash.
How did you manage to figure out the place to position yourself?
I was looking at the waves with my coach, and I just drew the bank on a paper, and it helped me to understand it. So yeah, it was kind of like I surfed here before, like the last few days, so I kind of learned it. But it was really like fun waves the last few days.
So now you're ready for the next round, are you?
Yeah, ready and spicy.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Ready and spicy. I like that. I'll tell you, what I like about that man? There's many things.
Yeah, he looks humble. He looks on spot. He knows what he's here and what he has to do. Oh, huge turn by Renan Graville.
Yeah, I forgot about that sole goofy footer in the event in the heat.
In the heat.
Renan Granville smashing off the top. Yeah, I like that. I liked
the
humble.
interview.
I
Yeah.
like the spiciness. I like the mullet.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the best mullets I've seen at the event
It
so
is.
far. Meanwhile, fanging down the line, Migno, we know what he can do. I mean, they're just literally like breathing for him. Took those unlocked, so we'll see what he did out the back.
I was waiting for this moment for the whole day because I know how good Marco is with these conditions. Because this south wind, it's perfect for airs, and Marco loves to go to the air, and we want to see full rotations by him. So I'm pretty psyched to see what he has to do on this heat. But so far so good because he already has a 6.17.
Yeah, he went ham down in Caparica back in April where he won the event. He had those forehand rotations. He was just doing them at will and calves, but yeah, he's electric when he's in form. And there you go, just already a bit of spice, just a bit of difference.
Yeah.
Which some of the other surfers just don't have. And then, just a bit of progression. So he's got that really, really talented aerialist. This is different. This is power turn, this one, isn't it?
It's power and release at the same time, but that he did really well because he came from way behind the section and he just timed it really, really well. And Vicente also got a nice couple of combination of turns just here, pushing a little bit stronger on that second turn. But yeah, second wave of Vicente, 3.83, nice floater, straight into this a little bit of a bigger turn, and then a little bit of a more conservative one. I was actually talking. We're gonna see more replays.
Oh, there's Migno again.
That's probably the one, 617.
Yeah,
that was
that's
sick.
a big turn. So there's been a lot. We've seen a lot of closeout re-entries, but we haven't seen a lot with that just element of real progression. And Migno, he's got two waves, so we'll see that. So yeah, the 6.17 we think. So yeah, incredible surfing. Who were you talking to?
Frederico Kikas. We were talking about Vicente Romero and how we compete against him the whole life, and the only thing that he's missing is that extra power. It feels like he's always a little bit conservative, and he's so good technically, which is kind of weird. But yeah, we were talking about it, and he said like this guy is such a good surfer, but that you at some point of your surfing you need to explode,
Yeah.
Especially for the judges, and that's what make him not going to that top level. It's that explosiveness, and we can actually saw that on that last wave. He had the power and the speed to do power turns, and it feels like he always played a little bit safe.
Yeah, it's just the way he kind of surfs, isn't it? He's really consistent. He just racks up loads of turns.
Yeah.
He's always in a good spot. And he's obviously reached really high in his career. But I know what you mean. Just doesn't have that wow factor, and hasn't really
said about maybe working on that side of his surfing really hard, or it's
I think it could have that wow factor if he wanted to, but it feels like he's so kind of playing it safe, as we see Marco again, just going
not playing it safe, that's for sure.
At all. That's the main difference, Like, I know Vicente is capable of doing turns like that, but you just don't see it. It feels like he always cuts his turns a little bit short.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Seasoned competitor though, and always in the money, and always so difficult to beat, isn't he?
So difficult, especially when we were young and on the Pro Juniors and everything, because he was that consistent, And when you're young and on the Pro Juniors, you need to be consistent, and you need to make sure you do a lot of consistent waves, and it was so hard to beat him because of that, because we know that he doesn't fall. He's one of those guys that he always plays it safe. He's always going to get 2 5s, 2 4s, and you know what? To go far away on the contest, that's pretty much what you need to be consistent.
Yeah, well, he's in the mix now. Minho out in front, the 6 and a 4, showing a bit of flair. He's warming up. This looks like a nice wave here, and it might be Romero, that man. There we go. So there's that turn.
That was a strong turn.
Strong turn. Right in the arc of the wave. Comes out, so just logged in a few scores. Sort of surfed all over Europe. It's been based, but grew up in a bit of Barcelona, and then on the Basque Coast, and lived in Portugal, was lived in the Canaries. So yeah, really well travelled. Knows all the ways.
I'm trying to remember. I think he's like his family is Brazilian. I think it's something like that.
Okay.
I don't want to. That was a strong turn. Yeah.
Yeah,
he shut me off on that one. I was saying that he was playing safe all the time, and look at that.
Boom.
That's not playing safe.
Yeah, that's really critical surfing right in the arc of the wave.
Just puts the board and pushes the back foot as hard as he can, and that's a really good turn.
Yeah, so those scores will drop in for Vicente. A 4.27 for that single turn there. So starting to put some toe holds in this heat. Meanwhile, Minho's been so busy. So the glare's hard to see, but you can just see the spray arcing off the back. And just coming back down. So yeah, it looks good.
Yeah. It feels like Marco is not one of those surfers that needs to wait for the better waves. He just needs to go on the good waves. As we see, Vicente Romero up and riding. Unfortunately, it went down. But yeah, it feels like Marco is one of those surfers that he just needs to. It doesn't need the best wave of the day to get the scores. As we see Renan Reville. Oh, that was a good, nice combination of turns. Unfortunately, he went down, but a lot of action on this one. Lenny Jensen with a couple of turns also. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that last wave of Marco will play out, because two nice carvings and not the biggest wave, but still very good surfing. So yeah, it feels like Marco doesn't need those big waves.
No, he can. He's one of those. There's probably only 5, I think, surfers in this heat, in this final, in the event, that can really create something out of almost nothing. It's a real skill. You don't need to get the best wave to get the best score, and he's one of those. We saw him, as we said, down in Caprica, and it really, through that, he made the Challenger Series. He won, he had confidence, he's working with Jason Federico, he just had all this sort of, he looked like he was at that level, didn't he? And he went to Snapper Rocks, I think, maybe get the quarterfinals or something. He had a really good solid result. It's been down there, but yeah, he's just got that extra spice. And
combination of nice carvings, and then he's going to finish this one off with it's a 5.03, so that's a really good score for the size of the wave. You got 2 big carves, and the finishing turn not as powerful as he wanted to, but you have to adapt on what the wave wants, and he did exactly that. And yeah, he improved his score, 5.03 on that one, and yeah, it's going to make Vicente's life a little harder. And yeah, all the other guys right now is Renan Reville in second place, and yeah, all the other guys are battling for the second place. So it's going to be
now out in front.
Granville, 5.43, you're right. He's just put a bit of distance in him, and Vincente and Lenny Jensen. Jensen unable to get any sort of purchase in this heat so far, but still a bit of time on the clock. This is the last heat of the day. He'll be waiting, going through the highlights in the post-show immediately afterwards. It's 11 minutes. Started off at 9 o'clock, pretty much on the dot today. Run through till now. It's just approaching 6 o'clock Portuguese time. Another big day. Granville, a goofy footer. And you see the frustration there just a bit. That sort of tide is now just starting to come in. It's gone, you know, as we said, it's probably an hour, 2 hours past the tide, so 2.5 hours, almost mid-tide. So it's starting to get a little bit more wedgy. Here we go, so Romero comes down the line. Nice little S-turn in the pocket. This is what he does so well. He picks off his sometimes insiders and just absolutely rinses them. Sometimes as the judging's moved on to bigger manoeuvres and more powerful surfing, he's just been, yeah, you say his scoring can go down a little bit, but his wave selection,
he's pristine. Yeah. And the surfing is really good as well. He comes right behind the section. He start up with nice carving and then straight into a nice snap. So he's really good on these kind of conditions. But at the third one, it's going to put him right there in the mix, because Renner right now has the second best wave of the heat at 5.43. And he just needs to back it up and make Vicente life a little harder. But this wave, yeah, look, straight into life. And on a nice little right-hander.
Yeah, it's starting to get a frustration. Okay, at the back, Jensen needs something big here. Goes to the air, grabs the rail, and then just sort of submerged on the landing, full submarine style. And he's trying to chase some scores here. Yeah, not a bad turn to go for under the circumstances, but just the execution let him down.
Yeah, but he almost got it. I don't know what happened there. Maybe he should have pressed on the back foot on the landing, because as soon as he landed, because it was a nice double grab. As soon as he landed, that the whole board went like a submarine, like underwater. And yes, he probably should have pressed on the back foot just for the landing. And
yeah, he'd always balanced going forward, didn't he? And then as soon as he got in front of the board, it just went nosedive and planed underwater.
But still a good try. We haven't seen, I don't understand how we haven't seen many more airs with this kind of conditions, but that's me.
There he goes. So getting that right hand and then straight off the left, but that left also not giving him much opportunity. So sort of gets himself back on the bank, trying to distance himself from his opponents now that he's in fourth place and doesn't have priority. Marco Mignot in pretty solid control of this heat so far. Got priority, got the lead. Granville gives a one in second place. There's a nice little karate chop forehand attack. Nice rail carve, looking just to finish it off. Doesn't look like it's going. Keeps up with it. Bit of a double up section.
Whoa.
Little drop wallet. And then last one. So a bit lateral, but well connected. And just trying to improve on a 2.70.
That's Rodrigo. He used to be my coach, actually.
Yeah.
He's coaching right now.
What's that whistle mean?
No, I think he's trying to get his attention. Oh, look at this. You know what's coming.
So he goes for big air, flicks it out, and he just makes it. The drone catches that. Boom, boom, boom.
He makes it look so easy.
He's a showman, which I like. I've had him in the booth actually a few times over, the course of some of the events in Ribeira de Lache, and he's got that something special. He's got charisma. He's not afraid to, just call it as it is and be a bit of a showman. And here he goes.
Oh,
so there's an air, and then look at this claim. Pow, 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 pow.
Yeah, that last rotation, it just torques the body and looks all the way just to make sure. You see here, wham! That extra torque just makes him go for the full rotation instead of just doing a nice little air reverse. But yeah, definitely, he's one of those guys that you talk with him and he just glows.
Yeah, he's healthy.
Yeah,
it makes my blood boil. He's got a future. 7.83 for that, so that's a big number. I thought the amplitude might count against him, but
he's not happy,
Oh, maybe he was. I think he was in.
maybe it was in sort of that he liked it.
You know what? There's two ways he's gonna deal with it. Either he's gonna like be upset and just he doesn't care, or we might see him go even bigger.
Yeah, he might go massive.
I think he's one of those guys that he's gonna push himself.
Well, now he's free surfing, isn't he? Effectively.
Exactly.
Jensen lining up. He might go to the air again. He's got the speed. Has he got the ramp? Just does a rotation, but nowhere near the control of Marco. Just spins out. Yeah, Mignot now, he's smashed the heat. He's sort of untouchable. So now he's just going, right, there's an air wind. He didn't give him the 8 I wanted.
Yeah, exactly.
Look out. So we could see some fireworks.
Yeah, that was actually really good by Lanny. And here, it just, yeah, you know that final torque of the body, it feels like Marco always has his center of gravity on top of the board. And I've been trying full rotations my whole life, and it always happens to me what happened to Lanny, because it feels like it's so hard to go with the board while she's rotating like 100%, like 360. And there's a few guys that it just, even Marco, it feels like his foot doesn't even move.
No.
And when they do the extra torque in the end, they just go with the board, and that's the hardest part, because you go up, it's easier to rotate. But to rotate with the board, it's definitely the hardest part. And one of the best guys in the world doing that is Flip Toledo.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he can use the transitions for doing that, because his feet doesn't move.
Yeah, he's stuck to it somehow.
Yeah.
And then lands clean, doesn't have to readjust. So the next section's often he'll land a clean carve straight off one of those massive airs.
That's the thing. That's what makes him so special. And Marco is one of those guys. He can use, and he did it in Costa de Caparica. He was doing full rotations to get over sections. So it's pretty impressive. Some guys just have that movement, that body movement, and the body torque just locked in.
Absolutely, he's got it. He's got pretty much a first place locked in. It's all about this race for the second spot. Vicente Romero just for the 4s and some 3s, but only needing a 4.84. Lenny Jensen had a bit of a shocker, to be honest. Hasn't got any scores of note, so he needs some big numbers. But Romero, he's the one needing a score, but this sort of heat's been all about Marco Mignot. He's been the one that's sort of really set the standard, and no wonder he's one of the favourites.
6.17 with this one. It's a bit of a blowtail, not much of an air, but a bit of a blowtail, strong blowtail on that one. And Renan with a 5.43 on this one. So that's put him on the second place. That's a really good turn. He just blows the pins with a lot of power and strength. He was happy. And then this guy, 7.93 on this full rotation. Look at that. Finish. Just that extra torque there. Wow. She's just so impressive. Just looks over his shoulders just to make sure. And you like the claim.
Love the claim. I mean, I'm not promoting gun violence, but
you're promoting claims.
I like
original claims.
Yeah. Show us a bit of spice. Show us a bit of character. This sport is entertainment, and it exists to entertain people. There's no other reason for it. There's absolutely no other reason why anyone would ever do this, but it's for entertainment. And this is an entertainer. Mignot on his backhand this time. Just clicks the fins out. You can see he's looking for some, just, anything, a bit of variety, do something different. Couldn't quite hang on to that one. But it's all about Romero. He's not worried about entertainment factor. He's just worried about getting that high 4. He won't need to hear it. Okay, so we see Jensen. This is a big section. Ooh. Finally clicks it and rides out. So that's one thing. Might make him easy. Romero. That's a paddle. That was Granville. So Glanville has paddle for that. I think we might lose his priority. That gives it to Romero. So that's a massive mistake. 2.5 on the clock. Don't want to give Vicente that.
You cannot make a mistake on a moment like this, as we see best wave and best turn of Lenny Jensen so far on this hit. A nice off the top, vertical, very strong, very powerful. So that's definitely going to be his best score, as we saw Renan doing a pretty big mistake with 2.5 minutes remaining. He gave the priority to Vicente, and you don't want to do that, because he's going to kill you if he has the chance.
Exactly. He's wanting to get a left-hander, just trying to back up a 3.77 as Renan.
Renault, and he just couldn't do that. And he ceded the advantage somewhat to Romero. Doesn't need a big score. I mean, the biggest of his heat so far. Also, Jensen in with a 4.5. Sorry, 4.9 for that last one big hanger. So he's now in the mix. He only needs a 4.3. So Granville can't cover both, that's for sure. He's just going to try and get his own wave at his own time. But the time is the issue. Jensen's fought back, he's had a poor heat, but he's come back in showing a fair bit of gumption. He's got 90 seconds to try and press home his advantage after that wave. You see Romero circling, needing 4.94. So she's tight as ever. Just waiting in the last 90 seconds. Can Romero get some wave, left or right, doesn't matter. Try and improve on his best score.
Yeah, Brennan is so far away from all the other surfers. I don't know what he's doing. He's giving way too much space. As you see, Lenny Jensen up and riding. He needs a 4.31, so it's just a couple of turns.
Yeah, check turn, and it just doesn't work out for him there. But he's going to go back out, try and find something. 50 seconds. It's all about Romero for me. He's the most dangerous surfer in the field. He's held the priority the longest. He knows what he needs. He just knows he's also running out of time. You know, and fast. Well, as fast as time goes, basically. Yeah. But it tends to go a whole lot quicker when you need a 4.95 and there's 40 seconds left on the clock.
And a whole lot slower when you're...
I mean, time is just a perception.
It is.
If you're going to get philosophical.
It's super fast for the guys the guy that needs a score, and he's super slow for the guy that...
Time flies, money flies, and blow flies. But right now, Romero hoping to get something on the board. It doesn't look like there's much out there. He's just looking at the horizon forlornly, trying to will something his way. He looks around. Doesn't look like there's any sets.
I don't understand what René is doing. He's running away from Vicente. He needs to be on top of him right now.
Well, it's all over now. Mignot, he's the heat leader. This is his last little trying to just get in. See, do one last bit of magic from the Frenchman. You know he's got in him. Just finishes off nice and leave that board. He looked strong. He looked sharp. He looked like he means business.
Yeah, it's going to be a menace, this contest. With the south wind, he's going to be definitely a big menace.
Yeah, the crew, and just congratulate themselves on another job well done. Great surfing from Marco, one of Europeans' great lights at the moment. Real talent, real flair. Always exciting to see him surf, and he always puts on a show, and he did so again today. So, yeah, well done. Last heat of the day, never easy. You always want to get through that.
Wait, Justin.
But he's going to go up there and have a bit of a talk to Joanna Garnell, I'd imagine. Talk it through. Yeah, he's happy. He looks determined. And
yeah, it doesn't look oversight.
No, you know,
it's just job done.
Job done. Yeah. One heat, first heat of the day. Most of the big guns. There's Chico Alves. He's down there. Look, we're going to go straight to interview Chico Alves. Take it away, mate. You're looking amazing.
Thanks, mate. What a sunset we have, and what a guy we have with us. Today was all about the lefts, and you only almost rode rights. Talk me through the heat.
Well, I mean, I was looking into the rights because the wind was blowing from the south, and I just saw opportunity, so I just capitalized on it. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked. I made it through, and yeah, stoked.
Talk me through that full rotation. That looked really sick, and I love the claim. Talk me through the claim too. I didn't get it, but it looked like a shot.
I mean, on the irons, it's a bit of that motivation, inspiration. I mean, I don't think it's good to show guns. It's just the emotion of it. But I mean, actually, I thought it was going to be more than a 7, because today I saw guys doing re-entries and getting 7s, 8s, and when you go to the air, full rotation, land in the flats, there's a few people who can do that. So I was surprised they gave me just a 7. Just seeing everybody who can do a re-entry, you know. And at the end of the day, it's good to score. Technique, you know, not only just re-entries, and you gotta score things that are hard to do.
Yeah, the air was pretty sick, a full rotation, yeah, and it was the first one we saw all day. So I'm with you on that one, and good luck for the next round, and great to have you back in Santa Cruz.
Obrigado tu, Portugal. Vamos para arriba, baby. Vamos para arriba, baby. Back to you, boys.
Classic. Yeah, right. Pull out your pipe and smoke it, judges. You didn't give me enough points. Got a massive score, but he's like, you know what? Progression is my main bag. It's what I do best, and it should be rewarded. And I think it's probably a talking point we can talk about maybe after we go to a break. So, Minyo, even though he got a pretty large numbers, even though he got one of the best waves of the day, he's still not happy with the way it was scored. I like that. I like the way he just always got something interesting to say. But we're going to go to a short commercial break. We're going to come back with a post-show of the day's incredible highlights from the Pro Santa Cruz right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
When the time is right, I'll sing my song to the morning light.
Torres Vedras, a land made out of city, countryside and the Atlantic Ocean. Explore a territory with 20 kilometers of coastline. Visit Torres Vedras.
Welcome back to the post-show of what's been another long and exceptional and fun day of professional surfing on the Atlantic coast at Santa Cruz. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Philippe Jervis and Paul Evans. It's been a long day. It's been a fun day. It's been a great day. We're going to talk through some of the highlights coming up. But Paul, top line, what have you taken most out of today? What have you learnt today, Paul?
There's life in the old dogs yet.
Good, good. You, what's your top line, mate? What are you going to take home and think about tonight? What are you going to chew on?
Oh, you had that line on top of the... You knew what you were going to say.
Nah, man,
I have
just
no
spontaneous,
idea.
bro.
Yeah. What I learned today, I don't know, man. You put me on the spot.
Okay. All right. Well, that is your job as a commentator.
Yeah,
you know what? We're all learning
I need
something.
more of this. I need more of this.
We learned
more time here.
Yeah, we learned something just then. Yeah, but an incredible day of waves. As you said, the swell's pumped all day. We just had the winds. Around in the south, it's been sunny. It's been a good crowd. And as Paul said, some of the heavy hitters have come in.
Wow.
Some of the old dogs have done some incredible surfing. We might go straight to probably the wave of the day, which, one of those surfers. There's been so many incredible waves ridden today. A lot of one sort of turn wonders. But I think if we can just look at this wave of the day, it's going to be incredible, showing what some of these old dogs, if we're going to use that term, for Visit Portugal wave of the day. And this was a huge wave. We're at midday. That man's Mark Lackerman. Who called this heat? Because this looks pretty amazing.
Yeah, I was here, mate. Bear in mind, he got in late last night, got barreled in France all day, came and did this. No backup surf. no warm-up, just absolutely belted an 8-foot section, hammered it hard. I quite like the fact that Marco Minna had a little chirp about that at the end of his interview, complaining about some of the scores. I don't mind a bit of that too. I like a bit of chat about the scores between the rival generations, so to speak. But yeah, just those old guard, those power surfers, they're great, particularly when the waves are like this and strong.
Yeah, well, some of the other guys talking about those old guys. Michel Perez, we saw, Frederica Kikash, Marco Lacomere, Jorgen Cousinet, big names, big men, big numbers today, Jervis.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, something interesting Marco said, like everyone can actually do a finishing turn, a re-entry, and not everyone can actually go for the full rotation. And that played out on me. And even though that was the best turn of the day, Mark's left Lacomere. But I kind of agree with Marco. And yeah, we saw so many good surfers today. And it feels like all the old boys, as you're saying, they just keep on performing.
Yeah, well, there's 32 surfers left, so stacked field. We're going to come back tomorrow and watch this sort of event. So we've got loads of days up our sleeves. We've got loads of swell. We can pick the eyes out of the best conditions. Paul, before we go and look at the highlights of what's been an incredible day, I'm just going to get you after today. Who's your favourite now? Have you changed your pick from the start of the day? Has anyone sort of leapt up into your reckoning?
Oh, we took a favourite I think is going to win the event, or just my favourite?
I'll take both.
All right, I'm going to go just sort of favourite, sentimental favourite. Kind of heart overhead. I'm going to go Uri Uziel. I think he's been ripping. I love what he's been doing. I love that story coming from a sort of a less favoured region as such compared to some of the heavyweights in Europe. I think he's been brilliant.
Good mullet.
Good mullet as well. Favourite to take at the event. I just think we've got a lot more to come from Joan Duru personally. He's shown us a bit, but I just think he's going to come back on finals day and come back hard.
Okay. Philippe, what about you, mate? Who's your favourite to win?
I'm going with the flag. I really hope Kikas just performs here, or even Gui Ribeiro. But what I think is going to be a menace this contest is going to be Marco, because this south wind is then the swell dropping is going to be throwing airs all over the place, and that puts him on a spot to win.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, some big names. A lot of great surfers still left. Still a few days up our sleeves. We're going to go look at the highlights. Obviously, come back tomorrow. There's going to be more live actions from Santa Cruz. We're going to go up to Noah's Beach House tonight, have a little barbecue, meet the crew, thank them for all their promotion.
Is that why you're wearing the shorts?
Yeah. I put my dress shorts on.
Okay.
Today, Mum packed for me. She said, wear your fancy shorts. So I don't mind doing that.
The number ones.
Yeah, the number ones. And pull your socks up and just be the best person you can be. That's what we're trying to do. We're seeing the best surfing can do in Europe. I hope you see tomorrow live here at the WSL. Please come and join us. Now it's the highlights, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
10 a.m.
See you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.